No, that's wet. Yeah. I ran out and I thought, oh God, what if it rains? Are you happy to be here? That's alright. Exactly. I wasn't here yesterday, but we were all going right to the kind of early this morning. When I got a view around the lake,
No, not yet. Okay.
What about Riddle?
Yeah. Right, so you even, and I guess it's even maybe Sunday and then Monday morning, it's quite...
Hello.
If it is on, you go, and if it is on,
No, probably you should tell me. I'm gonna edit what I got. Supposedly we two are now speaking together. But he's leaving when he says
Could have been sorry. Yeah, been there. I told him 2.5 hours.
hang on.
Well, actually, I just realised I've got both of them.
I think the work's done.
Why, we need to come further out of it?
You got hand in your hand.
Just asking.
So that's wicked mine.
We're past halfway. We just turned now.
It's got my name in it.
Yeah. Sorry, gents, we're just going to be bringing this past your backs a second. You might want to move your camera. Thank you.
Okay, go.
Right, Sam. Pretty close together. Thanks. Oh, just come back a bit. Come back. Just so we're not
We could switch over planes. You're in the top.
Yeah, can do. The only thing all right, thank you very much.
No, we'll leave it. It's natural.
Probably need to move.
You know, you've been booked in more than just today.
You know what it's like?
Yeah. You can literally drink blood. It takes 99% of the crap out. Haven't used it yet. No, but I mean, as a result, you're more welcome to Bristol. You're more passionate.
So I'm gonna edit my rugby stuff.
Yeah, it's bloody. Bring MCR and see you on that big
You only get paid for the first half.
What did they send you?
Outside the UK. Northern Ireland got in charge all the time.
Come around a bit. So, take it on the first will be round 5. Yeah. Like, yeah, who's going to come and do it? So it's about... How much? 20 minutes.
What's your name? John Healy, how are you feeling back at Westminster? John Healy, how are you feeling back in Westminster? Sorry.
Okay, good. Focus on him and he's set. Right, okay, your forms are there.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's okay.
Gone a bit far.
What do you think should happen today?
Well, I've got a copy of the order paper here, so I can show you. It's pretty blank, and obviously that's because of the urgency, which suddenly we were told to return. But I want this time to be of value, and the trouble is, we're still left with that fundamental question. 650 of my colleagues can't agree on where to go next with Brexit. They are entrenched in their own pure agendas, and until that changes, we will not be able to unlock the deadlock.
How do you knock those heads together?
Well, it requires compromise. It requires us to wake up the nation that's falling from business as well, to say this uncertainty, the lack of clarity, lack of direction is actually damaging Britain, damaging Parliament, as well as damaging government, we have to be honest.
It's about locking everyone in.
Well, that's one idea. I mean, we are going through we're going through a phase where the abnormal has become the normal, the unprecedented is now commonplace. One school of thought would be the conclave approach, lock all 650 MPs in there, and until we agree a vote on a workable field, on the referendum,
Top man, thank you Tobias. As always, thank you.
all right, hi there.
So these guys are local.
We'll get in the system, works out. Yeah, you see it.
Yes, I go. No problem.
court in the land. We had one court, the English court, agreeing with the official legal advice to the Prime Minister. Scotland's High Court disagreed. The Supreme Court has now given its verdict. We're back, and I don't think there's anything more to be discussed on that. I think, as I say, the Supreme Court is the highest court of the land. We need to respect and honour that outcome. My concern, though, is we're now all back here, 650 MPs, and we can't get away from the problem that because of gridlock, because of intransigence, because of the paralysis of this place, we're not able to answer that question as to where we go next with Brexit.
Do you think Boris Johnson
I suspect he may have done himself. We're not privy to those conversations. If I was in that particular place, of course I would be the first to say that. But ultimately, it is a judgment that has been made, political interpretation, legal interpretation of that advice. We had, as I say, two courts, an English and a Scottish court, which disagreed as well. But the decision has been made. The judiciary has spoken, and that's why we return. But we need to make use of this time. We need to recognise that the nation is deeply frustrated with the absence of a decision by this government and its parliament on Brexit. But ultimately, we're trying to have a general election, which is normally what you do to reset, because it's a minority government. That's not been able to go through. So we're now there with us looking at each other, back here in Parliament. So many of my colleagues are still committed to their original position on Brexit. Until there's compromise, I'm afraid this merry-go-round will not stop.
do you think Boris Johnson should
I want to see Boris Johnson focus on the one piece of the jigsaw that is remaining, but I believe if we get right, then we have a Brexit deal, and that's the issue over the backstop. And that was proven by the Brady Amendment, which went through approved in spring. He's got until the European Summit, 14th of October, to present his ideas. Talks are taking place every day now. And we even heard Barnier actually say we are close to a deal. That's the first time I've ever heard him say that in 3 years. I genuinely believe it's possible. The numbers are there. It will be tight, there's no doubt about it. The Conservative Party as a whole wants to support a deal, even those 21 that rebelled the last couple of weeks ago. The DUP wants a deal as well. And we have a number of Labour MPs that are supportive of a deal. 25 MPs, the numbers are there. We need to have a deal put back to Parliament, voted on. I hope that's how we can utilise this time that's now before us.
in the event that deal isn't what is Boris Johnson do from
I think we need to cross one bridge at a time. Let's focus on getting the understanding what the last piece of issues are, the difficulties of a small, medium and large business doing business on both sides of the Northern Irish border. That is the issue at hand. Focus on that, present the conclusions to Parliament, and let's put it to the vote.
Supreme Court decision no matter it is undoubtedly
It is what it is. The decision has been made. Parliaments do prorogue every year for a spell of time. This was a long time, there's no doubt about it. And the Supreme Court has made its judgment. I think us analysing further the consequences of this, given that it's a decision that was endorsed and Scotland decided, but different to what an English court said, shows that it gets you nowhere. We're back, and that's the most important thing. How we can utilise that time.
Scottish court went one way, English court one way. It brings us back to the
Absolutely, absolutely, we need to respect that and honour it. I think anybody making comments about it or disagreeing with it needs to recognise that once it's spoken, there is no form of appeal. That's the way we should respect it and honour it.
Do you know
I'm not going to go into that. I absolutely respect the fact that their verdict, their understanding, their interpretation of the law led us to this outcome. We now need to move forward, focus less on these issues of blame and what the nation actually wants them to do, which is resolve Brexit.
do you think Boris Johnson will or should prorogue?
Well, we're in this situation whereby two big parties have had their party conference. We haven't. And we're also in a situation whereby Parliament still can't agree on what the outcome should be. We had some movement by the other parties to say, I recognise the referendum, the outcome was close. I recognise we need a working relationship with Europe. Let's resolve it. Then this time would be productive. I fear, however, that we will see them utilise the difficulties this government is experiencing and try and cause more pain and more problems for the Prime Minister, rather than doing what's best for the nation. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you for the visit.
So, you're staying? Why?
I just don't know what's on.
What?
Around.
Oh, I still, I've got what's his name still later. The intern is a Colm. Colm. C-O-L-M. It's from
Oh, what's it called now?
Yeah. I'll go down to stay.
Okay. Yeah, I'll,
I don't need
how long
to.
has it been here?
Since this morning. I mean, still that we was, I said, keep going, you're going to get me.
Wondering when to send it home.
Yeah, I told him before, but he's not really interested. It's also the book, that's all right, okay. I might just take that phone. As we're here. You know, you just look like
Go on the drive, no, it's going to be right. I know what's going on. Yeah.
I don't understand any of this stuff. I know the picture is somewhere.
I had a massive phone meltdown yesterday and I had to punch inside my phone.
What is going on here today? Sorry. I think I don't really...
What happened to me? Well, I tried 10 times and then it just went poof.
Well, do you know what? I actually think that when it came to prorogation of Parliament, Boris Johnson overplayed his hand a little bit because the tragic outcome of this is it achieved other than to convince a democratic vote.
Honestly, with my work, I can't really help.
I don't see how it's technically smart to move things along other than concretising the future of Brexit. Yeah, there's a way you can take us out to you deliver to everyone who goes to October by pushing through Theresa May withdrawing, which is basically by the EU in their interests. This is not pure turn up on the level playing field. That's identical to many people. What that means is the UK own industry instead of the EU. So we have a right to the EU. What we need to do is maximise our independence, our freedom and prosperity for the UK for the future, not shackle ourselves to a failing club of security. Leaders are dejected, disappointed, but they're furious. And do you know what? It's interesting. The majority of people in the UK are leaders. They're the skin of the majority. The majority who are bespat, chastised, chided, and yet they behave in a very British, gentlemanly way. There's a very noisy, small minority of Remainers who shout words like who, but they're the ones actually trying to overturn a democratic referendum result. It's like we live in a parallel universe, but I just want to say all my sympathy and all my support and respect to the Brexiteers out there, and keep behaving in a responsible, adult, and very British way.
Well, this doesn't show me flight pictures, it shows me catching it.
I don't know.
The moment.
My friend on the first team. He's filming, and I've been waiting all day, so I've been there for about 7 hours. It's like my last house.
Thanks a lot. What did you see?
This is in Walthamstow. Yeah. It's not very nice, but it's like driving. But the windshields are good.
Yeah, it's on the iCloud. Probably on the iCloud. What phone is that?
iPhone 6. At the moment. In fact, it's already happening. Just as he flips it, this is the first frame, you can see the tension in the line. The line sits, it floats on the surface. So you see it out there, and then you can. I'll let you know. Talk amongst yourselves. That was my fishing bag, yeah. It's kind of
They're very trendy, those flats now. They're stylish. No, I'm not joking.
That's my fishing bag now.
No, the ones like that.
Yeah, well, I've always liked that.
They're
I've had
a
it for years. What do you call
really
those?
powerful fashion statement.
Is it? Oh, well, that's more than I think it's a bucket hat.
Yeah.
I've always liked it. I have a hat.
Especially, you know where, in Asia, in Korea.
Oh, yeah, I get that, yeah.
Street style.
It's quite long, so that's not okay. Well, this is that, it was a very warm day. And too warm. Yes, it's beautiful. Oh, okay. Alright, mate. Hello there. How's it going?
Hey,
Home.
Oh,
Just stay over and stand on the ledge. And I'll stand at the top.
Jolly's. Yeah, it's not hard. Jolly's teed up.
We're nearly done.
Probably email MC and see what she wants me to do. I'm pretty sure she wants me to read. I just got introduced to her as MC, so I don't know whether that's what you're meant to
Well, I
do.
left the Conservative Party to rebel, and I rebelled because I didn't want Parliament to be suspended. I wanted to Parliament have a say on whether to leave without a deal. So, in a sense, I guess, without wishing to sound too pompous, I think my position has been finished wrong things. I might stick to that.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it's the first time I've been out, so it's sort of like,
I've got a lot of sympathy for those who say we should let the courts and just stay there like choosing a new pope until we come up with a new deal.
yeah, no, kind of, basically I'm like, tax side vote, they want us to do some like shadowing, kind of like learn a bit what
This is the moment I got £7 trout. What's that line? What's the line? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not.
This is kind of like fishing then, isn't it, really?
Yes, I very much very unfair. Someone like Jacob
Some good fishing. The weekend actually I was in seaside time here and there's lots of fishermen just go out there. Very, very strange spot. Yeah, it's like halfway between this like weird like gentrified sort of town and then also it's got traditional kind of like old pubs.
I went just on my own. Why did you listen to that? How about now? Little street, which is holiday town. That's right. Shop front, good shop front. And it's unusual. The whole shop area was like washing machine sized console, and you had a seat there and a stool built into the thing. You had seat, console, seat, and it was bingo. It was just, and the bloke sat at the front and went, number 9, and we went, oh. And when we got live, sorry, it was run down the people, 10 years ago. This is only 15 years ago. They already but this is still good.
I think already had about that.
We go there.
Vegas and the East Coast. Hastings was just like when I arrived, people passed on and stuff like that. Yeah, beach or whatever.
Well, I did go years ago. Well, now it's getting really popular. And a bit of like people buying them.
Doing the hurdles just when I walk down the street. So we kind of got this on the late as well. Did like a walk on the coast, got the train down to this like place called Chelsea. Maybe like 6 miles or so. We just like walked on the coast and it was dead nice, and we were going to finish up and have like food and pints and get the train back. Yeah. But I mean, we just sort of stopped giving as much to the public. They're doing that somewhere like tours and all the faded glory of staycation spots.
I might see if anything was sensational.
One thing we did in Canada was cool, that was like this amateur historian or like local historian was doing his own tours. They were quite good because it wasn't like a polished kind of like tour guide. It was all like somewhere between history and like conversation of the water cooler or something like that. He'd kind of be like, yeah, tell you something like something that happened 20 years ago, and they'd be like, yeah, it's a bit sad. It's sad. And kind of like amble around. Because there was a guy that was coming over from,
I believe at 2:30 in the morning. It is a beautiful morning. But the whole experience of visiting is on dying from food. And I own a third of it. There's no toilets.
you don't have like a handy spot like up there.
No, there's toilets. Brilliant toilets. It's all locked up till midday. It works. It makes it brilliant. I just got to see it through a viewfinder. I didn't get to feel it. All I felt was a heaviness in my gut. Didn't go to the services I went to.
Did your man made it, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah.
Because I heard he fell in the first attempt, and he got
The
back
same
up.
day, yeah. But, it was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit like it's like waiting for the German invasion. You're just trying to spark, you know, didn't really know what direction, what authority to be kind of there. So it's all quite the prevention system we've got on the horizon. And he's surrounded by helicopters, so you just saw the helicopters first, and then it's like you can see these tiny dark helicopters with a, you know, quite a good picture. Yeah. Around helicopters. Over our heads. It was very powerful.
Was it like many other crews and stuff?
Well, not like this.
I don't think I've seen the shots of him. I've seen the shots of him leaving, but I've never seen that. Yeah, keep a better eye.
Somebody came on so fast. Swimming with a tiny dot, and that's what it was like. You know. But I kept doing the break. Just about. Away. We couldn't. He landed. We weren't allowed where he actually landed. So he went behind this house and behind these trees. And as he went down, he anyway.
Well, at least we know the 4-hour work.
So first day I was taking my book with John, or like squatting as everyone was. And then I did like the UGC stuff with yesterday. Yeah, it was good. I've done much TV. It's an eye opener. Oh yeah, he's like, yeah, I started with him, yeah. Okay, he's really active. So there was like, it was announced pretty early as well, you know, like it was like 9, 10 or something.
Well, me and Will, we met up around. And then that was just a question.
I agree with it.
Because I've really seen
That's how you stop
pro using one lever. Someone when we came over earlier with the don't delay Brexit. He's like, impressively early as well. They were here from like 6:30.
I watched it with Elaine and we liked it. But she said, don't watch it without me, so we watched it. And we kind of passed it by. Right. Nothing to do it. Yeah. I don't know if she gets to the summer garden, but I'm missing out just me.
rather not like have an army somewhere as well and energy go. They used to be because they must have printed kind of stuff like, you know,
that's the Second World War. That was a notification since
Richard, there was definitely a statement made by coming in through the front door in front of all the cameras here, in front of all the reporters here, and coming in. He did not, of course, turn out to answer questions. We were trying to shout at him, do you regret the prorogation? Do you regret the advice you gave the Queen? Instead, he went straight into Downing Street, likely, as he said, to probably change some clothes for that overnight flight from New York. And then, in the next few hours, he will be heading to the House of Commons, to Parliament, where he will be addressing what are likely hundreds of furious MPs. We are expecting him to give an update on when he wants the Queen to give a Queen's speech, because there is a question of whether he will try to prorogue Parliament again. He will not start a new session without a prorogation of Parliament, without a Queen's speech. And of course, will that lead to more questions, equal questions, and how long will that prorogation be? And also keep in mind that the Tories, Boris Johnson's own party, have not had their party conference yet, and they need to be likely in a recess. Parliament needs to be in a recess for the Tories to be able
They don't really like the IS.
he thought I would let him know. I let him know straight away say, he thought I was saying my question. And then I was trying to explain to him, it's a start about that. It's not my fault.
Italians all do.
No, for the live.
Sorry?
For the live.
I'm looking at 10 minutes. It's right on the edge though. These little batteries?
Yeah,
it's just working. Listen, actually. They're not as good as the big ones, are they?
No, but the big ones are getting old now.
They're big.
They're big, they're heavy, and they're getting old, so they're not that big. I have to try to
Two of the little ones, and that was 4. And it's going to start up to put it just 5 hours ago. Which is okay.
That's alright, yeah. So let it go.
Sun's just come out.
Yeah.
That's the first. Hello? Hello? Well, the sun just came out very quickly. Hold on a second, it's coming out, it's back in again now. I've had the same white balance since 7 this morning, so. So where are you calling from? Okay. Alright, no, I'm down in 10 minutes. Alright, cheers. Thanks, bye. Bye. You're out here in 10 minutes. I thought you would.
So, just waiting, standing by. 71 is strong.
Yeah, 51 seconds.
Have you seen this rainfall? God knows what camera it's for. It's just crazy. I don't think it's for a camera. It's just like a random assortment of Velcro.
No, it does work, but it's very thin in the design.
Not this camera. What's this?
It's for the...
Light, but stuff like that. It's really bizarre, honestly. It's been ages. I was in the dark this morning in the car park downstairs to work it out. And then there's just come out and all the rest of them. It's nuts. Yeah, victims here. Sorry, it's still back. This is his sniper. Boris coming back.
inside. We do know, though, that he did speak with the Queen yesterday, but Downing Street is not telling us whether he has apologized. As for the next few hours, as for his statement in Parliament, we do understand from a Prime Minister's spokesperson that he will address when he does want another Queen's speech. That raises the question, will there be another prorogation? Another question that we put to the Prime Minister's spokespeople is, if you're all for having a general election, if you're for moving forward past this stalemate, why not just get that extension now from the EU? Why not get what the opposition parties say they need before a general election? And what the Prime Minister's spokesman just said straight out, as they've said before, is that they want to leave on October 31st, do or die, no matter what.
and accordingly direct that the item relating to the prorogation of Parliament in the Journal of Monday 9th September is expunged, and the House is instead recorded as adjourned at the close of the business. I instruct the clerk to correct the journal accordingly and to record the House to have adjourned at the close of business on Monday 9th September until today. Members should also be aware the royal assent to the parliamentary buildings (brackets restoration and renewal) close brackets bill, which formed part of the Royal Commission appointed under the quashed order in Council, will need to be re-signified. I wish to record my thanks, and I hope colleagues across the House will join me in doing so, to the staff of the House, including the security, catering, chamber business, parliamentary digital and in-house services teams who have worked exceptionally hard over the past 24 hours to prepare for this resumption. You will know, but in the name of the public intelligibility of our proceedings, I think it worthwhile to note that there is no ministerial question time today, including, therefore, no prime ministerial question time. The reason for that is very simple. As colleagues will be aware, there are notification requirements. Questions ordinarily are tabled 3 sitting days before the exchanges take place. So there is no Prime Minister's questions today. However, there is scope, as I indicated in public yesterday, for urgent questions, for ministerial statements and other business. Speaking of which, colleagues, order. Urgent question, Joanna Cherry.
To ask the Attorney-General if he will make a statement about his legal opinion on the advice given to Her Majesty the Queen to prorogue Parliament.
With your leave, Mr.
General, Mr. Geoffrey Cox.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Lady knows, the Supreme Court gave judgment on this issue yesterday. And that judgment sets out the definitive and final legal position on the advice given to Her Majesty on the prorogation of Parliament. The government's legal view during the case was set out and argued fully before the Supreme Court. The hearing was streamed live, and the government's written case was and is available on the Supreme Court website. I took a close interest in the case. Oversaw the government's team of counsel, and I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that if every time I lost a case I was called upon to resign, I probably would never have had a practice. And the government accepts. The government accepts the judgment and accepts that it lost the case. And at all times, the government acted in good faith and in the belief that its approach was both lawful and constitutional. These are complex matters on which senior and distinguished lawyers will disagree. And the Divisional Court, led by the Lord Chief Justice, as well as Lord Doherty in the Outer House of Scotland, agreed with the government's position. But I am bound by the long-standing convention that the views of the law officers are not disclosed outside the government without their consent. However, I will consider over the coming days whether the public interest might require a greater disclosure of the advice given to the government on this subject. I am unable to give an undertaking or a promise to the Honourable Lady at this point, but the matter is under consideration.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also took a close interest in the case, and let me start by assuring the Attorney-General that I'm not going to call for his resignation yet. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a very special day for Scots law and the Scottish legal tradition, going back to the declaration of Arbroath that the government is not above the law. Exactly. Following in the footsteps of Scotland's Supreme Court, the UK Supreme Court asserted the rule of law, the separation of powers, and they restored democracy. And it's worth emphasising that their decision was unanimous, as was the decision of Scotland's Supreme Court, unanimous, chaired by Scotland's most senior judge, the Lord President of the Court of Session. Both of these courts unanimously found that the decision to advise Her Majesty to prorogue Parliament was unlawful, void and of no effect. But the question, Mr. Speaker, I'm interested in is how did it come to pass that this was ever allowed to happen? Redacted documents lodged with the Scottish Court confirm the suspicion that this was a plan cooked up in Number 10 by the Prime Minister and his special advisers. But what I want to ask about is documents that mysteriously found their way into the public domain yesterday afternoon, when an unredacted version of one of the documents lodged with the Scottish Court found its way to Sky News and revealed that the Attorney-General had said that the advice to prorogue was lawful, and anyone who said otherwise was doing so for political reasons. Now, what I want to ask the Attorney-General specifically is this. I'm sure, knowing him, that his advice was considerably more detailed and nuanced than the 3 sentences that appear in that unredacted document. Can he tell us whether a legal opinion was made available to the Prime Minister or the Cabinet? The Right Honourable Member for Hastings and Rye has said that when she was in the Cabinet Ministers requested to see the advice, but it wasn't handed over. Is that correct? And can he tell us what was given to the PM, if not to the Cabinet? Because, Mr Speaker, many of us believe that the Attorney-General is being offered up as a fall guy for the Prime Minister's botched plans. So does he not agree with me that to release the advice in its entirety will help him avoid being the scapegoat for a plan that was dreamed up by the Prime Minister and his advisers? And will he give the undertaking that he has hinted that he's thinking of giving today?
I'm extremely grateful for the Honourable Lady's solicitousness and kindness for my welfare. And I am particularly attracted by the tempting prospect that the Honourable Lady dangles before me. But she will know that I am obliged by the Convention to say that I am not permitted to disclose the advice that I may or may not have given to the government. But I repeat, the matter is under consideration.
Mr. Kenneth Clark.
Does my right honourable and learned friend agree that if in the future we were unfortunate enough to have a Corbynista Labour government, obviously not thought to be a very likely prospect. But if that misfortune were to occur, and if that government were to decide to suspend the House for a long period because there was a parliamentary majority against its principal policy, and if that government also decided that constitutional law was not challenged by that and challenged the right of the courts to overrule it, the Conservative Party would be likely to get very excited. Can he reassure me that this Supreme Court judgment has settled that matter finally, that this kind of action can never be taken by any future government, and that parliamentary sovereignty therefore remains intact?
Well, I certainly can say to my right honourable and learned friend that it is important, when we reflect upon judgments that may be seen to go against the short-term interests of any particular government, that they stand as precedents and principles for the future. And I invite all my honourable friends to reflect on precisely the situation which my right honourable friend has set out before the House, which is that this would stand for governments of a colour with which my side would not approve of, and for their actions too. And so it is important that when we comment upon the decisions of judges, we remember that those judges are both impartial and independent, and they are entitled to reach the view that they have reached. We are fortunate in this House to have one of the finest judiciaries, I believe, in the world. And it is important to remember that the principles they set apply to both sides, as the right honourable gentleman has said.
Nick Thomas-Simon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable and learned Lady for Edinburgh South West, both for securing this urgent question and indeed her work in this matter. Yesterday's decision of the Supreme Court, and I give credit to all those who brought the cases, was the most damning judicial indictment of a government in modern times. That the decision to advise Her Majesty the Queen to prorogue Parliament was unlawful. This government stands in shame, tendering illegal advice to our monarch and not even able to uphold that most basic but most important of principles, abiding by the rule of law. And what we know from yesterday's leaked document is the Attorney-General said his advice on the question of the law was that this was lawful and within the Constitution, and that any accusation of unlawfulness, he said, were motivated by political considerations. If that is in any way accurate as to his full advice, he was wrong on both counts. Yes. His close interest simply wasn't enough. Now, I'll ask the Attorney-General a number of questions. Can he confirm why it was? The government gave no witness statement to the court, and indeed the court was left in a position where it said no justification for taking action with such an extreme effect was put before the court. Why not? He talks, Mr. Speaker, about respecting the decision of the judges, but the Cabinet Office Minister was on the radio this morning saying that he disagrees with the decision. Incredible. Tell us which parts of the judgment the government disagrees with. And in his considerations over the next few days about the publication of this advice, can I just give him a simple piece of advice, a simple suggestion? Just publish it and make it open to Parliament and the public. Mr. Speaker, on this Attorney-General's watch, the government has been found in contempt of Parliament. Now it has been found in contempt of the law. Incredible. Doesn't he just accept he hasn't got a shred of credibility left?
Well, I don't know whether in his practice, when he was at the bar, he felt that just because he'd given advice that might not have been upheld by a court, he had no credibility. That is an absurd and ridiculous proposition. Furthermore, it was advice that was agreed with by the first instance court in Scotland and by the Lord Chief Justice of England. Is the right honourable gentleman calling for his resignation as well? Is he calling for the resignation of the Master of the Rolls? Is he calling for the resignation of the President of the Queen's Bench Division? Is he calling for Lord Doherty's resignation? I will say this, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Attorney-General will just resume his seat momentarily. I should be deeply obliged to him. The Attorney-General has a distinctive and resonant baritone, which is well known throughout the House, but it is a challenge even to him to be fully heard if there is constant catcalling. There will be ample opportunity for colleagues to question and probe the Attorney-General, of that they may be assured. But I wish myself to listen to his mellifluous tones. The Attorney-General.
I will say this, Mr. Speaker, for the Scottish Nationalist Party and for the Honourable Lady, if I may. Whereas in the Honourable Gentleman's case, no shameless piece of cynical opportunism is left on the floor, the Honourable Lady is a lawyer and a Queen's Counsel, and she knows it is the most puerile, infantile of criticisms to say about a lawyer whose advice has been upheld by courts right up the way to the Supreme Court, that somehow or other that advice he should be held culpable for. The fact of the matter is, this advice was sound advice at the time. The court of last resort ultimately disagreed with it. But in doing so, they made new law, as they were entirely entitled to do.
Thank you. Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely mindful of the difficult task that my right honourable and learned friend has as an Attorney-General in providing advice to government. And indeed, I'm sorry if his legal advice has been partially leaked, because he is entitled to give advice in private, without which he cannot do his work. And I would also say that for him to get the law wrong in an area of difficulty is not necessarily something to be held to his discredit. But he may agree with me But one of the issues in this matter was not just law, but propriety. And the propriety went to the unconstitutional or constitutional nature of the act of prorogation itself, in view of the motivation of the government for doing it. And in those circumstances, I was struck by the fact in the leaked document that his opinion is referred to as believing it is constitutional, when I'd understood from comments he made as far back, I think, as July, when prorogation was first being mooted in order to achieve a no-deal Brexit on the 31st of October, that he considered that such an act would be unconstitutional. And I wondered, therefore, if this isn't one issue which he ought not to clarify.
I know that my right honourable and learned friend will understand that it is not right for the Attorney-General or for any Cabinet Minister to comment upon leaks of matters that have occurred within Cabinet, be they accurate or inaccurate. It would be setting a wholly undesirable precedent. But let me say this. The position some weeks ago was being mooted that Parliament might be prorogued from the beginning of September or even earlier until the 31st of October. I say straight away to my right honourable friend, if that had been the proposition, I could not have stayed in the Cabinet whilst it was done.
That's very different. Very different. Hilary Benn. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Does the Attorney-General believe that yesterday's judgment of the Supreme Court represented a constitutional coup? And if he does not share that view, could he explain to the House why he thinks that that is wrong?
I don't think it was a constitutional coup, and I know the right honourable lady, right honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman will know that I do, and I don't believe that anybody does. These things can be said in the heat, of rhetorical and poetical license. But this was a judgment. This was a judgment of the Supreme Court of a kind which was clear and definitive. It often happens that governments lose cases. We didn't agree with it because, of course, we argued against it. But we accept the ruling of the Supreme Court, and we are proud that we have a country capable of giving independent judgments of this kind.
Bob Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Attorney's very clear statement of the importance which he, and I'm sure the whole government, attaches to the impartiality and independence of the judiciary. That is most welcome. Can I also say to him that many lawyers might well have given exactly the same advice as he did on the weight of precedent. Does he accept, however, that it is most important that the convention, that the advice that the attorney gives to government is not leaked and is not disclosed, should not be lightly set aside? But would he also perhaps consider that it's rather regrettable that such an important matter, which warrants very careful and calm and considered language and discussion, should be used for the purpose of rather unworthy ad hominem attacks and a party political knockabout when so much is at stake?
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to my honourable and learned friend's question there. I do, of course, agree with him that their legal advice, and particularly the role of the attorney, is always difficult because one polices and intersects a very difficult line between giving advice of an impartial and politically impartial character and being a political minister. But I hope that I've endeavoured to do that with all of the conscience and candour at my disposal. And when I say to the House, as I do today, I accept we lost. We got it wrong on the judgment of the Supreme Court, but it was a respectable view on the law to take, and that view was taken by 4 out of the 7 judges who'd opined up to the point of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has made new law. Let's be absolutely clear. From now on, the prerogative power of Her Majesty advised by the Prime Minister, can now be the subject, justiciable subject of the court's control. And that was a judgment that the Supreme Court was perfectly entitled to make. What the implications are for the future of our constitutional arrangements will have to be reflected upon in the coming months and years. But it is never wise to reflect upon a court case and its implications in its immediate aftermath. It will have to be done carefully and deliberately, and this House will have to decide ultimately whether these matters and these powers are for this House to regulate and control, or whether they are for the judiciary. But at the moment, the Supreme Court has spoken, and that is the law.
Yvette Cooper.
The Attorney-General's acceptance at that point that the government got it wrong in this case is very welcome. So will he now advise the Prime Minister and the government to accept and agree with the content of this Supreme Court judgment, not just the obligation to abide by its conclusion, and in particular to accept that it is wrong for this government or any government to seek to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks rather than just for a few days without giving any reason, let alone, in the words of the Supreme Court, a good reason, to the public, to Parliament or to the courts that was wrong.
Hear, hear.
Well, I say to the right honourable lady that the judgment is clear. The government is assessing its short and long-term implications now, but she can be quite certain that the government will abide by its ruling and by the content and implications of its judgment.
Sir John Redwood.
What limits are there on the powers of the Supreme Court to intervene in how Parliament conducts its business? And what powers are there for them to intervene over the highly political matter of when and how we leave the European Union?
I think I understood my right honourable friend's question correctly. The court in this case, was giving its judgment on a particular issue, whether or not a prorogation of this length could be the subject of judicial control, and if so, what was the correct test to apply to that judicial control. And it chose to delineate a test which suggests that from now on, a prorogation of any length must be reasonably justified. That the court included in its analysis the fact that there was, before the House and before the country now, a particularly acute constitutional controversy, which made it even more important that the House should sit. I have to say, and I think there's nothing wrong in venturing to express respectful disagreement, but what that will mean in future is that the court will be obliged to assess whether or not a particular political controversy is sufficiently serious, excites sufficiently heated controversy, and as to warrant the House sitting for any particular length of time. But be that as it may, that is the test the court has set, and that is the test that now must be applied.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What message does the Attorney-General have for his colleagues in government who have been smearing and undermining Supreme Court judges? Some of this is not done in the heat of the moment. We've been hearing from one journalist that he's been sent copies of articles about Iranian judges comparing Supreme Court judges with them. Is he going to give an unequivocal message to his colleagues that they should resign if they undermine the Supreme Court's independence?
The judges do not exist immune from criticism. There is nothing wrong at all in any member of the public, be a member of Parliament or otherwise, in criticising a court judgment. But what is wrong is that motives of an improper kind should be imputed to any judge in this country. We are defenders of the entire democratic constitution, and we must be sure in everything we say, and I agree with the honourable lady, if this is what she means, that we do not impute improper motives. With the judgments, we can be robustly critical. With the motives, we cannot.
Jeremy Wright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not important, even in the course of argument on matters as important as these, to remember why we have the constitutional conventions that we do, and that government is entitled, as any other organisation or individual is, to receive legal advice in private? And if it does not, and if those who ask for it to be published get their way, what will happen is that legal advice will become increasingly guarded, increasingly equivocal, and progressively less useful to government in ministerial decision-making. And the consequence of that will be less good legal advice and less good ministerial decision-making.
Well, my right honourable and learned friend has great experience, as does my right honourable and learned friend sitting next to him, of the role which I now have the great privilege to occupy, and he knows how important confidentiality is to the ability of the attorney to give frank, unvarnished advice, sometimes unwelcome advice, to those who are conducting the policy of the government. So he's quite right. And he discharged his functions, as did my right honourable friend for Beaconsfield, with great distinction. And I'm proud to have been a successor of theirs.
Angela Eagle.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable and learned gentleman has made it quite clear that the judges in the Supreme Court had every right to come to the decision they came to, and in fact they came to it unanimously in an excoriating judgment which should put the government's front bench to shame. What is his view, therefore, of a leader of the House who persists in believing and makes it known that he feels the Supreme Court have instituted a constitutional coup? Surely he cannot remain in his post if he has that view.
There is nothing wrong with expressing robust, critical views about a judgment, insofar as it imputes inappropriate or improper motive, then it is wrong. So I think it's a question of wording and of being careful with one's language. But I took that remark, insofar as I saw it reported, simply to be a robust criticism of the judgment and nothing more, which is entitled.
Sir Oliver Letwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have absolute respect for the integrity and the competence of the Attorney-General. In the light of what he has told the House this morning, can he guarantee absolutely that, save potentially a few days before a Queen's speech, there can be no question of his permitting Her Majesty's Government to have a prorogation between now and the time of 31st October of this year?
What I can undertake to my right honourable friend is that there will be no prorogation that doesn't comply with the terms of the judgment of the Supreme Court.
Megillia.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney-General said that he's going to review whether advice should be published, but in answer to the former Attorney-General, he upheld and defended the privacy of that legal advice. So can he tell the House the scope of the review he's undertaking? Is it just when the government is defeated in the Supreme Court, or will it be drawn more widely?
What I'm considering is the public interest, and whether or not there are factors in this case connected closely with the public interest generally that should outweigh the Law Officers Convention and lead to disclosure. But that isn't only my decision. I'm in the position in a rough and approximate way between a lawyer and his client. And I must ensure that there's proper consultation, proper reflection on what the public interest requires. And that I have undertaken to the Right Honourable Lady who asked the urgent question to do. And in due course, I will make my mind up.
Sir Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, did it come as a surprise to my right honourable and learned friend that the Supreme Court ruled that the Act of Prorogation is not a proceeding in Parliament? And if that is the new law to which my right honourable friend has referred, would it be open to this Parliament to change the law back to what we thought it was before?
Did it come as a surprise, my honourable friend asked me. Quite a lot about the judgment came as a surprise. But that particular part proceeded from a quite strict or narrow interpretation of the Bill of Rights and what was a proceeding, and it was interpreted to apply the protection afforded by the Bill of Rights to the core and essential business of Parliament. And it was held, as my honourable friend will know, by the Supreme Court that such a proceeding, namely the execution of the Queen's Commission in the Lords in the presence of Mr. Speaker and those who attended that proceeding, was not sufficiently close to its core and essential business to attract the protection of the bill. It would, of course, be open to this House to decide to legislate otherwise, and no doubt that's one of the implications of this judgment that will have to be reflected upon in the coming months and years. I know that, there was a widespread view that it was indeed a proceeding in Parliament, but the Supreme Court is as entitled to redefine, or at least to take a view of its definition of the protection afforded by the Bill of Rights, as it is to invent a new legal principle as it did in this judgment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure many of us would like to congratulate the Honourable Learned Member for Edinburgh South West and Gina Miller for making sure that this remains a sovereign Parliament. The Honourable Lady asked a question of the Attorney which he hasn't answered. She asked him whether he could confirm that the Cabinet, or members of the Cabinet, and he's a member of that Cabinet, had asked to see his advice, but they were denied that opportunity. Can he confirm that his advice was requested by fellow members of the Cabinet, but it was denied?
Well, let me make plain that I have never denied any member of the Cabinet any sight of any advice of mine. I am not certain who and when else asked for that advice, but I certainly have never denied it.
Rory Stewart. Mr. Speaker, right honourable and learned friend agree that rather than being some newfangled, innovative decision, this was a profoundly conservative decision by the Supreme Court asserting the ancient sovereignty of Parliament, and that fundamentally the principle at stake here is that, of course, neither that court nor any other court should determine whether Brexit takes place. That decision has been made by the people. But it is for this House, the only directly elected representatives of the people, to determine the form in which that Brexit happens.
Let me say to my right honourable friend, the Supreme Court invoked the principle of parliamentary sovereignty and the principle, the Convention of Parliamentary Accountability, ministerial accountability to Parliament, as a justification for making justiciable the decision to prorogue, and that's what it was entitled to do, and it effectively amounts to converting a political convention into a legal rule. That traditionally was not thought to be possible. The Supreme Court has decided that it is, and I certainly do not in any way complain with its right to do so. But what I would say to my right honourable friend is, I would agree with him that Parliament has to determine the terms on which we leave. But this Parliament has declined 3 times to pass a withdrawal act with which the opposition, in relation to the withdrawal act, had absolutely no objection. It was then. We now have a wide number of this House setting its face against leaving at all. And when this government draws the only logical inference from that position, which is that it must leave, therefore, without any deal at all, it still sets its face, denying the electorate the chance of having its say in how this matter should be resolved. This Parliament is a dead Parliament. It should no longer sit. It has no moral right to sit on these green benches, and whatever
the House must come to order. We've got a lot of business to transact. There is a further urgent question. There are no fewer, I say, for the benefit of those observing, 5 ministerial statements. The attorney must be heard, and so, I hope, will lots of other people. The attorney.
They don't like to hear it, Mr. Speaker. They don't like the truth. Twice they have been asked to let the electorate decide upon whether they should continue to sit in their seats while they block 17.4 million people's votes. This Parliament is a disgrace. Given the opportunity, since I am asked, let me tell them the truth. They could vote no confidence at any time, but they're too cowardly. They could agree to a motion to allow this House to dissolve, but they're too cowardly to give it a go. This Parliament should have the courage to face the electorate. But it won't. It won't, because so many of them are really all about preventing us leaving the European Union at all. But the time is coming. The time is coming, Mr. Speaker, when even these turkeys won't be able to prevent Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Attorney General will find that the moral right I have to sit in this House is due to an election called by the Honourable Lady for Maidenhead, which she lost 40 seats in. And I will represent my constituents as long as I sit in this House, and I'm here elected by the people to do so. Could he tell this House how much taxpayers' money has he spent in closing down our voice?
All I'm suggesting to the honourable gentleman is that he gives his constituents the chance of electing him again.
Order! 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 I say to the honourable gentleman, the member for Kingston upon Hull East, that as a result of my prodigious efforts last week, audiences in New York, Boston and Zurich are now aware of the honourable gentleman as the noisiest member of the House. I always enjoy listening to the honourable gentleman, but preferably when he's on his feet rather than in his seat. The Attorney General.
If the honourable gentleman is so confident that his electorate will consider that his moral right to sit here is so strong, why doesn't he submit it to them now? All we need, I offer this to the front bench of the Labour Party, all we need is a one-line bill that we could put through with the Speaker's help, fixing the date of the general election by a simple majority, and we could have the election. Why doesn't he tell his front bench to put his confidence in his constituents to the test?
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my right honourable learned friend, having read the full summary of the judgment made yesterday by the Supreme Court, was also struck by something that seemed to be missing within their methodology. That when they stood up, they said, for the right of Parliament to hold any executive to account, at no point in there did they reference one of the ways, of course, of avoiding prorogation or dismissing it would have been to have had a vote of confidence in the government or to have voted for a general election. Does he not agree with me that that would have been the surefire way of the opposition parties to have secured an end to any prorogation and an immediate change of government if so wished, but they were frightened?
Yes, I entirely agree with my right honourable friend. In our constitution, when a government can no longer govern because the Parliament has withdrawn its assent, the moral and constitutional thing to do is have the courage of your convictions, which this spineless gang on the front bench here do not, to place a motion of no confidence before the House. But they haven't got the guts to put that motion of no confidence because most of them don't want their own leader in power.
Carol Monaghan.
Mr. Speaker, now, maybe say first of all to the Attorney-General that none of us on these benches are worried about a general election. The right honourable member for Surrey Heath has suggested that the unanimous verdict of the Supreme Court was the equivalent of the view of just a few academics, and the Leader of the House has described the verdict as a constitutional coup. Now, unfortunately, these views do gain traction amongst members of the public. So will the Attorney-General take this opportunity to give a strong statement of support both for the judgment of the Supreme Court and for the importance of the independence of the judiciary?
I think, in answer to the last point, if I may, of the Honourable Lady, I completely, firmly support the independence of our judiciary. In Scotland, in England, in Wales and in Northern Ireland, we have one of the finest judiciaries in the world. And the fact of the matter is the Supreme Court gave its judgment and its judgment must be respected. But that does not prevent robust criticism of the terms of that judgment, which will, I have no doubt, be subjected to that criticism. That is onside. What is not onside is the imputation of improper or inappropriate motives.
Sir Desmond Swain.
My right honourable friend, the member for Chingford, is right, Mr. Speaker. We had notice of the intention to prorogue. With your assistance, we could have entertained motions against it or even a motion of no confidence. So it was a coup, wasn't it?
Well, I know that my right honourable friend will know that I want to be, if I can, and when it comes to the judges, though not to this shower, but when it comes to the judges, I want to be respectful and careful. And it is important that we should understand that these judges are protectors of all our freedoms and all our rights.
Order! I don't normally offer stylistic advice to the Attorney-General, but his tendency to perambulate while orating is disagreeable to the House. He should face the House with confidence and assurance and an acknowledgement that the House wishes to hear his every utterance. The Attorney-General.
I wonder if you, Mr. Speaker, in a well-earned retirement, would like to give lessons to front benchers. It could be our beginnings of a new and very glorious, or even more glorious, career. I've now lost my thread entirely. They say they want me to sit down, so I'm going to. We'll gratify the opposition.
Mr. Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, I came into the chamber today thinking I felt sorry for the Attorney-General. But as he started, I did. Fair enough. But every word he has uttered, no shame today, no shame at all. The fact that this government cynically manipulated the prorogation to shut down this House so that it couldn't work as a democratic assembly. He knows that that is the truth. and to come here with this barrister's bluster to obfuscate the truth, and for a man like him, a party like this, and a leader like this Prime Minister, to talk about morals and morality is a disgrace.
I'm not sure I could discern in that marshmallow of the rhetoric any actual question. But insofar there was a question, there's an answer. If the honourable gentleman thinks that the government should no longer be governing, tell his leader to bring a motion of no confidence this afternoon. Tell his leader to agree to a simple one-line statute that fixes the election by a simple majority, and we would be delighted to meet him wherever he chooses in front of the electorate. Who will judge whether the machinations which he supports and the devices he resorts to in order to make sure this dead Parliament continues are right or wrong?
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney-General speaks of moral and constitutional courage. Can he explain to this House why the government didn't have the moral and constitutional courage to file a witness statement in the Supreme Court attesting to the truth of the position that was being outlined to the Supreme Court judges?
I can't, I'm afraid, make comments on matters that are plainly covered not only by the Convention but by legal professional privilege. But what I would say to my honourable friend is that the government's position was set out very clearly in argument, and if she follows it all, it went on for a very long time, and the Supreme Court decided against it. We accept that position.
Mr. Nicholas Edward Coleridge-Bowles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having lost in court, the Attorney-General is keen to try his hand at another test of an election, and maybe I can help him. In paragraph 41 of their unanimous judgment, the Supreme Court referred to two fundamental principles of our constitutional law, and I quote, "The first is the principle of parliamentary sovereignty, that laws enacted by the Crown in Parliament are the supreme form of law in our legal system, with which everyone, including the government, must comply." And that is the end of the quote. Can the Attorney-General confirm that he and the government will comply with the law known as the Benn Act, recently passed by this Parliament, that has received royal assent?
Yes.
Steve Baker.
Speaker, isn't it the case that, contrary to the shouted opinions of the front bench opposite, what the Supreme Court has done is to invent a new constitutional rule, just as Lord Sumption told us on the Today programme this morning, and Lord Sumption also said that this was a revolution. He described the decision as revolutionary. So isn't it the case that prior... she shouts shocking, it's Lord Sumption who said it. Yes, isn't it the case that prior to this revolutionary decision by the Supreme Court, it's quite likely, indeed probable, that his advice was entirely correct until the Supreme Court changed the law?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for the question. I can't disclose what advice I gave. The honourable lady who first asked this question had that answer, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to keep giving it today. But what I would say is that the Supreme Court did indeed, as it overtly and explicitly said, develop the law. It took what was a political convention, hitherto in all of the constitutional textbooks described as unenforceable by a court, and decided that it would set a test and convert it into a legal principle and a legal test. And that it was perfectly entitled to do, just as this House will in the coming months and years have to reflect upon the implications of it and whether it is content to leave that position untouched. But for the moment, it is the law, and the law must be obeyed.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Attorney General be very, very clear? Were the Director of Legislative Affairs, Nicky Da Costa, and the Cabinet Secretary, and indeed any other advisor, including the Leader of the House's office, asked to make sworn statements in these cases, and did they refuse to do so, and if so, why?
I simply cannot comment on matters that pertain to the internal preparations of cases which are covered by legal professional privilege. It's simply not reasonable to ask them to do so, particularly when it relates to individuals. So the honourable gentleman should make no assumptions one way or the other from what I'm saying. The fact is they're covered by privilege and they must be respected.
Vicky Ford.
There are many extremely distinguished and experienced lawyers in this House, but some of us are not lawyers, and many of our constituents are not lawyers. So could my right honourable friend, the Attorney General, explain this very clearly? Is this a new law? Does it set a new precedent? And if it is a new law and a new precedent, will the government comply with the new law and comply with the new precedent?
What it is a new principle of law which has been found to exist by the Supreme Court, and where hitherto it has not been thought that a court could go. But that is, the court is entitled to develop the common law, and that it has done. It does set a precedent. It is binding, unless this House, in due course, should consider it should take action to alter that position.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While yesterday's Supreme Court decision was extremely welcome, upholding parliamentary sovereignty, it should never have come to this. Our centuries-old unwritten constitution, based on gentlemen's agreements, is not fit for purpose when dangerous populists are in office. Will he therefore consider urgent proposals for a written constitution developed with real citizens' engagement, since our democracy belongs to all of us, not just those who think they're above the law?
Well, I have to say I have a degree of sympathy with what the Honourable Lady says. I do think that as we depart the European Union, there is ground for thinking again about our constitutional arrangements, how they should be ordered. And in doing so, I think a widespread public consultation of the kind she's describing would be essential, because any new constitutional arrangements would have to be sanctioned by the widest possible public support and assent. So I do have some sympathy, and no doubt over the coming months and years, this will be a subject of important concern to this House.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Given that 3 of the most distinguished lawyers in the country, including the Master of the Rolls and the Lord Chief Justice, found in the lower court that the government's case was entirely correct, can the Attorney General enlighten puzzled non-lawyers like me as to why not even 1 out of 11 Supreme Court judges could be found to agree with them?
I think my honourable friend is asking me to look there into a crystal ball. Far be it from me to fathom the inscrutable minds of their lordships in the Supreme Court as to why they chose not to dissent if they were minded to dissent, or to agree if they were minded not to agree.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, for one, am delighted that we are sitting. But the Attorney General is absolutely right about one thing. The result of yesterday's ruling is that all future prorogations will be justiciable by the courts. The only answer to that, frankly, is legislation by this House. My gentle suggestion is that it might be a good idea if prorogation in the future were only allowed to proceed if there had been a vote in this House in favour of it.
Well, that is obvious, if I may say to the honourable gentleman, that is as I would expect from him, particularly in his new guise as an aspirant to even higher office, constructive, helpful, impartial and a model to us all.
That's cool.
I think, but I'm not sure, that the Attorney-General is seeking to help the honourable gentleman. Charlie Elphick.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Attorney-General that in applying this new legal principle that has been created or invented by the Supreme Court, how many prorogations in the last century would have passed muster to the test that has been created? How can this longest session that this House has had since the Civil War now be lawfully brought to an end and a Queen's speech lawfully brought forward? And finally, is royal assent a proceeding in Parliament?
As to my honourable friend's first question, plainly, if one re-examines the historical records, there is no doubt that there would have been some, possibly quite a few prorogations that under this test might have had difficulty in passing. For example, Ramsay MacDonald prorogued this Parliament in 1930 for some months during the course of a minority government, at a time when the Great Wall Street crash had happened in 1929, and when I've no doubt that some would say the House should have sat to determine the onset of the Great Depression and to debate those important matters. But the courts looked on. They looked on impassively as that Labour government decided to prorogue. And again in 1948, and right up into the 1990s, when it was said that a Parliament had been prorogued in order to avoid an embarrassing Select Committee inquiry. And from now on, when our Prime Minister has to prorogue Parliament, he'll have to look at all the Select Committees and see what inquiries they're doing, and which chairman of which Select Committee might say, in a mortally wounded and offended manner, why to prorogue and not to allow my Select Committee to report is a matter of public importance, which I'll go to court and stop the prorogation for. So I do think that this test set by the Supreme Court invites quite a number of significant questions. I do.
Luciana Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney-General has told us that he doesn't agree with the judgment and that he argued against it. If that is the case, and the Attorney-General was so convinced that prorogation was lawful, why didn't he and the government provide a witness statement to the Supreme Court to make that case?
Absolutely right.
Look, there are all kinds of reasons why, in judicial reviews, witness statements are not given in cases of this kind. And I cannot discuss the internal counsels of the preparations of a legal case because it is covered by an wholly appropriate, I'm sure she understands, legal professional privilege.
Stevenson.
Given that Parliament is at the apex of our constitutional system, does the Attorney-General believe that the appointment of Supreme Court judges should receive the formal approval of Parliament?
No. I understand the question of my honourable friend, and I say to him quite frankly, I think that that is a matter which this House in the coming months and years may need to reflect upon, depending upon how the constitutional arrangements of the Honourable Lady for Brighton, forgive me, Brighton and Hove, but Brighton Pavilion, indicating. Because I do think that we are going to have to look again at our constitutional arrangements. And we should see if we could find some common ground on that. We need to have a proper consideration of it. As we leave the European Union, a great gap opens up from where we take away from legal integration all of this European Union law, and we need to think about the implications of that. So I agree that one matter may very well be whether there will need to be parliamentary scrutiny of judicial appointments in some manner. I have to say that I'm not enthusiastic about it, but I understand why my honourable friend asked.
McFadden.
The Attorney's defence today with regard to the Supreme Court judgment appears to be that because the government won the semi-final, they should have been awarded the trophy. That is not how it works. And in the final, he should acknowledge that the government lost 11-0. With regard to his call, which repeats the call from the Prime Minister for the public to break the Brexit deadlock by casting their votes, if he's so keen for a public vote on Brexit, why does he not offer the public the chance to vote on the final government Brexit deal, however that turns out?
Because I'll tell him why. Because I think it would be an insult to the millions who voted in the first to have a second one before we'd implemented the first. Secondly, let me be, that's what I think. I know people disagree, but that's a legitimate point of view. But the second thing, I think, is this. The question now of this House is whether the government is going to be permitted to govern. If the opposition does not wish to allow it to govern, then its morally correct thing to do is to seek to have an election. What I object to here is that this party and this side of the House has repeatedly sought to block that and to prevent the electorate from having its say when this Parliament is as dead can be.
Mr. Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following on from that, would the Attorney-General accept that the vast majority of people I talk to have great faith in this government, but they have no faith in this Remain Parliament? And whilst there are important legal implications for yesterday's ruling, the practical implications of that ruling is that this Remain Parliament that has talked about Brexit for over 3.5 years will now get several more weeks to do what they possibly can to talk about Brexit, but make absolutely certain that 17.4 million people never get what they voted for.
I wholly understand the strength of feeling of my honourable friend, and I agree with almost all of it.
Catherine McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney-General accepts that his legal advice was wrong, that the government got this wrong. Whether in law or not, it was patently obvious to everybody watching that it was wrong to prorogue Parliament in that way. The United Kingdom head of state was asked by the Prime Minister to agree to an illegal course of action based on incorrect advice. What does he believe should be the consequences for those responsible?
The same consequences that flow from any good faith implementation of advice that at the time is perfectly respectable and tenable advice, as this was. The fact of the matter is that the government's position was that the prorogation was lawful and it was constitutional. Now, that was the advice that the government had. It was the advice that it gave to those who asked it. And the Supreme Court has decided we're wrong. We accept that, as I've been asked. And respectable point of view.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Sleaford and North Wycombe voted to leave the European Union, and many of them have written to me since yesterday's judgment concerned about whether that will be delivered. Can my right honourable friend, the Attorney-General, confirm there is nothing in this judgment that will prevent us from leaving the EU on the 31st of October, as they voted for in the referendum?
I think that there is nothing in this judgment that applies directly to the question of our departure to the European Union. So, as the Justices made clear, this was a decision solely on the lawfulness of the prorogation.
Mr. Speaker, further to the question by my honourable friend, the member for Grantham and Stamford, has the government been seeking a route not to comply with the Ben Act as several ministers have made clear? And has he been asked to offer legal advice to that effect?
I can't answer the last question, as he well knows. As Attorneys General, have long maintained the Convention, we cannot disclose either the fact or content of any advice. But I will deal with the first point. There's no question of this government not obeying the law. There is a question as to precisely what obligations the law might require of the government, but once those obligations are ascertained with clarity, and I'm not saying that they aren't clear, I'm just saying that it's a legitimate consideration the government must go through, the government will obey them.
Mr. Speaker, set alongside the decision of the Supreme Court, what force in law does the decision of the British people to leave the European Union have?
The law in relation to the referendum is that it was not binding upon this Parliament. It was binding in every moral sense upon those who promised the British people that it would be implemented, but it was not binding as a matter of law.
Deirdre Brock.
The Attorney General excuses recent comments by members of this House as simply the expression of robust critical views. But wouldn't you agree that, in fact, those who were arguing recently that Brexit would give back control to the UK courts and the UK Parliament have now completely U-turned and are actively working to undermine those institutions?
No, I think that's a ridiculous assertion, in fact. I mean, the reality is that what we who believe in leaving the European Union have fought so long for is to return to the United Kingdom the power to chart its own course, ungoverned by unelected or other institutions in the European Union. Now, how we arrange our constitutional arrangements is a matter for us, and it should be a matter for us. It should be a matter for the democratic assent of all the peoples of the United Kingdom. So I don't believe for a moment that this government or this side of the House is trying in any way to avoid that. What we're trying to do is make sure those powers come back to the British people where they should reside.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable and learned friend agree with me that, contrary to the repeated claims of the Prime Minister's many political opponents, that the moment he announced prorogation he broke the law, the fact is he did not? Because, as we all know now, the Supreme Court judgment yesterday set new law.
The Supreme Court judgment said that the government got the law wrong. We have to accept that, but it is perfectly true that in doing so, they effectively invented or created a new legal principle, which hitherto had been a political convention, and defined that principle in a new legal test. It's a crystal ball gazing to know whether any court would decide to do that. It did, though the court below, led by the Lord Chief Justice, concluded that it should not.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the Attorney General's theatrical rant earlier, he inadvertently forgot to answer the question from my right honourable friend, the member for Dellen. How much has this prorogation cost the taxpayer, and all the legal advice and all the legal consequences cost the UK taxpayer?
Answer. Well, I don't know is the answer to that question, but I'm sure if the honourable gentleman wants to know, he can put down a written question, or I'm happy to write to him if you like. I'm very happy to disclose that in due course once the costs are known. But I may say to the honourable gentleman, all those costs could have been saved if he just voted for an election. We could have avoided these cascades of cash falling upon so many lawyers in so many jurisdictions by the simple act of him having the moral guts and not being chicken, which is what they are.
Gerald Gillan.
On the subject of taxation, could my right honourable and learned friend advise me? These legal actions, I believe, have been part funded by crowdfunding. Will that funding be taxable, and will the tax payable on that crowdfunding have to be paid by the individuals bringing the cases?
I don't believe they're taxable, but I have to say to my right honourable and learned friend that I would need to, if she would permit me to look into it, and if she wishes, I'll certainly write to her on the subject.
Helen Goodman.
Speaker, earlier this morning, the Attorney-General set out again his long-held views about why publishing his advice is not a good idea. So has he requested a leak inquiry to discover who gave documents to Sky News last night? And if he hasn't, is that because he's worried it'll unmask machinations in number 10?
Well done. Yeah, good question. They aren't just my long-standing views, as I know the honourable lady will accept. They are the long-standing views of successive attorneys of all governments over many, many years. As to the second question she asks, I am not aware whether there is or isn't a leak inquiry, but these days I'm so used to the porousness of government that frankly I use Cabinet these days to advertise whenever I need to some particular cause that I want to espouse. The reality is that this government, this Parliament, is in a position where we need to go to the electorate, and I would urge her to support that as soon as possible, because it is the only morally right thing to do, to subject these debates to the public again.
Amber Rudd.
Mr. Speaker, I must raise my concerns about the Attorney-General constantly saying that this Parliament is dead. This Parliament was elected in 2017. It reflects the divisions in this country, the divisions in our communities and the divisions in our families. The failure is that we have not yet reached a compromise. Many of us long to leave the European Union, as we set out in the referendum, but are frustrated by the fact that we have not been able to find a consensus amongst the different factions. Can I urge the Attorney-General to work with colleagues to try and find that compromise and to cease this language of pitting Parliament against the people?
I assure my right honourable friend that if I hadn't been driven to this language, I would never have used it. The fact is... Oh, yes. The fact of the matter is that the opposition won't let the government govern. The opposition won't do what the opposition should do in these circumstances, which is vote for an election. By any standards, the government is in a minority. It's having the order paper taken over from it again and again, and no doubt further attempts to come. And that is the very definition of a Parliament that won't fulfil its responsibilities, either to let the Queen's government to be able to be conducted or to opt for a general election. That is why I call this a dead Parliament, and I do so advisedly. And I know my right honourable friend knows. Nobody worked harder than I for compromise. Nobody worked harder than I did for compromise. Nobody worked harder than I did to put through the withdrawal agreement that was put before this House. I and she worked hard to put this through, but I've now reached a sad and heavy conclusion that this Parliament's no longer worth sitting or worth the candle, and it should be gone for any good it's doing.
Dr. Philip Lee.
Honourable and learned gentlemen, the approach today probably should have had more humility and less levity, because there is widespread sympathy for the difficulty of his position offering legal advice in such challenging circumstances. In view of the fact that his advice on prorogation has been found to be unlawful, and building on questions previously, can he answer to the House whether he has been asked by the Prime Minister to proffer advice on the legality and whether it would be lawful to ignore the instruction of the Benn Act. Whether he is offered advice or not is not subject to privilege.
Words fail me, Mr. Speaker. They really do. The right honourable gentleman arises in the full force of his morality, having been elected for one party and sitting there for another. His honourable friend who did the chicken run, the rat run before him, having said already that she thinks there should be a by-election when people change their parties, he has the nerve to arise and suggest somehow that I should have affected greater humility. I think he should be on his knees to his own constituents, on his knees to his own constituents, begging their forgiveness for his betrayal. The fact of the matter is, the question is subject to the Law Officers' Convention, as he knows, and I cannot answer him. But I would suggest that when he's back here re-elected by his constituents, as no doubt he has a confidence that he will be, ask me then, and maybe I'll give him an answer outside.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable and learned friend agree with me that if Her Majesty's government chooses to push its prerogative powers to the limit, as indeed it is quite entitled to do, if perhaps not necessarily well advised to do, that it should both expect the challenge that it has had and perhaps the conclusion that's arisen from that?
I didn't hear a word of that. I'm very sorry, and I'd be most grateful.
There was a very unattractive rant fest taking place between honourable members on opposite sides of the House, each gesticulating aggressively at each other. It's a very undesirable state of affairs. Let's have a bit of calm. Let's have the question again and the answer, but we want to proceed fairly quickly. Mr. Lefroy.
Hear me again, Mr. Speaker. It's not normally you're most generous, but would my right honourable and learned friend agree with me that if Her Majesty's government wishes to push its prerogative powers to the very limits, which it is quite entitled to do, if perhaps not always well advised to do, that the kind of consequences we've seen in the last few days are inevitable?
I think that in any situation where constitutional powers are pushed to their limits, it's bound to cause strain. And I completely accept that we are in an unprecedented time now when constitutional limits are being pressed on all sides. In this House, by seizing control of order papers, by rejecting the opportunity for elections when they won't let the government govern. These are factors that place huge strain upon our constitutional arrangements. And I agree with him that it would be a good thing if we could resume calmer waters, which no doubt we will, because I have every faith and confidence in the good sense of this country and in the end the good sense of this House to be able to come to a solution, and that solution must be, I believe, a general election.
Order. A number of honourable members are standing to contribute who were not standing at the start of the statement. That of itself is perfectly reasonable, and I will seek to accommodate them if a thought has occurred to them that they want to convey or the question that they want to put would otherwise go unasked. But once those who are standing have asked their questions pithily, we must move on to the next urgent question. Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney-General has really tried to take the high moral ground on this, but I have to wonder what morals were applied by the government that led to yesterday's Supreme Court decision. So can he tell the House, when was it that he first became aware that the advice that was given to Her Majesty the Queen, to the Speaker of this House, and this House itself, about the reasons for prorogation, and that those reasons were not true?
That, if I may say so, is what we used to call in advocacy terms a "when did you stop beating your wife" question. The reality is I don't accept the premise of the question. There is no question that the Supreme Court found in any way that any advice that had been given that was consciously or knowing misleading.
John Whittingdale.
Would my right friend agree
that there is a judgment which is superior to that of any courts, and that is the judgment of the British people, which has once been given on the question of whether or not this country should remain a member of the European Union, but has twice been prevented from being expressed in a vote of this House. And is it not now time that we should allow them to give their judgment on this Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree with more than my right honourable friend. The time has come. Well, the fact is this Parliament has no further point. There's no possibility of us governing while this Parliament continues to block everything it does.
Extreme brevity now required. Single sentence questions, please, without preamble. Lady Herman.
Thank you much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I've listened very carefully to the Attorney-General, haven't agreed with a fraction of what he has said. But I would like the Attorney-General to answer a specific question. Did it never cross his mind that if the Prime Minister made a ridiculous decision to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks in the run-up to Brexit, which is the greatest constitutional change to the UK for years, that the courts would rule that to be an unlawful prorogation of Parliament?
If I were to answer that question, tempting though it is, particularly from my honourable, I was going to say my honourable friend, the honourable lady, but she's a friend as well, I would be transgressing the Law Office's convention, because I would be telling her what advice I had or hadn't given. But if she asks me, did it occur to me? Well, of course it did. Of course it occurred to me. Any barrister who enters into litigation, if it doesn't occur to him that he might lose, is a bit of a nit, isn't he? I mean, really. Of course it occurred to me we might lose. But the reality is it would be ridiculous not to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Attorney-General agree with the views of the overwhelming majority of my constituents in Gillingham and Rainham that the continued delay in delivering on the result of the referendum by the 31st of October is leading to the public having a lack of confidence in our democratic process, and the only way to resolve that is to have that election now and let the public decide?
I completely agree with the honourable gentleman. He's put his finger right on it. It is this continuing artificial prolongation of this dead Parliament is undermining people's confidence. I know why they're not doing it, because they know they won't survive. But they've got to have the courage of their convictions and get on with it and put it to the country.
Rachel Maskell.
Speaker, the Attorney-General is trying to exonerate his and his government's determinations by saying that the Supreme Court created new laws, something he said at the dispatch box. Isn't it the role, and wasn't it the action of the Supreme Court to interpret existing law?
That is, of course, one function of what a court's role is, but a court is perfectly entitled to develop the common law. And I don't think there could be any doubt that that's what happened in this case.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. It's often said that a lawyer who acts for himself has a fool for a client. And it's also worrying if the lawyer is not aware of the costs of the case in continuing with the advice. So could the Attorney-General, when he makes a statement about the costs to the taxpayer, include the costs to the House Authority of having to reconvene on 24 hours' notice and the inconvenience to the staff here?
Well, I may say so, Mr. Speaker. May I place on record my endorsement entirely for your expression of gratitude to the staff of the House. They do an extraordinarily great job, and we are deeply grateful to them and grateful for the speed with which they've been able to facilitate the resumption of Parliament.
Angela Smith.
Mr. Speaker, the question of who had sight of the legal advice before the decision was taken remains unanswered. So I ask the Attorney-General once again, did the Cabinet have sight of the legal advice, and did the Prime Minister's Chief Advisor, Dominic Cummings, have sight of the legal advice?
Attorney-General.
The Honourable Lady will know that I cannot disclose whether I gave advice or the content of any such advice. It is covered by the Law Office's convention. The question is, was the advice shown? Presumes that there was advice. So it simply contradicts the Law Office's convention. I wish I could answer a question, but I can't.
Wayne David.
Following yesterday's Supreme Court judgment, the Prime Minister presumably got in touch with Buckingham Palace and offered his apology to Her Majesty the Queen for giving unlawful advice. My question is, did the Attorney General speak to the Prime Minister before the conversation took place?
I didn't, no.
Seems we can't remember.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder, would he agree with me that any reasonable Attorney General acting with due care would query, would challenge and perhaps even laugh at any suggestion that 5 weeks of prorogation was necessary in order to prepare for a Queen's speech?
Attorney General. I think I understood the honourable discussion, but I don't agree with its premise, no.
Geraint Davis.
The Attorney has accepted the Supreme Court's judgment that the government acted illegally in closing down democracy, but will he accept his duty, his fundamental duty, to uphold the rule of law and democracy and not fan the flames of hatred with the people against the courts, the people against democracy on the road to fascism, as he appears to be doing today by making fun of the Supreme Court and saying they're making things up as they go along? We make the law, they interpret the law, and he and all of us should obey the law.
The honourable gentleman really needs to listen more closely to what I say. The Supreme Court was perfectly entitled to reach the view it did. It did so by reasoned decision-making. It was entirely within the scope of its jurisdiction. But there's no question that it developed the common law in doing so. That's all I've said, and that's what courts often do.
Sam Jima.
Mr. Speaker, it is not fear of the electorate that drives some of us in this House. It is our determination to do the right thing by our constituents and the country against a government that is determined to deliver Brexit at any price. Mr. Speaker, you've had government ministers saying today that somehow the judgment that has been handed down by the Supreme Court could be disputed by other parties. But they never say which aspects of it they disagree with and on what basis. Could the Attorney General let us know, when ministers cast doubt on this judgment, what exactly they disagree with and why they are doing that in public?
Attorney General. The honourable gentleman asks me about why ministers might contest parts of the judgment. There's nothing wrong with the government or the honourable gentleman or any other member of the public seeking to argue that parts of the judgment were either mistaken or poorly reasoned. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but there's no harm in people doing it because that is part of democratic debate. What is wrong, and what I deplore, and what I urge all members of this House not to do, is to impugn the motives of those who make the decisions. Because these are fine judges who reach their decisions impartially on what they think is the best view of the law. And I have no doubt that is what the Supreme Court did in this case. But I'm not, if I may, going to go into all the areas of the judgment that are fragile or vulnerable to alternative arguments. The arguments of the government were set out in writing. The judgment of the Lord Chief Justice in the Divisional Court was brilliantly reasoned, was in the government's view entirely right, but the Supreme Court chose to disagree with it.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the repeated denials from the Prime Minister, it's been obvious from the angry reaction of Brexiteers in the last 24 hours that this attempted prorogation was about Brexit and nothing else. Isn't the real reason why nobody would testify under oath as to what the government's reasons were was that even in the government nobody believed that the Prime Minister's reasons were the truth?
If the Prime Minister had wished to prevent this House from debating Brexit, he would have prorogued it from the 5th of September to the 14th of October. Because he allowed, even we knew, does it seriously suggest that the government was blind to the possibility that in the first few days of resumption after the 4th of September, that it was not possible that exactly what happened would happen? If we'd wished to close down all debate and prevent the option of legislation, which was ultimately taken by this House with the consent of Mr. Speaker, we could have prorogued it from the 5th, but we didn't. There was, and furthermore, on the 14th of October, there would have been 2.5 more weeks for this House to act. With respect, all this talk about a coup is just nonsense. Inflamed political tripe, invented and inflated so that this gang can justify clinging to their green benches for another few undeserved weeks. That's what it's all about.
Ian C. Luca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The authors of this failed political trick, the Prime Minister and Dominic Cummings, have fallen in treating Parliament with contempt. What is truly contemptible and what is cowardly is Dominic Cummings refusing to give evidence to a select committee and being in contempt of Parliament, and now hiding behind the skirts of the Prime Minister, who is supporting an individual who's working for the government in not giving evidence to a select committee. Does the Attorney General think that is a respectable position?
I'm not sure it's a question for the Attorney General. I'm sure the honourable gentleman can find somebody who's able to deal with it better than I. But what I would say is that attacking people who can't answer for themselves in this House is not appropriate, and I wouldn't myself choose to do it.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Attorney General explain why there is a lack of signed witness statements, or is it the case that we all know the civil servants couldn't defend indefensible and they thought the government was at it all along?
Well, as I've said in the past, Mr. Speaker, I can't answer questions about witness statements or the internal preparations of the government's case for this Supreme Court.
Alex Norris.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney says that this Parliament doesn't want to do any work, does not wish to legislate. He is wrong. There are very, very many, very important issues that we are desperate to legislate on, none more important than the domestic abuse bill that members across this place and the other place have worked together on for 2 years now, and could easily come before this place, get this into law and make this and improve the lives of tens of thousands across the country. Will the Attorney put aside his confected outrage and speak to his honourable friend, the Leader of the House, and ask him to schedule tomorrow and next week the important stages of this crucial bill?
I certainly will talk to the Chief Whip about it. If there's a consent on all sides for this House, we might as well do something while we're waiting for them to make up their minds to go for an election.
Patricia Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, the Queen has been misled, the law has been broken, and Scotland's Supreme Court has ruled that the Prime Minister has been less than honest. Yet there is not a hint of humility from the benches opposite. What sanctions does the Attorney General think the Prime Minister is playing fast and loose with our democratic institutions' merits? And is the Attorney General seriously coming before us today to tell us that the Prime Minister's position is terrible? Is it not the case that the decent thing for the Prime Minister to do is go?
Well, can I encourage her then to ensure that we vote for the election motion that will be coming before the House shortly? That way she can ensure that what she thinks, no doubt, will take place. But the reality is, no, I don't agree. The Supreme Court found no impropriety on behalf of the government, the Prime Minister, or anybody else.
Ian Paisley.
Mr. Speaker, does the Attorney General believe that the judgment has left 17.5 million people feeling more disenfranchised than they've ever been? And how should the government and this House repair that damage?
I completely agree. The actions of this House are bringing it into discredit. It is abandoning almost all reasonable precedent. The time has come for a general election, and to resist it is immoral, unparliamentary and undemocratic. But that is a decision this opposition has taken. Let us wait and see what the electorate make of it. But I hope that they will understand that what this government is doing is trying to fulfil the mandate of those 17.4 million people. And we will never cease until we succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is reassuring to see we are indeed carrying on where we left off. As a senior lawyer himself, will the Attorney-General agree with me that any attempts to describe the considered unanimous and unambiguous decision of the Supreme Court as a constitutional coup are nothing more than constitutional bull?
I'm not sure I could adopt that language in a parliamentary way, but this was a legitimate, perfectly reasonable, proper decision of the Supreme Court. We should be proud of our judiciary, proud of its independence in all jurisdictions. I apply that to the inner house, the outer house, the divisional court. Lawyers will disagree on some of these complex and fundamental principles, and that is what has happened here.
Order. And if the point of order relates to the matter of which we've just treated, that is to say this statement, then I will, at my discretion, take it. Point of order, Emma Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During that question and answer session, the Attorney-General made a joke about the phrase, "When did you last stop beating your wife?" Now, part of the reason people are so upset about the prorogation is because the domestic violence bill has fallen, as my honourable friend has just mentioned. Mr. Speaker, can I seek your advice on how maybe the Attorney-General can learn to moderate his language and not make jokes about domestic violence?
Well, it's open to the Attorney to respond if he so wishes, although he's not obliged to do so. Very briefly, the Attorney.
Let me say, if I give an offence, I certainly didn't mean to. It's an old saying at the bar, which is... Listen. Which simply relates to a cross-examination technique of asking a question that presumes the premise. And it's the way in which we were taught. If I've given offence, I apologise.
I thank the Attorney for responding. This is a matter of extreme sensitivity. And what I would say to the Honourable Lady, and more widely to the House, is that it is incredibly important that we are sensitive to the wider implications and interpretation of what we say. And the mores of society do change, and sometimes one can find that things that one has quite freely said in the past without causing offence can no longer be said without causing offence. But each member must make his or her own judgment. The Attorney made his, and the Attorney has said what he has said, and I thank him for that. Point of order, Craig McKinley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologise for not giving you advance notice for this, but it's advice that I think is very relevant to this debate. We have heard much of how the Supreme Court has extended its remit into the actions of the executive and how that may play out into the future. I wondered if you could give advice, perhaps to your successor, whether the actions and decisions of the Speaker of this House should be similarly subject to judicial review and how that may work into the future.
I'm extraordinarily grateful to the honourable gentleman, but as an attempted point of order, frankly, in old-fashioned O-level terms, with which I'm familiar and of which the honourable gentleman is probably aware, that would get an unqualified. I'm afraid. It wasn't even a good try. I don't bear any ill will to the honourable gentleman, but if people are going to have a go at these things, the degree of nuance, subtlety and ingenuity would at least command respect. But there is a grade, and I'm afraid it was way, way, way below the grade. Yes, OK. Point of order. If it's on these matters, but not beyond. Point of order, Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and apologies I did not give you advance notice. During the exchange just before, the Attorney-General said this Parliament is a dead Parliament, and he said it repeatedly, and it should no longer sit, it has no moral right to sit on these green benches. Mr. Speaker, can you advise me how we can ensure that the Attorney-General makes a statement, retracts those words, because they are beneath him, they are beneath this place. I was sent here by the people of Livingston and Scotland, as were my colleagues sent by their constituents, and our position should not be undermined by, frankly, such flippant and ridiculous language.
There is an important issue here. Is something that causes offence required to be withdrawn? The answer to that, I must say in all candour to the Honourable Lady, whose sincerity I respect, is no. Lots of things are said that may cause offence or provoke umbrage, and about which there will be dispute, but there was nothing disorderly about what the attorney said. The Honourable Lady has registered her view with considerable force and alacrity, and it will be on the record for her constituents to observe. No impropriety has taken place. And I think we can now proceed to the urgent question. Layla Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport if she will make a statement on payments made by her department to Hacker House and on how her department manages possible conflicts of interest. I thank...
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey, very much indeed. Minister Matt Warman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this question today, and I am answering it because it is my portfolio. As honourable members may be aware, my department runs a programme known as the Cyber Security Immediate Impact Fund. The fund is one of a range of programmes, Mr. Speaker, designed to increase the number and diversity of people who are pursuing careers in the cybersecurity profession. And through the fund, we want to support new, creative and innovative projects that are delivered by a range of organisations, including start-ups and SMEs. We have supported a variety of initiatives awarding grants of between £20,000 and £500,000 since March 2018. Hacker House is one of the businesses that was awarded a £100,000 grant in February 2019 as part of our second funding round. To date, they have been paid some £47,000 for work completed. This is a grant that was awarded by officials from DCMS, by the Department for Education, by Tech UK, and indeed by people from the National Cyber Security Centre. And if she wishes to impugn the motives of those officials, I would invite her to think very carefully before she does so. To date, we have awarded 11 companies to deliver 12 initiatives. Over 400 people, Mr. Speaker, have benefited from support through this fund, and our objective is that even more people will benefit as the businesses with whom we partner further invest in a sector that I know she agrees is vital to the future of our security and our economy. This is part of our mission as a department to identify untapped talent and to help a broader range of individuals who have the capabilities and aptitude to develop their careers in cybersecurity. And I would like to assure the House that all grants are awarded through an open, transparent and competitive process, Mr. Speaker. Each grant is judged on specific assessment criteria and is approved by the panel I referred to earlier with cross-departmental and industry representation. We are, of course, aware of the claims raised recently by the Sunday Times, and the department is reviewing the decision that was taken, but we monitor all initiatives that have been awarded grant funding, Mr. Speaker, and we treat any allegations of impropriety with the utmost seriousness. And as soon as I have any further information to share on this matter, I will, of course, update the House at the earliest possible opportunity.
Layla Moran.
I thank the Minister for his reply. I should make it clear, I care very little about the personal life of the Prime Minister, but I care a lot about how this government manages conflicts of interest and how it spends taxpayers' money. And on that basis, I am concerned that the department appears to have given Hacker House a £100,000 grant in January 2019 as part of the Cyber Skills Immediate Impact Fund, a grant that was open to initiatives based in and that operate from Britain, and that furthermore these grants should not exceed 50% of the company's revenue. We now know that Hacker House is not based in the UK. The Sunday Times reports that its owner, Jennifer Arcuri, moved back to the USA in June 2018. These grants weren't open for application until November. The registered address of the company is in fact a house in Cheshire, where she used to rent, and the current occupant apparently sends any post addressed to Miss Arcuri back to sender. Mr. Speaker, where is the due diligence? What steps did the department take to ensure that Hacker House was indeed based in and operating in the UK? Why did officials waive the rule that the grant could not exceed 50% of the company's collective income? And I ask, how many of the other 11 companies that we now found have had these grants have had this kind of preferential treatment? And did the Prime Minister, then the backbencher, Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge, did he make any representations, official or otherwise, to the department recommending Hacker House for this funding? The department says that it will investigate the award of the grant, but will the Minister tell us when will this review conclude and will it be made fully public? But the misuse of public funds and conflicts of interest in relation to Ms Arcuri run deeper than just this matter. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the Minister will not be able to speak for the actions of the Prime Minister when he was the Mayor of London, but would he, on behalf of the Government and the Prime Minister, ensure that all departments will fully cooperate with the investigation being launched by the London Assembly Oversight Committee into how the Mayor's Office handled conflicts of interest? Mr. Speaker, the fact that we are back in the Commons today is because the Prime Minister has been shown to ride roughshod over the laws of this land. It would indeed be disappointing if we were to find that the Prime Minister has form in bending the rules for personal or political gain.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that the Prime Minister and his staff have had absolutely no role in the award of this grant. And I suspect I will be saying that a number of times, but it will remain the case. In answer to the other questions that she has raised, the review will be reporting by the end of next month, and I have said that I will update the House where necessary. Of course, we will fully cooperate with any other inquiries. She raises the matter of the match funding, or the 50%. The officials involved in awarding these grants scored this particular application very highly in all other aspects. On that aspect, as they routinely do in a number of other situations, then they decided that the other aspects more than outweighed that particular individual criteria. And on the question of where the company is based, the officials have done the usual due diligence on this company. She herself mentioned the address where it is based. It will, of course, be a part of the review that we are doing. But, as I say, this is a company that is based in Britain as far as Companies House is concerned. It is a company with a British phone number. We will review that, but we have no reason to think we have no reason to think that there is anything untoward in this particular matter. And to just finally address the range of issues that she raised at the end of her question, if she wants to raise matters about a grant that was awarded by officials through the proper process, then this is, of course, a completely legitimate forum. If she wants to use this to try and spread tittle-tattle that is much more around politics, then I would say that she should think very carefully before doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome what the Minister said about the review being conducted in the department. He'll know that the Secretary of State is due to give evidence to the DCMS Select Committee on the 16th of October. Could I ask whether he or the Secretary of State could write to the Select Committee before then with an update on the terms of reference for the review, any results from the review so far, and also details of other awards made to other companies and how much was given under the same scheme?
Minister. I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for that question. My right honourable friend assures me that we are more than happy to write to his committee and, of course, the awards that were made to other companies. These are no secret. There was a press release put out about these things. We are, of course, happy to provide his committee with more details of that.
Tom Watson.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome the Minister to his new role. and thank the member for Oxford Western Abingdon for her forensic questioning this morning. Now, this company, Hacker House, got the grant of £100,000. I've looked at the stated aim of this fund. It says increasing the diversity and numbers of those working in the UK's booming cybersecurity sector and to develop a sustainable supply of homegrown cybersecurity talent. As I understand it, Hacker House is a company headquartered in California, and the principal owners of the company live in the United States. The company claims to have employees in London, but refuses to reveal who they are or where they are. It is very difficult to see how the company fulfilled the criteria for these grants. So will the Secretary of State explain to us how Hacker House met the criteria of these grants? Was the connection with the then Foreign Secretary or any other MP in this House declared when the application was made? Will all applications and paperwork relating to Hacker House, the Hacker House grant, now be published in the library or be made available for public scrutiny? Did any MPs lobby on behalf of this company in regard to this or other grants granted by government departments? The broader questions that he has alluded to need answering in this case because they keep coming back to the current Prime Minister. The issue of whether he has represented the interests of this company or other companies require scrutiny, as the chair of the DCMS Select Committee has alluded to. This is fundamentally a question of character and of suitability. Is the Prime Minister of sufficient character to occupy high office and disperse public funds? Is he suitable? Does he understand that the trappings and privileges of power come with restrictions and restraints? Is he capable of restraining himself? The truth is that our Prime Minister does reckless things. He is a man whose character renders him unsuitable and unfit for the office he holds. I want answers to these questions, but we all know the broader, essential truth. We can all see who Boris Johnson is.
Minister. Well, the honourable member said it was a pleasure to see me in my place. It's a pleasure to see him still in his, although I'm not sure how many of his honourable friends share that view. I am, of course, happy to repeat what I said before. The Prime Minister has had no role whatsoever in this application, and it is, I think, important to bear in mind that this is a decision made by officials, including people from the National Cybersecurity Centre, including people from the DFE, from DCMS as well. These are honourable people doing the right thing, and they should not be, their reputation should not be impugned in the way that he seeks to do so. Was there any lobbying? I have said no, there was not, either from the Prime Minister or from any other member of Parliament. The bid that was submitted in the first place from Hacker House, I have it here. We will seek to make it public when so long as there are no commercial sensitivities. The aim of the Cybersecurity Immediate Impact Fund, Cyber Skills Immediate Impact Fund, I beg his pardon, is to try and build our strength and depth in what is, I know he agrees, an absolutely vital area. The Hacker House bid, it seeks to train people and indeed build a platform to train more people. That platform has already been built. He can go and check it out online himself. He could even sign up. But it is something that we will seek to make sure reaches hundreds of people. That is part of the bid. It is an important part of this country's national cybersecurity strategy. I would hope that he would support it rather than raise a whole host of issues that are frankly not relevant to this question.
James. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must congratulate my honourable friend on the assumption of his office. I quite agree that the Cybersecurity Impact Skills Fund is a crucial driver of Britain upweighting its skills in this vital area and growing area. and I would like to commend the DCMS officials and those at the National Cybersecurity Centre who have managed this fund. I would, however, ask him to look closely at the performance of the fund in relation to the grant given to Hacker House in light of the information shared with the House this afternoon by the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon. I do think close scrutiny of what they are doing with this money is of paramount importance.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and I pay tribute to her work as my predecessor. It is an honour to follow her at this dispatch box. And she is, of course, completely right. She will know that we, as a department, routinely talk to those who are in receipt of grants, and that we make sure that there is as much oversight as there possibly can be. That process, of course, will continue, and as I've said, there is a review going on into this particular grant so that we can make sure it delivers maximum value for money for the taxpayer.
Mr. Speaker, and I also welcome the Minister to his place. I wonder, when he was discussing the acceptance of his job, he knew he would be doing the PM's bidding and cleaning up his mess. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to pay tribute and thanks to the bravery and determination of those who fought through the courts to ensure that we are back here today and able to hold this government to account. My honourable and learned friend for Edinburgh South West, Gina Miller, and Joe Mom of the Good Law Project, we thank and salute them, because the blame and bluster that has come out of this government over this issue and the matter of what happened in the Supreme Court is frankly outrageous. The Prime Minister is under significant pressure to declare what interests he had and the relationship he had with Jennifer Arcuri. And there is no disputing that the work is important, and I agree with the Minister on that point. But when he talks about other members impugning her character, the reality is it's the Prime Minister who is impugning her character because of the lack of transparency and the unwillingness to answer questions on that relationship. Now, he will be aware that Hacker House received £100,000 from the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and already members have raised the matter of where that business is domiciled. So will he tell us, in those discussions and in that process, does he think it's appropriate that, given the huge amount of public money that has been spent, that his department is investigating itself? I would suggest that that's highly inappropriate, that there should be an independent...
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady, but I'm afraid she's exceeded her time by 50% already, so that's the end of that, I'm afraid. But, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the Honourable Lady welcomes the importance of this matter. I would say that this, like all government grant-giving processes, is conducted in a transparent way. I would also say that this review will not be the department marking its own homework, and as I say, we will be putting that we will be putting any further updates to the House as they become available, which will be by the end of next month.
Stephen Cave. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that Ms Arcuri's mother has described the Prime Minister as her daughter's sponsor. What kind of sponsorship does he provide?
Minister. I struggle to see how that question is directly relevant to the one that I am here to answer, but I would say, as I have said before, I'm not here to answer for anyone's mother. I would say, as I have said before, that the Prime Minister had no role whatsoever in this application, and we are reviewing, nonetheless, the process.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome my honourable friend to his place, and for the support he's providing to SMEs in this area? Can he confirm that clear criteria is applied when awarding of these grants, and that grants are made on the basis of a business case and adherence to those criteria? And will he agree that members opposite should probably learn from the past in terms of suspending wild allegations until a proper review has taken place?
I thank him for that question and for his kind words. He is, of course, absolutely right that supporting SMEs in a sector like this is particularly important. It's something that we will, of course, continue to do. When it comes to the process, I referred to the bid earlier. This is the form, the several dozen pages changes that have to be provided to access government funding. That is right and proper, and he is, of course, right to say that we should all shy of making allegations that are unsubstantiated.
Still a Creasy.
Speaker, many of us will have constituents who represent companies who might bid for government funding and have constituents who have concerns about this place and the probity of anything that happens. It was a former Prime Minister who said that sunlight was the best disinfectant. If the Minister wants to defend the reputation of the Prime Minister, he's already said he's looking to publish the details of the bid, which might have the commercially sensitive information. Why doesn't he save us all the FOI and commit to publishing all of the documentation regarding this bid, including anything his officials had received on this? I'm sure some of those trainers could show them how to do it online today, if he wanted to.
Well, I think, obviously, as I said, we're doing a review into this decision. I would hope that we could publish as much as we possibly can as a result of that. And she is, of course, right. Sunlight is the best disinfectant in many cases. It's a policy that the government applies very widely, including in this department.
We're streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probity and ethics seem to have gone out of the window with this government. So can the Minister assure us that the Prime Minister will cooperate fully with the department's inquiry? Will the Prime Minister cooperate fully with the Greater London Assembly's inquiry? And if he won't, isn't it only right that the Metropolitan Police should open an inquiry as to whether there's been any misconduct in public office?
I think the honourable gentleman is obviously right to ask the question, but the reality is, of course, the review will go wherever it needs to go, and I have no indication whatsoever that anyone is not going to cooperate with that, be it the Prime Minister or anyone else.
Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister insists on calling this a review. Why is he shying away from referring to it as an inquiry? Could he tell the House what the scope and terms of this review will be?
Well, I've already said to the chair of the Select Committee, who's no longer in his place, that we will write to him providing more information on that. But all I can say is that this is a review that will, of course, leave no stone unturned.
Bill Wiggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friend on his new position, and I'm sure he will also thank Mr. Speaker for choosing this UQ from the 44 that were submitted. Can he tell the House how long ago this took place and how long we've had a Labour Mayor of London who could have investigated this before?
I am, of course, grateful, Mr. Speaker, to you for providing me with my dispatch box debut, as the honourable member alluded to. He is, of course, completely right to say that this is a matter that refers to a company that was founded in 2016, refers to a process where the government was not hiding any of this. We were putting out press releases talking about it. Perhaps the Mayor of London doesn't check the gov.uk website as often as we might like.
Vera Hobhouse.
47,000 of the 100,000 grant money has now been awarded to Hacker House. Will the remaining 53,000 be withheld until a review has been concluded?
As with all processes like this, while the review is ongoing, then that process will be paused. But I would like to make sure that we get on with making sure that the good work done under this fund continues as rapidly as possible.
Tulip Sadiq.
The Times today revealed that the Prime Minister previously planned to set up a £100 million fund with the owner of Hacker House. May I remind the House that as Mayor of London, the Prime Minister oversaw the Gordon Bridge project, which had allegations of corruption and was riddled with conflicts of interest.
Absolutely.
Will the Minister reassure the House that there will be no other examples of Friends with Benefits funding from DCMS or any other department?
Of course, I speak for DCMS, but as I've said, this is a process that is scrupulously transparent. It is a process that is rigorous and is applied equally to all. She mentioned something about the Garden Bridge. Perhaps she is preempting the Secretary of State for Transport, who will be here shortly.
Anna Turley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has said that this whole process has been rigorous, open and transparent, and he's rightly putting the bid accessible to all MPs to see in the library. But surely, if he's completely confident there's been no issues with this process, and he does believe in it being open and transparent, why can't he put all correspondence relating to this bid in the library so that we can see it, instead of hiding behind his own governmental review? Show us the evidence.
Well, that is, of course, part of the point of having the review. As I've said earlier in answer to another question, I will encourage that review to make as much of its material as is commercially possible under any circumstances as public as possible. She shakes her head. There is nothing. I have agreed to the premise of her question, and we will do it.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is not just about money, but it's also about influence, because it's been alleged that the Prime Minister and former Mayor of London obtained access to trade missions for Jennifer Arcuri, despite her apparently not meeting the criteria for those trips. So can you tell me on how many other occasions has the Prime Minister intervened to secure junkets for his pals?
As I have said repeatedly, there is no input from the Prime Minister at any stage in this process. Opposition members can say it as often as they like, it won't make it true.
Tracy Brabin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week's open letter from the Committee on Standards in Public Life to all public office holders describes the long-established principles of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership as a personal responsibility. Now, with the Prime Minister's seeming disregard for conflict of interest, refusal to answer questions on this issue, would he agree with me that the Prime Minister has not got the character for leading this country?
She talks about the Prime Minister. He will be here later on, and she can put that question to him herself. But I would say simply, she talks about the principles of public life. The thing that I think the public cannot get their heads round is how they have a Parliament that is blocking the will that they expressed in a referendum.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will realise that this isn't going to go away anytime soon. So doesn't he agree that only a full independent inquiry will be able to remove the stench of sleaze and scandal that is currently engulfing the Prime Minister, and that any inquiry has to investigate the circumstances of this use of public funds to check that it was legal, appropriate, there was no conflict of interest, and at no time did the now Prime Minister abuse his position or misuse public funds? If that doesn't happen, then the stench of sleaze and scandal which currently engulfs him will linger long.
It won't surprise him that I don't accept the vast majority of the premise of that question, but he says that this is not something that will go away. He's right. We are having a review. We are not seeking to make it go away. We will leave no stone unturned.
Mahadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has given assurances that no member of the House of Commons was involved in lobbying for Hacker House, but can he give the same reassurances about the House of Lords?
As I've said, we are having a review. I have no indication whatsoever before me that there is a positive answer to her question, but of course we are having a review and we will make sure that that is covered.
Jamie Stone.
Mr. Speaker, there are great numbers of people out there who are trying to get start-up businesses off the ground, and to these people a grant would be hugely welcome. Can the Secretary of State at least see that the impression, and I use my words carefully, the impression of money being doshed out to mates is corrosive to public confidence in the grant system, and that in turn is damaging to the reputation of any government?
Minister.
I agree that that impression is in part why we are having the review. But I would also say, very gently to the honourable gentleman, one of the things that is corrosive to public confidence in that process is people repeatedly making allegations when we haven't had that review and we have not yet had any proof.
Dr. Paul Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been reports that the Prime Minister, when Mayor of London, had a close relationship with Jennifer Arcuri, including receiving personal one-to-one technology lessons from her. Can he give us assurances that even if no representations were made directly by the Prime Minister, that no representations were made on behalf of the now Prime Minister?
Minister.
I have said that. I am happy to say again that there was no undue lobbying to the best of my knowledge. We are, of course, as I've said, having a review, and we will make that public. But I think, again, his attempts to try and broaden the scope of this will not change the fact that there is no evidence whatsoever that the Prime Minister sought to do anything improper.
Gavin Shuker.
Has this company or its directors applied for any other government funds, and if so, over what period, successfully or unsuccessfully?
Minister.
The two other companies that are related to Ms Arcuri have not made any applications whatsoever to this department. Of course, we will be double-checking that as part of the review, and I'm sure the review will also look at other government departments. But as I say, this is whatever a process that is scrupulous, is transparent, and is rigorous in its independence, whichever company is in receipt of government money.
Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sorry that the Minister is rattled, as evidenced by his dismissing questions over the Prime Minister's possible conflict of interest when he was London Mayor as, and I quote, tittle-tattle, which is contemptible and sadly shows, as did yesterday's court case, the staggering sense of entitlement at the heart of this government, with a Prime Minister who thinks he can do as he pleases. Will the Minister confirm for the House that he believes this Parliament and the public are perfectly entitled to hold the Prime Minister and his government to account, and any hints or suggestions to the contrary about tittle-tattle only show yet more disrespect for the democratic process?
Oh, Mr Speaker, she tells me I'm rattled. I'm enjoying this debut rather more than I'd thought. But nonetheless, it's always a pleasure to answer pre-written questions. I would say simply that she shows me that it's been pre-written. It's very good to see. She raises, to be fair, she raises an important constitutional principle. And it is an important constitutional principle that this government absolutely respects and will continue to do so.
Thank you. I think the honourable gentleman wants to raise a point of order appertaining to these exchanges. Very well. Point of order, Tom Watson.
Mr Speaker, earlier in our exchanges, the Minister suggested that I try to register with Hacker House. I looked at social media, and there are many people online who have tried to do that, and they get an error message, 502 bad gateway. Could he explain why Hacker House seems to have disappeared?
Minister. No. The honourable gentleman isn't under any obligation to come in on the point of order, but it's open to him to do so if he so wishes.
It is, of course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is, of course, a part of this department's processes that we will make sure the services that we procure are properly delivered. We're very happy to have a look at that, and we will continue to do so.
Very good. Thank you. Order. Statement. The Secretary of State for Transport, Secretary Grant Shapps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to make a statement about the steps the government's been taking to support those affected by the collapse of Thomas Cook, in particular for the 150,000 passengers left abroad without a flight back, and also the 9,000 people here who've lost their jobs in the UK. Mr. Speaker, this is a very sad situation, with all parties considered options to avoid how this company could be not put into administration. Ultimately, however, Thomas Cook and its directors took the decision themselves to place this company into insolvency proceedings, and it ceased trading at 2 a.m. on Monday, the 23rd of September. And I recognise this is a very distressing situation for all those involved. I'd like to assure members of the House that the government's committed to supporting those affected, including by providing repatriation flights free of charge for all of those people. We've been contingency planning for some time to prepare for this scenario under Operation Matterhorn. The government and the Civil Aviation Authority have run similar operations in the past and have been working hard to minimise the disruption to passengers and to try to assist Thomas Cook's staff. Even with our preparations and previous experience with Monarch, the task before us represents the largest peacetime repatriation ever undertaken in the UK. And some disruption and delay is therefore inevitable, and we ask for understanding, particularly for Thomas Cook's staff, many of whom are still working alongside the government to try to help ensure the safe return of their customers. For example, the situation reported in Cuba overnight on the media, that aircraft has now left this morning, and all the passengers from Cuba have been scheduled, who are scheduled to come down home today on that flight. Mr. Speaker, normally the CAA's responsibility for bringing back passengers would extend only to customers who are covered by the ATOL scheme. However, there would have simply been insufficient capacity worldwide in the aviation market for people to be able to book tickets independently and bring themselves home for those who are non-ATOL related. Some passengers would have had to wait for perhaps a week or more, and others would have suffered personal hardship, financial hardship, as they waited for another flight. This would have created, in my view, further economic problems, with people unable to return to work and unable to be reunited with their families. With tens of thousands of passengers abroad and with no easy means of return to the UK, I instructed the CAA to ensure all those currently abroad were able to return ATOL or non-ATOL. Due to the size and complexity and geographical scope of this Thomas Cook business, it's not been possible to replicate their exact airline and their schedule. In the case of Monarch collapse back in 2017, the CAA was able to source enough aircraft of the right size and the right types to closely match the airline's own aircraft. But with Thomas Cook, there's a much bigger airline, as well as providing a global network of package holidays, and as a result, the operation's been a lot more challenging. And some of the passengers will be travelling home on commercial flights, where others have available seats. And I know the whole House will want to thank all the airlines and the ground staff who've offered assistance to Thomas Cook passengers in this difficult situation. I'd like to update the House with the latest information and give honourable and right honourable members a sense of the scale of the operation that's been going on. We put arrangements in place to bring back 150,000 people across 50 different countries. This requires over 1,000 flights by the CAA, chartered aircraft, over the next 2-week period. Passengers will be able to complete their full holidays, so they shouldn't be leaving early and should instead return on the day that they were intended to. So far, in the first 2 days of this operation, we brought home nearly 30,000 of the 150,000 passengers on over 130 dedicated CAA flights. There's a further 16,500 passengers that we hope to repatriate today on something like 70 flights. I checked before I came into the House, and it is proceeding according to these amended schedules. So far, 95% of people have been repatriated to their original point of departure. And again, we haven't been able to bring everybody back to the airport from which they left because of the difference in size and shape of those aircraft that are available. In the first 2 days, we've therefore provided onward travel for 2,300 passengers and have arranged an additional flight from Gatwick to Glasgow to relocate passengers who have flown back to the wrong airport because of that scheduling issue. The CAA has reached out to over 3,000 hotels, issuing letters of guarantees to ensure British holidaymakers can remain in the hotels in which they're booked. And that's been followed up by calls and contact from FCO officials. There are over 50 overseas airports involved around the Mediterranean, North Africa, North America, and there are 11 UK airports engaged in this programme. There have been over 100,000 calls to our customer service centres and over 2 million unique visitors to the CAA's dedicated website at thomascook.caa.co.uk. That was in the first day alone, with over 7 million page views. In total, there have been 10 government departments and agencies involved, including DfT, FCO, BEIS, DWP in London, and our extensive diplomatic and consular network in those countries affected. I've been hugely impressed as this programme's been rolling out in the last couple of days. The response from actually everybody involved, including Thomas Cook passengers, who've been generally positive, with many praising the CAA, local staff and government officials, even though there's been considerable disruption. For example, people haven't been able to advance check-in as people are used to doing these days, instead having to queue to check in for every single flight, and therefore causing some of the queues that you see on the television screens. It has, though, been generally well organised and extremely professional by all those involved. Mr. Speaker, despite these robust plans and their success so far, this is an incredibly distressing situation for all concerned. One of my top priorities remains helping those passengers abroad get back to the UK and do so safely. But in addition to supporting passengers, we've also been working across government to ensure the 9,000 former Thomas Cook employees in the UK and those overseas receive the support that they need as well. The decision by Thomas Cook's group board has been deeply upsetting for employees who are losing their jobs. DWP's Job Centre Plus Rapid Response Service is in place, helping workers to get back into employment. The Job Centre Plus Rapid Response managers across the UK are ready to engage with the liquidators to start that vital work. And there are special arrangements in place for UK employees who are owed redundancy pay and notice pay by their insolvent employer. That's through the redundancy payment service and the insolvency service, so that statutory pay amounts owed to former employees can be made through the National Insurance Fund. I want to say more about this later, but I'll do so through questions. My colleague, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, is establishing a cross-government task force to address the impact on employees and local communities. This will help to overcome barriers to attending training, securing a job, self-employment, such as providing childcare costs, tools, work clothes, travel costs. My colleagues and I have been in contact with those members whose constituencies have been hardest hit by these job losses, and given assurances that we will work with the industry to offer what support we can. And in fact, pretty much every honourable member's constituency is affected in some way, even if only through a number of people working in a single shop location. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy, has also written to the Financial Reporting Council to ensure they prioritise, as a matter of urgency, an investigation into both the causes of the company's failure and the conduct of its directors and of its auditors. And Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware of the duty this government has to the taxpayer, and while affected passengers have been told they will not have to pay to be flown back to the UK, we have entered into discussions with third parties with a view to recovering some of the costs of this large operation. Around 60% of passengers have ATOL protection, and the CAA's Air Travel Trust Fund will contribute proportionately to the costs of repatriation, as well as refunding ATOL future bookings. We'll also look to recoup some of the costs from the relevant credit and debit card providers and travel insurers, and we'll look to recover costs from other travel providers through which passengers may have booked as their Thomas Cook holiday. We're also, I should say, in discussion with the official receiver to understand what costs can be recouped through the company's assets as well. The final cost of repatriation for the Monarch situation back in 2017 was about £50 million, including ATOL contributions. The repatriation efforts for Thomas Cook is now known to be about twice the size and is more complicated for the reasons I've explained. I've also seen it suggested in the press that the government should have avoided the collapse with a bailout of up to £250 million for the company and its shareholders. Given the perilous state of the business, including the company's own reported £1.5 billion half-year loss reported in May, followed by a further profit warning in November, this simply was not the case, with no guarantee that an injection would have secured the future of the company. In effect, Mr. Speaker, our concern is we would put £250 million risk being thrown away, good money after bad, and then still had to pay for the cost of this repatriation. It is quite clear that in the last several years, the company ran into a number of different problems trying to expand itself out through investing more in the high street rather than less, whilst the entire market was moving in the opposite direction.
The loss, nonetheless, of an iconic British brand with a 178-year history, one of the oldest travel companies in the world, is an extremely sad moment. However, this should not be seen as a reflection on the general health of the UK aviation industry, which continues to thrive. Passenger numbers are actually up, people are travelling more. The truth is that the way people have booked their holidays has changed an enormous amount over the years, but it didn't change as much with the company. None of this should distract from the distress experienced by those businesses reliant on Thomas Cook, passengers, and Thomas Cook employees, who, as I've said, have worked above and beyond, particularly in recent days during this distressing situation. We've never had the collapse of an airline or a holiday company on this scale before. We've responded swiftly and decisively. Right now, our efforts are rightly focused on getting those passengers home and looking after those employees who have lost their jobs. But we also need to understand whether any individuals have failed in their duties of stewardship within the company. Then our efforts will turn to working through the reforms necessary to ensure that passengers do not find themselves in this ridiculous situation again. We need to look at the options not just in ATOL, but also whether it's possible for airlines to be wound down in a more orderly manner. They need to be able to look after their customers, and we need to be able to ensure that their planes can keep flying in order that we don't end up having to set up a shadow airline for no matter what period of time. And this is where we'll focus our efforts in the next couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker. But in order to do this, we will require primary legislation and, dare I say it, a new session of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in what's been a challenging time, might I put on record my appreciation for the work of all those involved in this effort, and in particular Richard Moriarty, the CEO of the CAA, who along with his team and my officials in the DFT have done an extraordinary job so far. I'm also grateful for the support of others, including the Mayor of Manchester, who's acknowledged the government's repatriation effort and its work with all of the agencies involved in helping to get people home. This has been an unprecedented response to an unprecedented situation. I'm grateful to all parties who stepped in to support these efforts, and I commend this statement to the House.
Andy McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for his timely advance sight of his statement. It's a welcome change. What I don't welcome is the collapse of Thomas Cook, which is a tragedy for the 178-year-old business, its customers and its staff. The travel company went under because successive chief executives failed to steer the group effectively or evolve the business. Thomas Cook had 5 offers for its airline business, yet these were rejected by the board. And I too would like to pay tribute to Richard Moriarty and his team at the Civil Aviation Authority for the work done to yet again repatriate holidaymakers. I applaud their sense of public service and duty. Aviation is a fiercely competitive industry which has lost services because of terrorism and Brexit uncertainty. Government dithering on its aviation strategy has only added to these difficulties. In May, the Secretary of State's predecessor said the government will work swiftly to introduce the reforms to airline insolvencies that are needed to ensure a strong level of consumer protection and value for money for the taxpayer. This was misleading. The government has done nothing to protect consumer or taxpayer interests. The government has sat back and let the company fold. Yesterday, governments in Scandinavia stepped in to back Thomas Cook's subsidiaries in that region. The German government also stepped in with a loan of €380 million for Thomas Cook's subsidiary Condor to help that company survive. Chief Executive of Thomas Cook Airlines, Christophe Debus, has seamlessly just gone to work for Condor, and jubilant scenes of the survival of the subsidiary are doing the rounds on social media. Can the Secretary of State tell the House what steps his government took to enter into a joint investment with other interested nation states as it is reported that the governments of Spain and Turkey, quite understandably, were willing, but seemingly the UK government was not. We are somewhat assured that there is provision to return holidaymakers to the UK, but sadly, there is no provision for the return of Thomas Cook's staff. The unions Unite and the TSSA have valiantly fought for their members while this government has done nothing. Can he guarantee that all staff will be repatriated? Can he say what provisions he's putting in place to ensure that customers who have lost their planned holidays are fully compensated and are able to make alternative arrangements at no expense to themselves? Mr. Speaker, the government's learned nothing from the Monarch collapse 2 years ago. Monarch cost taxpayers £40 million in repatriation costs, and Thomas Cook looks set to cost a similar amount or more, not to mention redundancy and future welfare payments. Can he give an estimate of what those total costs are likely to be? Monarch, of course, was a victim of financial engineering by Grable Capital 2 years ago and conflicts of interest with the company's administrator. Similarly, the collapse of Thomas Cook raises major questions about the accounting of the firm PwC and EY, never mind the bonuses paid to senior executives. And on that point, will the Secretary of State make clear to those executives that they should return their multi-million-pound undeserved and unwarranted bonuses, including that of Peter Fankhausen, who's had £4.6 million in bonuses since 2014? I say again, the government has not acted to protect the public interest. Nothing has been learned or done in terms of improving how our insolvency arrangements deal with such exceptional and complex circumstances. What's more, the Atoll Fund has been much reduced by the Monarch fiasco and has had to rely on insurance to make up the shortfall. Does he believe the reforms to Atoll enacted by his government have been effective? The government must confirm it will immediately guarantee the worker full compensation for unfair dismissal, given the lack of proper consultation, and that those workers will not have to pursue the matter through the courts. Can he confirm that they will be relieved of that burden and stress? Mr. Speaker, in a further sad development, we also learned today that Northern Ireland's last manufacturer, Wrightbus, has gone into administration with the loss of 1,400 jobs. In July, the Prime Minister said, "We will do everything we can to ensure the future of that great UK company." Isn't it the case that this government is guilty of the industrial neglect of this country? In contrast to other countries, UK ministers have stood by and let some of our great companies wither and die. This government is engulfed with inertia and incompetence. It's not a functioning government because of a Brexit chaos and prorogation paralysis it has brought upon itself. The people of Britain are paying a high price for their inadequacy. They've failed to reform insolvency rules and failed to improve financial reporting. It's a colossal failure of political leadership from this government. They were warned, but they did nothing. It's a shameful failure to fulfil their duties and their responsibilities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me see what we can deal with here. I mean, first of all, it is true to say, as the honourable gentleman outlines, that the world had changed. In 2007, Thomas Cook bought My Travel, just as the internet was starting to take off. In 2016, as the high street was clearly struggling as the internet had taken off, they bought the high street shops of Co-op Travel, further expanding their problems and their massive debt to, I think, £1.7 billion. I do agree with him that this was, in the end, a very
poorly run business going in the wrong direction at the wrong time. And he makes the very sensible point, querying, in fact, about the return of bonuses that we've all been reading about. I already described how my right honourable friend has written to the Insolvency Service, and they do have powers under the 1986. The official receiver does have powers to require, in certain circumstances, the return of bonuses, and I absolutely agree with him that this needs to be fully looked into, including the role of the auditors as well. So that is where we agree. Where we disagree is it is not the case that this is somehow unique to Thomas Cook. In fact, airlines are in good health, as I mentioned before, elsewhere across our sector, many of whom have actually been very helpful bringing Thomas Cook passengers home this last couple of days and have offered extraordinary help, even lending aircraft, in the case of one of the well-known airlines, cutting their prices rather than charging more to Thomas Cook customers. But actually, he mentions about this insolvency, and it's only right to point out that Air Germania, a German airline, went bust. Primera Air, a Danish airline, went bust. Air Berlin, a German airline, went bust. Colbo Air, Cyprus, Fly VLM, Belgium. This is not a UK issue. This is an issue where some airlines manage to do the right things and succeed, and others don't. Now, he mentions quite rightly, about what's happened with Condor. And here we will find some partial agreement and partial disagreement. Condor was operating under a somewhat different business model. In Germany, people are not booking holidays in quite the same way as they had been in the UK, partly because UK citizens tend to be using the internet in different ways, much more becoming their own travel agents, where with Condor, that business remained profitable. The Honourable Lady asks what difference this makes. The difference it makes is it was a profitable business, unlike here. And it is also the case, and this is where I think there'll be a degree of agreement, it is also the case that the German insolvency rules allow for administrations to take place, allow for those aircraft to carry on being used, and allow for other buyers to come in during that administration process, which is not something that our current airline liquidation insolvency rules allow for. He rightly points out that the previous Secretary of State said he wanted to do something about this, and he commissioned a review. Just so we're all clear on the timeline here, that review reported on the 9th of May 2019 and suggested that what we should do is have rules which are not dissimilar to the German rules to allow our airlines to trade in administration, which would make a repatriation massively easier because we could use those airlines. I entirely agree with the honourable gentleman, and perhaps he didn't hear me mention it during my statement. We need a new session of Parliament to introduce that primary legislation in order to bring that in. I do also want to. We're very happy to have a new. We're very happy to have that new session of Parliament. If we can get agreement, maybe that's something we can progress. I believe that given the number of people and the number of lives that are being affected by this, we should be working together, cross-party, to get this job done. And I welcome the honourable member gesturing that he would give support to sort this problem out, because it would clearly be in everybody's interest. Now, the honourable gentleman also makes reference to whether foreign governments were prepared to sort of ride to the rescue. I can confirm that I received no approach from the Turkish government, and the only contact via the Spanish government was not a viable plan. Indeed, it came so late in the day that the company was already starting its proceedings on administration. So there was no viable plan out there at the time. I also agree with him that the atoll system should be reformed as well, although, as he rightly points out, although the funds are limited because of Monarch, the atoll themselves are reinsured to cover most of that cost. And finally, just on a point of accuracy, the honourable gentleman mentioned 40 million on Monarch. In fact, we think the final cost was 50 million for Monarch.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No, we can't take points of order during a statement. Points of order would flow after either this statement or other statements at the discretion of the Chair. Shailesh Vara.
Mr. Speaker, the UK headquarters for Thomas Cook is based in my constituency. and the collapse of the company has meant the loss of 1,200 local jobs. Clearly, our thoughts go out to all of those people, and indeed the thousands more across the UK who have also been affected. Would my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute, however, to the many local organisations and companies that have come forward offering jobs to those who have been affected? We have the local newspaper, Peterborough Telegraph, coordinating the activities, and we've also seen acts of kindness. Peterborough United and Peterborough Phantoms, a local ice hockey team, are offering free tickets for those affected. Would my right honourable friend recognise that at this difficult time we need to also appreciate and applaud the generosity that is coming through?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I start by paying tribute to my honourable friend who has been working very hard, I know, through the last few difficult days with people who have found themselves without work from Peterborough, and the tremendous work he's done with his community in supporting all those who have lost their job. There are actually 630 job centres running the Rapid Response Service, mobilised to pick up this issue for every single former Thomas Cook employee who has lost their job as a result of this appalling news. Of course, I should say that the best thing we can do of all is make sure we operate in an economy where there is record high employment and record low unemployment, because that will give people the best opportunity to get back into a good job.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Secretary for an advanced sight of the statement, and also pay tribute to the work of the CAA and the Thomas Cook employees who have went above and beyond to help the stranded holidaymakers. And obviously I'd like to express sympathies for all those that have lost their jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, instead of the government using the mantra this is the biggest peacetime repatriation, the UK government should actually be apologising for this collapse happening in their watch. Now, the Secretary does speak of reforms that require new legislation to stop this happening again with another company. But why were lessons not learned from the collapse of Monarch just 2 years ago? What are the timescales for this new legislation? I'd point out procedurally a new session is not required for legislation. The government could bring it forward if they wanted. Now, could you re-explain what the position is with Spain and Turkey and the fact that they were looking at ways to keep Thomas Cook trading while the UK government was not willing to? And again, the German government did lead the way in how they kept Condor going. Now, he says £250 million would be good money after bad, but what discussions did the government actually have with Thomas Cook, and what financial appraisal did the government do to actually arrive at the position they say they couldn't fund that money? I would point out that this is a government that can find £100 million to advertise that Brexit's good for us, so I think they should spend that money supporting jobs instead. Can you explain what impact did Brexit actually have on the collapse of Thomas Cook? Because they warned about the impact of Brexit. And what impact has the collapse of Sterling had in the company's trading position as well? What assessment has the government made of the pension liabilities for Thomas Cook? And what plans does the government have going forward to curb outrageous executive pay, given that close to £50 million has been taken out of Thomas Cook in recent years? Now, I welcome the update on the holidaymakers from Cuba, but are there any further holidaymakers who are effectively being held ransom or captive? And what discussions is the UK government having with other foreign governments when such ruthless actions have been taken? Mr. Speaker, Thomas Cook vouchers are now worthless, so when will the government finally implement a scheme for protection of vouchers and gift cards when companies become insolvent? What actions is the government taking to support the 13,000 employees that are still abroad? And finally, Mr. Speaker, I've got constituents who have lost their jobs. Can the Secretary look my constituents in the eye and honestly say there's nothing more this government could have done to save their jobs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just on the point about Thomas Cook employees abroad, I should have picked it up from a previous comment. Actually, we are bringing some of those people back. So, starting with the crews and the operational people, I think I'm right in saying that yesterday we had brought about 150 back so far. It's not the case that we're ignoring them at all. We need to bring passengers back first. I've asked the CAA to be as flexible as possible in bringing those people back, and he's quite right to remind me
that I hadn't mentioned that before. There were a number of the other questions that I had previously answered, so I don't want to go round in circles. But look, the House must know that no government would want to lose a 178-year-old famous British iconic name. And whilst I hear people say, why didn't you just put the money in? The answer is because all you'd have to do is open their books and realise that if you've got a 1.7 billion debt, if you lost 1.5 billion in 6 months alone, if you've then issued another profit warning, this is entirely different, I'm afraid, from the Condor situation, which was a fundamentally profitable airline. And it just would not be responsible to throw good money after bad and still be back here in probably a very short period of time offering this bailout in order to get people home, not to bail out the company. So it just was not a going concern with which we could do that. The Honourable Gentleman asked very sensible questions about whether there are other holiday makers being held ransom or captive elsewhere in the world. I am not aware of any other location in which that's the case at the moment, to answer him. However, it is a live and moving situation. The CAA have, under our direction, been issuing proactive letters to explain that their bills will be settled in places where some of these hotels will not have had the bills settled for the last 3 months, again going to the bankrupt nature of the company concerned. Last night in Cuba, yesterday in Cuba, our foreign missions were very, very helpful, and I pay tribute and thank them for proactively getting in touch with ministers and resolving that appalling situation there. So I think that covers the majority of the questions that I hadn't already previously answered.
Andrew Jones.
Mr. Speaker, as somebody who worked in the travel industry for many years, I was saddened to see the demise of Cook's. But it is also worth noting that this sector has seen some notable collapses over the years. The scale and complexity of this repatriation operation is significant, and thank him for his update. But because this is a sector which is prone to significant collapses, can I ask him to maintain, after this urgent work on repatriation has been completed, to focus upon the industry structure and the sector insurance schemes that will protect both passengers and taxpayers in the future?
Well, my honourable friend's absolutely right. The airline insolvency review, which reported in May, provides quite a few useful ideas about things that could be done, including some things which require primary legislation and other things that don't, and we've already started to act upon. But he's absolutely right. We can't have this situation keep returning time and time again. It's terrible for passengers, it's terrible for all those involved, and it provides a problem in actually finding sufficient aircraft to solve the problem when it happens.
Secretary of State will be aware that the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Harrogate and Knaresborough, is himself a distinguished former Transport Minister. Indeed, I well recall that when the Honourable Gentleman served at one stage as Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Buses, being a man of the people as he is, he was wont to come to work on the bus, no doubt to the very considerable delight of his fellow passengers. Lisa Forbes.
Following the sudden collapse of Thomas Cook, which was headquartered in Peterborough, and the loss of 1,200 jobs there, many of my constituents turned up for work only to find that their jobs were lost, with Christmas fast approaching. And my honourable friend for North West Cambridgeshire is absolutely correct. There has been an incredible outpouring of unity by individuals and businesses in Peterborough who have stepped up to show their support and solidarity at what is an extremely difficult and distressing time for so many in Peterborough. But can the Secretary of State tell me what specific support the government is giving to my constituents who have mortgages and bills to pay and families to support in terms of finding alternative employment? And what measures have they put in place to support the city's economy as a whole, given the loss of so many good jobs? Thank you.
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, including about the response in Peterborough, which I've been tracking closely through honourable members, including my honourable friend and others. There is a bespoke service which will be available through the Job Centre Plus. I've spoken at length to my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, who is herself leading a cross-government task force, which is meeting, I think, again tomorrow afternoon, in order to continue to work on the issues of helping people out to find new jobs. I mentioned in my statement about additional assistance that's available through things like retraining, but even simple things like childcare whilst people go for interview and the like. It is heartening to know that there are jobs available regionally, but it will be a shock. It is an economic shock to any region to lose 1,000+ jobs, and we're absolutely determined to support through the various mechanisms, in particular the Rapid Response Service, all of her and my honourable friends' constituents.
Mr. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for what he's doing, but my constituents have lost their jobs. The directors go back to their £1 million plus houses. They've taken £47 million in bonuses and wages over the past few years. My constituents have worries about their job and worry about their pensions. Should we not be seizing the assets of the directors who plundered this company and took it to ruin? And will he guarantee that my constituents' pensions will be protected?
Well, I understand the concern of my honourable friend, and also congratulate him for the work that I know he's been doing these last few days with his constituents who have lost their jobs. We've touched on it before, and there have been a lot of reports in the newspapers. I think it's very important to allow the correct channels, the official receiver, to do their job in this regard, but to stress to the House, under the 1986 Insolvency Act, the official receiver's liquidator may indeed seek to overturn a range of transactions made prior to the liquidation. And to be clear, that includes things like these bonuses which are being mentioned, though I do think we need to leave it to due process to see whether that would be appropriate. There's also the Company Directors Disqualification Act 1986, and I for one fully support the idea, and one of the reasons why, in answer to former questions, that the government was so concerned about what was going on is to ensure that we're not propping up an organisation which was already doing things wrong.
Lillian Greenwood.
Speaker, can I begin by welcoming the tremendous efforts by the Civil Aviation Authority, staff across government and others to repatriate and support the many thousands of stranded holidaymakers. But if I can just ask the Secretary of State to provide clarity on 2 points in relation to answers he's given to other members. Can he confirm that all Thomas Cook staff will be helped to return home? He referred to some of them, and I don't understand. If not all, why not? And can he also set out what, in the last 4.5 months since the airline insolvency review reported, what action the government have taken to implement those recommendations?
Yes, I thank the Honourable Lady. So first of all, with regard to the repatriation of staff, it's not the case that all the staff want to return. Some don't necessarily want to come straight back. Those who are, for example, aircrew, have been repatriated. Many others are actually still assisting with the operation on the ground in many, many different locations, and we're hugely grateful to them. The reason that this next 2 weeks is critical is with the large sort of proportion of people, the holiday makers, the 150,000, that's the group of people that constitutes a grouping so large that there is no other way to get them back other than chartering our own aircraft and flying them back. Whereas the numbers of people then involved are of the size where commercial flights can be used to return people. So we are urgently addressing not just the cabin crew and that side of things, but also other employees and scheduling them when they'll need to get back. And we will, I have been very clear with the CAA, offer them every possible assistance along the way. I'm sorry, I forgot her second question.
What have you been doing in the last...
Since May. What have I been doing? Well, personally, I didn't come into the job till the 23rd of July. But with regard to some of those measures, there are indeed things that have already happened from the airline insolvency review that have already been taken into account and indeed used in this particular case. But it is also the case that we do require that primary legislation. I'm very happy to have those cross-party discussions about using those. It's not, as you might imagine, quite as simple as it seems, because there are ideas around, for example, allowing what happens in Germany, where you run the airline in administration. That's one idea. But a separate thing is the interaction between ATOL and a proposed additional charge per flight of perhaps 50p or so for every flight that's taken, regardless of whether somebody's on a holiday destination. So there are a number of different things to be worked through, and discussions have been ongoing on those, and I'm very keen to accelerate them.
Merriman. Speaker, I find this situation maddening in as much as 2 years ago, in the same statement that was being given on Monarch, I welcomed the largest peacetime repatriation effort, and I welcome the current largest peacetime repatriation effort. But I called for reform so that we had a similar type of insolvency regime for airlines as they have in the States, Chapter 11, and they also have in Germany and Italy. And I was told by the then Secretary of State that we would indeed look at that. 2 years on, we've had a review, but we haven't delivered anything. And I say this to the Secretary of State. Rather than repeating what happened before, can we please make sure that we absolutely reform this sector so that we do not put jobs at risk, we do not ruin holiday experiences, and we do not lose taxpayers' money? It's all about actions, not words.
In simple terms, yes. As I mentioned before, the review reported on the 9th of May. I've been in this role since the 23rd of July. But the answer is quite simply, yes, we'll get on with it.
Luciana Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, further to that very important question from the honourable member opposite, if you would indulge me, Mr. Speaker, there was 3 very important sentences that the Secretary of State shared with this House. He said, "Our efforts will turn to working through the reforms necessary to ensure passengers do not find themselves in this position again. We need to look at all the options, not just ATOL, but also whether it is possible for airlines to be able to wind down in an orderly manner and look after their customers themselves without the need for government to step in. This is where we will focus our efforts in the weeks and months ahead." Mr. Speaker, these are the exact same words given in response to the collapse of Monarch in October 2017 by his predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Epsom and Ewell. He's not here, but frankly the House will have heard everything that the Secretary of State just said. It's frankly appalling that 2 years on we find ourselves in exactly the same position. What has happened to the government's plan, and what could have been avoided to ensure that this devastating impact on staff and on holidaymakers and the cost of this country doesn't happen again?
Well, look, I reject the characterisation that nothing has happened, because, in fact, the airline insolvency review... Well, hold on a second. The airline insolvency review was a piece of work which required time. In fact, it was only published, the final version was only published on the 9th of May. And we're now, as somebody's pointed out, a few months later, and we're getting on with it. So, you know, I will absolutely ensure that we work, and I hope cross-party on this, to get on with it. This is not quite as simple as everyone might imagine, because it is a multifaceted thing rather than one single thing that requires doing. But she absolutely has my undertaking, and I will get on with this.
Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement? And I particularly like the passage on employees, following a call I had from a constituent today who is a senior, was a senior employee of Thomas Cook Airlines and has been made redundant. And he's quite rightly seriously aggrieved that directors of Thomas Cook Airlines are continuing to function as directors of Thomas Cook Condor and are continuing to be remunerated. He mentions in the statement that the Secretary of State for Bay's asking a report from the Financial Reporting Council. Could the Secretary of State please commit to looking at the relations between Thomas Cook Airlines and Thomas Cook Condor and the propriety of directors continuing to receive compensation while other employees have all been made redundant?
Yes, I can say to my right honourable friend, it is for the official receiver to do that work, and I know the official receiver has the powers of the Company Directors Disqualification Act and will doubtless do that. I should also say the reason we know about
all of these payments to executives, and it's quite right we do, is because of the transparency that's been put in place over the last few years, quite rightly, to ensure that, amongst other things, shareholders can see and hold their CEOs to account.
To date, the erudition of questions has been equalled only by their length. But unfortunately, there is a premium upon time, as we have other matters with which we have to deal. So I'm appealing now to colleagues to cast aside pre-written scripts and to confine themselves to single sentence, preferably short sentence, questions without preamble, so that we can progress. Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bay Select Committee believe that Thomas Cook's directors and their auditors have serious questions to answer. In the last 5 years, £20 million of bonuses have been paid to those directors, and the company is now gone under with more than £3 billion worth of debt. So can the Secretary of State confirm that the directors of Thomas Cook will not be able to continue as directors at any other firm until the Insolvency Service has completed their investigation? And will the government now also commit that the Financial Reporting Council will be replaced, as our Select Committee has called for, with a regulatory framework that holds the directors to account?
I think I'd answered the first point about the Insolvency Act and the Company Director Disqualification Act, and it is for, as she will know, the official receiver to do that part of the work. I can't pre-empt it. She tempts me into other areas which are a long way from the transport brief, so I think I better not provide an answer there.
Now, in my experience, the honourable member for Stafford is a notably well-behaved fellow, and so I'm sure he'll confine himself to a single sentence. Jeremy Lefroy.
Is there any way that the disgraceful hiking, often 2 or 3 times, of prices by other providers can be looked at under competition regulation?
Hear, hear.
My honourable friend will be interested here. I actually asked these questions just yesterday of the CAA and asked them to investigate for me. They believe that probably automatic pricing had kicked in and was then overridden quickly afterwards. I mentioned in my statement that there were some airlines who've done the opposite, for whom I'm grateful, and it seems right that I should mention them. EasyJet actually cut their prices by 15% for Thomas Cook passengers, and I'm grateful for airlines who have done that and have lent their aircraft as well.
Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With over 3,000 employees in Greater Manchester, our economy is obviously being hit particularly hard. But can I press the Secretary of State further on what has been done over the last 4 to 5 months when the warning signs were all there and people could still buy package holidays just 24, 36 hours before the collapse? Shouldn't we be doing more when the warning signs are so clear?
To say, I do have a lot of sympathy with the Honourable Lady's comments. I've found the process of knowing that there's a struggling airline and having Operation Matterhorn underway and yet not being able to say anything, obviously, because you then precipitate the danger of collapse is very, very unsatisfactory. It comes back to, so many members have now mentioned it, this idea we have to have a route out of this which includes administration so that there isn't an instant collapse, and then there could be a much better and controlled path here for everyone, including employees. I absolutely agree with her, and we will get something done about this.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Mr. Speaker, will the Secretary of State join me in praising Thomas Cook employees who turned up for work on Monday to help repatriate passengers? And will he make sure that the inquiries of the Insolvency Service also look at the impact of the 20% depreciation in the pound against the euro on Thomas Cook to assess whether or not the other travel industries based in the UK are vulnerable to the same currency movements?
My honourable friend's absolutely right about the extraordinary work of employees who knew that they'd lost their job, still today working, uncertain about their future in many of those foreign and some British locations. She's absolutely right about that, and I pay complete tribute, I'm sure, on behalf of the whole House. There are many, many factors that led to the collapse of this company. I think management, which has been mentioned many times, plays a very large contributory part, but so do all sorts of other issues, including a very hot summer last year that stopped people from going away, following the wrong business model, the growth of the internet, and problems which stretch back way past any of us in this House ever voted to have a referendum about Brexit.
Clive Betts.
The Secretary of State said that we need to legislate to reform the travel industry and that we need a new sessions of Parliament to do it. Will he therefore give a guarantee that there will be a bill to this effect in the Queen's speech?
Without wanting to reveal the contents of the Queen's speech, I hope he'll appreciate that I have hinted very broadly at where we want to go, and with the reassurance of the opposition front bench, I think he will have his asks answered.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Transport Secretary join me in paying tribute to airlines like Virgin Atlantic, EasyJet and travel operators like TUI who have reached out to former Thomas Cook employees offering employment? And can I encourage the government to get on with changing that insolvency law and adopt a system similar to Chapter 11 protection, which has saved so many US airlines?
Absolutely. My honourable friend's absolutely right, and he mentions some airlines. I should add in BA, TUI, Virgin, EasyJet, Ryanair, all of whom and others have been incredibly helpful. And actually also worth mentioning that many of these are very profitable airlines. There isn't something systemic in the British business which is causing a problem. Most of these British airlines are doing very well. And I've already answered the point about Chapter 11 or equivalent.
Cowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two constituents who are stuck in Mexico. They were told they were on a flight. When they turned up for it, they were told they weren't. They face the real possibility of no accommodation, no flights. They are tired, they're anxious, they're running out of money. What does the government laid aside under Operation Matterhorn to help people stuck in in transit while trying to get home?
It's hugely distressing to hear about people who are stuck. What I will say to him is the CAA are actively monitoring anyone who calls in, and the lines there, the websites there, and even people who post on social media. And if he himself would like to try to get them assistance, I will make sure that he's able to hook up with the CAA to get the message through. It should be said, I don't know their particular circumstances, whether they're atoll or not. In other words, whether their hotel is automatically being paid. It looks like not. But every effort is being made to bring them home. And I hope he will understand that hiring 45 aircraft when the MAX 737 is out of commission and therefore the market is restricted has meant that this is an enormous project, which has meant that sometimes we've had the wrong size aircraft for the number of passengers there. But his constituents, if they're stuck, will be given every assistance, and I think that he and I can help get them the assistance.
Nigel Mills.
Distinguish between passengers on a package holiday booking and on a flight-only booking in this situation. Would the Secretary of State agree we should now bring flight-only bookings into the atoll regime so we can actually have a fair contribution from those passengers and the airlines?
Yeah, it's not quite the case that we can't distinguish, though I take his point. We can distinguish between the two, but I do think there's a very strong argument for making sure that when you book a flight one way or the other, that is insured, and the cost doesn't then ultimately fall on the taxpayer.
Kevin Jones.
The directors have walked away with millions, while hard-working employees of Thomas Cook, such as Gemma Lynch in my constituency economy of the weekend, has lost her job. Could the Secretary of State outline how she and others can contact the DWP for the help that's been outlined? And separately, would he make any comment about the pensioners in receipt of pension or future pension arrangements for those who are already paid into the pension?
On the pensions front, I should say I think there are 4 different Thomas Cook pensions, the largest of which is a £1 billion fund, and that will now be handled through the usual insolvency pension fund process. It is, of course, a worrying time for everyone involved, and with regard to his constituent that he mentions, DWP are ready for her to make contact through the Rapid Response Unit, and if I could ask him if there are any difficulties, to please alert me, and I will make sure that the Business Secretary and that task force is immediately switched on to any problem that occurs. Very keen to get real-time feedback on this.
James Cartledge.
Mr. Speaker, like many colleagues, I have a Thomas Cook branch in Sudbury, my constituency, which is closed, and I'm grateful to him for the work he will be putting in place to support redundant staff. But does he agree with me that the biggest cause of that collapse was the unsustainable debt that this company had, which came from
a merger strategy that was completely flawed, and that those who oversaw those mergers and would have earned handsomely from it, and those who have run this company into the ground, must be held to account.
Well, I entirely agree with my honourable friend. Look, companies do sometimes go bust. The problem with this is they're going bust, leaving a lot of people at a massive scale, and this country with an enormous problem to resolve. And that is why I think he's right about everything he's just said.
Daniel Zeichner.
Airports like Stansted, Mr. Speaker, have really stepped up helping people come home, but also have job opportunities. And can I have an assurance from the Secretary of State that every Thomas Cook employee will be made aware of the opportunities that are available at the airports like Stansted?
But the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Stansted, in fact, all the other airports, I've been in touch with many of them, have been very forthcoming with their assistance. Stansted are building a STEM college there at the moment with lots of job opportunities, and I think he's made the point, it's on record, that Thomas Cook employees who are losing their jobs will no doubt find some of those travel-related jobs very interesting indeed.
Thank you very much.
Douglas Ross.
Mr. Speaker, Murray had two branches of Thomas Cook prior to the collapse, one in Buckie and one in Elgin. I've been in discussions with the Business Secretary over the last few days, but can the Secretary of State reiterate what the Government is doing to support, advise and help former employees of this company, both in high streets across Murray and the United Kingdom, but also those still abroad?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this rapid Job Centre Plus rapid response service is absolutely set up, ready and mobilised to assist. As I said in a previous response, if any of my honourable friends' constituents walk in and find that's not the case, then I will certainly want to know about it so that we can work on this cross-government task force to ensure they're getting the help that they need.
Hobhouse.
Speaker, following the closure of 588 Thomas Cook outlets, including the one in Abbeygate Street in Bath, what is he and his government doing about halting the further decline of the High Street?
My right honourable friend, the High Streets Minister, has already been in contact with me about the hole that this leaves, the further hole that this leaves in our High Street, and he has a number of fantastic programmes that many of us in this House will have our own local authorities bidding for in order to enhance and improve high streets, which are, as this latest collapse has shown, dramatically changing as people need to come to the high street for an experience or for a service that they can't get elsewhere, perhaps online. My right honourable friend will be very happy to speak to the honourable lady about it.
Richard Graham.
Action taken on the priorities, which are to repatriate customers as soon as possible and to help innocent staff like those at Thomas Cook Gloucester get new jobs as quickly as possible. But would my right honourable friend agree that as well as an investigation into the corporate behaviour and directors' decisions and future protection for pensioners and so on, could his department oversee also looking at the aviation sector, a great British strength in general, to see whether there are parts of that sector, and in particular package tour operators, who haven't adjusted to changing circumstances as quickly as they should, and see what more can be done?
My honourable friend's absolutely right. There are very profitable parts of this sector. Large British airlines just made record profits, and shows that there is money to be made in the sector. But I wouldn't want to be in a position of dictating to the sector how they run their businesses, and some will succeed and some won't. Where I am very passionately interested is that when they do go wrong, as has been discussed, the problems don't fall on the taxpayers' shoulders.
Alison McGovern.
Tell the Secretary of State that my constituents are not happy with the government's response. But at the heart of this problem is a company that was signed off by auditors last year. And the government know that the audit system is not working well, and they had the Kingman Review look into this and make recommendations. On behalf of his cross-government arrangements that he's speaking for here, what have they been doing to reform audit along with those recommendations that they themselves asked for?
I know, because the honourable lady is well versed in these matters, that there are moves afoot to change the process, and we have expressed ourselves concerns over the audit
approach in this country. Now, I don't want to kind of completely jump to conclusions. Because you read it in the weekend paper doesn't always mean it is true. I read that the repatriation was going to cost £600 million, which, again, to the taxpayer is not the case. So we do need to allow the process to work the way through. And I know that she is very actively involved in ensuring that the way that auditing takes place in this country is changed and improved. And the cross task force will no doubt be working on that as well.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Secretary of State for the support he's giving to Thomas Cook employees in the Havant constituency. Can he reassure me that British officials and embassies and missions around the world are also working hard to provide support where needed?
Well, I must pay tribute to the extraordinary work that they've done in the foreign missions around the world. I'm very grateful to the Foreign Commonwealth Office, without whom we couldn't do this, and also to put on record my thanks to the surge staff from HMRC as well as CAA staff who have been absolute troopers throughout the world in airports everywhere.
People in Greater Manchester have lost their jobs, including many in Wigan, but the Scandinavian subsidiary of Thomas Cook is still flying. The German subsidiary is still flying. The government hasn't just failed to provide the financial assistance that would have been necessary to keep those companies going, but it's failed to bring forward legislation that would enable those airlines in the UK to continue flying in protective administration. It didn't have to be like this. This government hasn't barely brought anything to this House over recent months, and they don't need a Queen's speech in order to do this, Mr. Speaker. They should do it right now.
The Honourable Lady confuses 2 points. I mean, it's absolutely true, as I've said many times, that we need a new administration regime, but the fundamental difference that she refers to in the Scandinavian and the German examples is the profitability of the underlying business in those markets due to different influences in their particular markets and the way the businesses have been run at that sub-level.
Kevin Ollenreich.
Does my honourable friend agree that we should always be cautious about bailing out private sector businesses, particularly ones that are £1.9 billion in debt and struggle to make money even in a good year? But should we also look at our competitions policy and are trying to avoid businesses getting so big that when they fail they have such a widespread effect on UK consumers?
I think my honourable friend makes a very good point indeed, and we do get back to this fundamental point that I know is causing some concern on the opposite side, that the business has to be underlying profitable, otherwise there is nothing to bail out, there is nothing to lend money to. And when money is being lost at that sort of rate, the idea that yet more taxpayers' money is pumped in to something which will lose it in a matter of weeks or months seems to me to be crazy.
MacDonald.
Now, what advice does the Secretary have for my constituent Alan Patterson, stuck right now in Ibiza, who hadn't realised he was entitled to a repatriation flight home, but he wanted to get back for his new job this weekend and has spent hundreds of pounds on flights that he didn't need to buy in the first place? KLM are now refusing to refund him that money. Doesn't he agree with me that's mean-spirited and they shouldn't be profiting out of this disaster?
Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear about the example, the situation for his constituent, and no airline should be trying to profit out of this situation. As I've mentioned, in particular, the UK airlines have actually really tried to assist once we got over this issue of some initial surge pricing that seemed to kick in. They have, for the most part, been extraordinarily helpful, lending aircraft, cutting some of their prices. Very concerned to hear about this KLM case.
I don't know yet. Vicky Ford, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're living through a digital age, and businesses which don't adapt will struggle. But can I thank the government for thinking about the people who have been affected here? What assistance is there likely to be for people who have bought flights or holidays that haven't yet started?
Yes, a large number of people who will have bought holidays which have yet to start. If they were package holidays, they are ATOL protected and they will simply get that money back. Whereas flights only, they do not automatically get that money back, and they want to refer to their credit cards, debit cards, holiday insurance, and sometimes an alternate travel agent from whom they've booked it.
Lisa Dodds.
Thank you. Yes, there are legal differences between the UK and Germany, but there's a big difference in political will as well. Yes. Secretary of State keeps mentioning Air Berlin, so I've got one little question for him, general knowledge question. The German government loan that was provided to Air Berlin that enabled its operations to be transferred in a planned manner into other companies, has it been paid back or not?
Let's say the big difference with other airlines which are surviving and even sub-surviving within this group are the profitability of the airlines themselves. But I think we've gone round this quite a few times, Mr. Speaker. I'm in agreement with the Honourable Lady that we do need to have an airline administration system which enables airlines to continue flying. But those two differences, profitability and or the ability to be in administration, are fundamental differences to the situation that existed here. And so the idea, which is I think the third option that she's trying to inject into this, that somehow, for some crazed reason, the government wouldn't want to do everything possible to try to save a 178-year-old British icon is completely ridiculous. Of course we would want to.
Masterton.
Mr. Speaker, the Thomas Cook branch in Clarkson was operated by a small but excellent team now worried about their futures, and it also occupied a key high street unit. So I very much welcome the cross-departmental task force, but can the Secretary of State ensure that members across the House continue to be updated as to its progress so that we can continue to provide the best support and advice to our constituents?
I will absolutely ask my right honourable friend to make sure that that happens and continue to take a keen interest in it myself.
Susan Ellen Jones.
My constituents and many other people's constituents across the country have been affected by this awful situation. But what I don't understand is government and opposition and pretty much everyone recognise we need new legislation on it. Why the heck do we have to wait for a new Queen's speech? Yeah. Why can't we have emergency legislation next week?
Well, I think this has been the most interesting part of this afternoon. As has been discussed, we've got an airline insolvency review that has now reported, and there seems to be very strong desire across the House to do something with that. So let's talk about it.
Mike Wood.
Speaker, will my right honourable friend work with other travel companies as well as ministerial colleagues to make sure that the skills of Thomas Cook employees up and down the country can be retained within the sector?
My honourable friend will be pleased to know that the skills are in high demand, and many of the other travel companies are employing, and indeed, as we've heard from other honourable members, both airlines as well as skill centres, such as those in Stansted, are actually actively reaching out. So I'm very hopeful that those who will have lost their jobs through Thomas Cook will in fact be employed very quickly within the travel sector.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What discussions is the government having with the commercial lending sector, both in relation to the very substantial debt that is going to be the legacy of this debacle, but also in relation to the personal debt of employees? Some of my constituents are extremely concerned about the attitude of their creditors to their mortgage and other loans.
I can tell the honourable lady that my right honourable friend, the business secretary, is actually writing to the lenders on this specific point, and so perhaps can provide more detail about what she's asked them to do at this dispatch box, or I'll actually ask her to write separately. But it's also the case that we'll be looking to provide as much support as possible, and it's important to remember that the deal that Thomas Cook was trying to arrange was actually with the Chinese company for £900 million. So the corporate funding part of this is another interesting part that is, I know, something that will be unpacked over time.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents in Aberdeenshire who found themselves in difficulty of late, can I thank my right honourable friend, all the staff at the Department for Transport and the CAA. But for those people who might find themselves in difficulty after the 2-week period of the official operation has ended, will he commit that his staff at the Department for Transport and the CAA will continue their support for people who will find themselves in difficulty in a fortnight's time?
I should mention why it's a 2-week period. It's actually because the holidays mostly coincide with those dates, people coming back on the normal day of the holiday, after which point there would be sufficient capacity in the travel system to get people home on regular commercial flights, and we'll stand by people who have already booked and are already out there, and perhaps who are on a 2.5-week holiday, to get them home by alternate means.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had many constituents, from pilots to holiday reps, contact me who've been affected by this crisis. I wondered if the Secretary of State is aware that some former and current employees, until very recently, of Thomas Cook are affected themselves because employee holiday benefits don't appear to be covered by ATOL. So I know of one constituent who has a family member who's currently in Turkey, unable to claim, who used employee holiday benefits and is now stuck as a result and not covered by ATOL. So will he look urgently at that matter? Because it's a double whammy for the employees of Thomas Cook.
Yes, that's right. The Honourable Gentleman will know that the strict rules that apply through the Insolvency Service for people's redundancy pay, which does cover the holiday element as well as the non-holiday element itself being tax-free in a redundancy. But actually, in a case like that, I'd be very happy to receive a letter from the Honourable Gentleman and look into the case for his constituent.
And Dr. Lisa Cameron.
Will the Secretary of State pay tribute to Peel Park firm AGO Outsourcing in my constituency, who are very keen to offer job opportunities for the staff affected in our 2 stores? And that's really remarkable, and we're so pleased that they're doing that. But East Kilbride is particularly affected, and I'd be very grateful if the Secretary of State would arrange a meeting for myself with the task force to make sure I can help people on the front line.
Absolutely, very pleased to pay tribute to the employers in her constituency who are providing or offering employment. And she's not the first member this afternoon who has suggested that there are other people who are stepping in to take up this employment. Very happy also to ask my right honourable friend to set up that meeting.
Those of my constituents who have lost their jobs tell me that the airline was indeed profitable. So why didn't the government intervene to make sure that the airline and any other parts of the business which were profitable, along with the jobs in those businesses, could have been saved?
I'm interested to hear his constituents say that. I mean, the accounts clearly show that within a 6-month period alone, they lost $1.5 billion and then issued a further profits warning. There's obviously a lot of detangling of this business to be done. I mean, I have to say that, you know, a government isn't in the job of, in the business of running a travel company, you'd understand, but we do want to ensure that whatever went wrong here is properly investigated, and we'll certainly make sure that does happen.
Liz McInnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State talks about throwing good money after bad. But surely it would be better for British business if Thomas Cook had been bailed out rather than spending millions of pounds on repatriating holidaymakers.
I made mention to the 900 million Fosan deal, which eventually fell through, just to try to indicate the extent of the money required in this business just to keep it afloat. And then it turned out, in fact, and that was the deal that was on the table whilst all of this was going on, and then it turned out at the 11th hour that even Fosan weren't happy to go with a deal because they themselves had concern, and then a new number started to emerge of an additional £250 million. I think any rational person, including, incidentally, the accounting officers throughout government, would have looked at this deal and refused to sign off such a payment. Anyone looking at detail into this, and I'm absolutely certain this is what it will show, will demonstrate that this would have been a very, very poor move for the taxpayer and probably led us exactly to the position we're in today of repatriating 150,000 people and yet having spent up to 250 million of taxpayers' money as well.
Paula Sheriff.
Mr. Speaker, I've been contacted by a constituent, and I'm aware of a small number of others who have been contacted by a person purporting to be responsible for delivering refunds on behalf of the Thomas Cook Group, asking for their credit card details. These people are absolutely adamant that they have not booked flights nor holidays, nor have any outstanding financial arrangements with the Thomas Cook Group. I just would like to know if the Secretary of State is aware of what appears to be a scam, and if so, what is he doing about it?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I was made aware of this yesterday. It's absolutely disgusting that that could happen at this time, and we've put messages back through things like, for example, the OWL system that should be familiar with, which is the system which emails people, Neighbourhood Watch, to be on the lookout for these sorts of scams. I mean, obviously, to someone who didn't actually have a holiday book, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Mr. Boland, lost his wife Elizabeth last year in Cuba on a Thomas Cook holiday. It now turns out that the cause of death was wrong on the death certificate, and I have been trying to get Thomas Cook for the last year to properly investigate this issue and to give due compensation. They have told me in the last day that because the company has gone under, they will not investigate and her case is closed. I am sorry, but this is not good enough for my constituent. Will the Secretary of State would meet with me to discuss this issue?
That's obviously very distressing. I'd be pleased to do so, and also pleased to take it up with the Insolvency Service.
Julie Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, I have constituents who are due to travel on their holidays in October who booked using Thomas Cook Travel Agency services for a holiday provided by a third party, only to find this week that their final monies have not been paid to the holiday provider and there is no holiday there going to happen for them. Can you tell me what support will be available to people in this position?
Yes, that situation will depend on whether that holiday was in the end booked through an atoll scheme or not. It sounds from the description that she gave that it may have been, but I suggest that if she can write to me with the full details, I'll make sure it's investigated.
Douglas Chapman.
Mr. Speaker, in this House on the 16th of May, I raised the issue of the sustainability of Thomas Cook following a Brexit-related trading warning. I must say at that point the ministerial response reeked of complacency on stilts. So what discussions have taken place between the Government and Thomas Cook during this period, and what actions were agreed between the Government and Thomas Cook to avoid its collapse?
Well, the CAA have a large part of the duty in terms of ensuring the sustainability of an airline. In fact, would have been responsible for renewing its licence, I think, at the beginning of October. So we're keeping a very close eye on things. The department will have been, I think, latterly, as things got much more serious, particularly through the later profit warnings, become increasingly involved, as I was at some point after I joined the department made aware of difficulties that they may be in. Of course, everyone was hoping that the airline would be rescued, and there were very serious and full talks in place to rescue it. And the problem that anyone has who comments on these things is you can precipitate exactly the thing you're trying to avoid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, can I place my thanks to the Greater Manchester Mayor and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority for their work over the past few days, helping to signpost customers and staff stuck overseas. And like my colleagues, over the weekend I have been contacted by several Thomas Cook employees who are understandably distressed. But when Thomas Cook executives have taken home £20 million in bonuses over the last 5 years, does the Secretary of State agree that this shows just how broken our system is?
Well, I do share the Honourable Lady's concerns, as she knows, and with the risk of not abusing the Speaker's counsel, I will refer to the comments on this previously and look to have the Insolvency Service fully look into it.
Kevin Newlands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, around 250 Thomas Cook staff based at Glasgow Airport in my constituency, along with countless others in shops across Ramshire, have lost their livelihood, so my thoughts are very much with them. But can the Secretary of State tell us, in taking his deeply disappointing decision not to intervene, did he ask his department and other departments to calculate not only the cost of Operation Matterhorn itself, but the related costs, including out-of-work benefits, loss of tax revenue to Exchequer, and the wider economic impact of the collapse?
Well, the honourable gentleman will know there are pretty strict rules involved in when the state can and can't intervene in private businesses, and if it did, of course, intervene all the time, then you find other much more successful businesses were actually disadvantaged by that intervention, and it could affect those employments going forward. As I mentioned briefly earlier, it is the case that an accounting officer would not have signed off this kind of intervention because it simply would have represented a big problem for the state, when in any case we almost certainly would have had to end up with today and repatriating people in any case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3,000 people in Greater Manchester affected by this loyal workforce for Thomas Cook, disgusted at the greediness of directors and the management of that company. He mentioned that the Turkish government didn't make an approach and the Spanish government did, but it was too late. I asked a question, why didn't the UK government be proactive and pick up the phone and make the call to them?
To fully understand the situation, this is a private company who were getting on with trying to put together their own rescue deal, which the British government, just to be clear, the British government absolutely would want to do. As I said before, why on earth would you want to lose a landmark British company? Of course you wouldn't want to, but it is for the directors of that business to properly organise for its rescue. And had there been any kind of substantial plan put to us by them or by other interested parties or countries, then of course we would have been very interested in it. The truth is there was no viable plan put forward.
Rain.
Can I thank the Minister for his answers to questions about Thomas Cook workers who work abroad. His answers were a little bit woolly, so I'm going to ask him specifically, can he give a cast iron guarantee that not one of those workers will be left stranded abroad, and that each and every one of them will be paid in full for the hours that they've worked since the company was declared bankrupt?
So I have tried to be as clear as I can about Thomas Cook workers abroad. It is urgently a matter that I've asked the CAA to work on. Obviously, the first priority is getting the 150,000 people home. Getting the employees home is obviously something we're not going to leave people stranded, clearly. On the issue of pay, it's very, very tightly set out under legislation in insolvency situation, and that's exactly what will be followed.
Gavin Shuker.
Speaker, when Monarch collapsed in my constituency, we learnt that many people with sector-specific skills could, in many cases, walk into a new job, such as pilots and cabin crew and so on. But those that were lower paid with less sector-specific skills really struggled. Can I ask him what he's doing on this particular issue? And if his honest answer is it hadn't occurred to him, could I ask that he would look at this urgently?
Absolutely occurred to us. Look, there are 630 job centres, the Rapid Response Service, alongside National Careers Service. They're already working with local partners in all the different areas to try to ensure through the national employer and partnership teams that people get back into employment. I already mentioned about some of the other support to do with childcare when people are going for interviews, the tools they need and so on and so forth. So we absolutely stand behind them. I do say to the honourable gentleman and everyone in this House, at a time when we have record employment and record low unemployment, I do hope that people do find that this support helps them into another job very quickly.
Mary Glendon.
Given the importance of the rapid response team, will the Minister say what extra government resources they are receiving so they can fully support these unemployed workers?
Good question. Yes, I will.
Pollard.
I used to work for Thomas Cook and ABTA doing holiday protection, so I know the ATOL scheme covers repatriation but also refunds. The Minister set out the repatriation costs. Can he set out how much the refund cost is? Because that is nearly £1 billion in my understanding. Is that a figure he recognises?
The honourable gentleman has considerable expertise in these areas. The answer to his question is 420 million is the projected cost of future bookings through the ATOL system, insured or through their funds.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was contacted over the weekend by numerous constituents, most of whom work out of Manchester Airport. The message that they were giving me was that the trading could have continued if not a bailout, but an extension of line of credit guaranteed by the government of £200 million had been extended. Can the Minister explain if that is correct? And if so, why wasn't it extended?
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, we've got this slightly sort of strange situation where everyone's acknowledging how badly they think the company may have been run and concern about the decisions that have been made and the directors, but then at the same time saying, but please bail out this failing, what people think is a failing organisation. The simple answer is, if we thought it was possible, we absolutely would have done something.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents who have lost their jobs are absolutely furious at the sight of directors waltzing off to Germany with their jobs intact, which I'm sure the Secretary of State can understand. And I hope that directors' disqualification proceedings do come in due course. But in the meantime, these people need the statutory payments due to them as soon as possible. So can he assure me that the Redundancy Payments Office is sufficiently well resourced?
Yes, I absolutely can do that. And in fact, just with some information here, early indications that first payments will start flowing this Friday, the 27th.
I'll take the remaining question as if it's a short sentence each, but if it's longer, I'm afraid I'll have to cut it off. Chris Stevens.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, so going back to the question of the 250 million, will the Secretary of State confirm that that was for credit purposes, effectively a reserve fund for Thomas Cook to say to the banks that they have that reserve fund of 250 million?
Yes, so the problem was it wasn't ever apparent that there was actually a package to sit behind that, that somebody putting money in would actually support. In other words, that it wasn't necessarily going to save it even then.
Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Penny Jepson has lost her job after 16 years working for Thomas Cook, one of 9,000. She's concerned about the inept response from the government. It's costing an absolute fortune to repatriate people. Why not simply invest in this company via a bridging loan? A bridging loan.
Yeah.
I know the honourable gentleman's heard this answer before, that governments aren't about running travel companies, obviously. And if there was any way that a short-term guarantee or loan we thought would have kept it going, then that would have been a serious prospect. But I'm afraid there was never a serious plan brought to us on that front.
One sentence. Stephen Lloyd.
The Secretary of State aware that the scam telephone artists are fanning out across the country, phoning people, offering a refund if they get the bank details. People are going to lose money. Can the Secretary of State publicise that the public should be aware of this?
Yeah. I certainly will, and I think his questions help to highlight it as well, and I'll do my best to do the same.
Mr.
Speaker, it would be helpful if the Secretary of State could set out what the cost of Operation Matterhorn is to the taxpayer so far, and what likelihood there is, realistically, of getting money back from individual people's travel insurance.
Yes, broadly speaking, we know that the previous Monarch operation was 50 million. We know this is probably about twice the size, so it indicates a cost of something like £100 million.
Patricia Gibson.
My constituents in Largs and Saltcoats will be keen to make sure they have the outstanding wages paid to them. But can I ask the Secretary of State, what words of advice does he have to the other airlines who are clearly and ruthlessly profiteering on the back of this collapse?
There were some early examples of what looked like incredible surge pricing and very, very unwelcome. We contacted the airlines through the CAA. Most of them have overridden that system, as I mentioned before. Some of them are undercharging and others have actually lent their planes. So I'd be interested to see any ongoing examples that I can ask the CAA to investigate.
The EU Package Travel Directive protects those who are travelling if their package holiday has been cancelled. Does the Minister believe that we should be retaining this protection for future generations of travellers?
Yes, absolutely, or even enhancing it.
John McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make the Secretary of State aware that one of my constituents has had 3 emails today wondering why he's cancelled his direct debit for his holiday next year from Thomas Cook.
Again, very happy to look into any individual circumstances. He might write to me about it.
Ruth George.
Thank you. There are young, vulnerable travel reps stuck abroad in many cases. The Secretary of State's statement that he's talking to the CAA about their position does not offer them much reassurance when they have no right to continue working in the EU after the 31st of October. What will the Secretary of State do to make sure that he can give them the assurances they need that they will get their costs home paid?
It's important not to unnecessarily worry people who are already in a very distressing situation. This will be done well before the 31st of October, given we're not even into October now, and this operation is going to run for another 12 days, plus time to bring people home. So the two issues are not connected, and I absolutely do want to reassure anyone working for Thomas Cook, we absolutely are with you.
Speaker, the Secretary of State has sought to assure my constituents in the Vale of Leven and in Clydebank offices and across the UK that their pensions are fine and also employment opportunities are available for the future. Nevertheless, can he take a step forward and also assure them that if they need to claim universal credit, they won't need to wait 6 weeks for it, and more specifically for those abroad who are UK nationals, that Thomas Cook has actually paid their national insurance contributions, allowing them to claim social security when they return home?
I should say that the pension, not to misdescribe what I said, the pension setup is very clearly described through the usual channels, and it does depend on whether somebody's retired, what stage they're in, and so on and so forth. With regard to universal credit, if they go in now, they can actually get an advance payment on it.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What discussions has the Secretary of State had with the travel insurance sector to ensure that individual claims can be put in easily and no obstacles will be put in the way of settling those claims?
Well, absolutely. We'll put every pressure on to make sure these claims are settled as quickly as possible. Along with my right honourable friend, we're on the case with that.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I appreciate what the Secretary of State has said about employment opportunities, but my constituent, a Thomas Cook employee of 17 years, is pregnant and is currently worried about what her prospects will be for future employment. Is there anything specific he can say to assist my constituent at this time?
Well, as I say, I'd be very heartened by the fact that we live in a time of high employment levels, which will give your constituent the very best opportunity, but also the sort of bespoke arrangements being made through Job Centre Plus should enable, and I'd be grateful to the Honourable Lady keeping me posted on the case of her constituent, should enable her to find herself into new work, and I'll be very happy to follow up with her.
Brendan O'Hara.
Can Thomas Cook employees, including those in my constituency, and particularly in the towns of Dunoon and Helensburgh, be assured that there is absolutely nothing more he could have done to help? And if he was given the chance again, would he follow exactly the same path as he has done?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. Order. Well, is it a continuation of the exchanges? Does it appertain to what's just been said? It does. Very well. Point of order, Antoinette Soundbatch.
At the start of this session, the Secretary of State raised the impression that primary legislation could not be introduced in this House without a further prorogation of Parliament and a Queen's speech. I seek your guidance on whether that is, in fact, the correct position.
In procedural terms, there is no bar to the introduction of primary legislation in the course of the current session if the government is minded to schedule it. I think, to be fair to the Minister, what he was probably driving at is that the government has to take a holistic view of a wide range of potential legislative options, and that the best or most propitious time for considering the inclusion of a new measure might be in the context of the gracious speech. And I'm sure that's what the Secretary of State meant to say, and as he didn't quite get round to saying it, I know that he'll be inordinately and probably permanently grateful to me for saying it on his behalf. And we'll leave it there for now. Statement the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Minister for the Cabinet Office, Minister Michael Gove.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to make a statement on our preparations to leave the European Union and the steps that we're taking to be ready for every eventuality. 17.4 million people voted in the referendum in June 2016 to leave the European Union. More than have ever voted for any proposition in the history of our democracy. And this government is committed to honouring that verdict. And the government is determined to secure a good deal with our EU partners. And negotiations have been led by the Prime Minister, the Brexit Secretary and the Foreign Secretary. And those negotiations have seen significant movement over recent weeks. Until recently, the EU has maintained that the withdrawal agreement was sacrosanct. But now they have acknowledged that it can be changed. And up until this point, the European Union have also said that the backstop was inviolable. But again, European leaders have said that they are not emotionally attached to the backstop. And there are other ways of ensuring that we can safeguard the gains of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement and also ensure that smooth trade flows across the island of Ireland. I want to commend the Prime Minister and his colleagues for the progress that's been made in those negotiations, and I hope that everyone in the House will agree it's better for all of us if we can leave the EU with a withdrawal agreement in place. But government needs to be prepared for every eventuality. And since the PM took office, he's created a new cabinet structure in order to ensure that across government we take all the steps necessary to prepare for exit. A new cabinet committee, EXO, has met 48 times and brought greater focus and urgency to our preparations. Our top economic priority is to ensure that we can maintain a smooth and efficient flow of goods and people from the UK into the EU and vice versa. We need to make sure that businesses are ready for changed circumstances and new customs requirements. Now, there are, of course, some goods that require not just customs checks, but other procedures, particularly food and products of animal origin. And we've been working with DEFRA and the relevant sectors in order to ensure that those businesses are ready. And we also take very seriously our responsibility to ensure that the rights of millions of EU citizens in this country are protected. And we're also working with our European partners to ensure that UK nationals in EU nations also have their rights safeguarded. The EXO Committee has also taken steps to safeguard and enhance national security and the operation of our criminal justice system, to enhance the free flow of personal data across borders, to ensure that we can support the devolved administrations in their work, and in particular to support the Northern Ireland Civil Service in its vital work. Now, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go into a little more detail about how we can facilitate the free flow of goods across borders. And it's in this context that I'd like to explain the role of Project Yellowhammer in the government's planning. If the UK leaves the European Union without a withdrawal agreement, there will be a third country, subject to the EU's common external tariff, trading on WTO terms, and exports will also be subject to new customs and sanitary and phytosanitary checks. These are unarguable facts. They pose specific challenges, and they constitute the base scenario with which we all have to work. The Government Civil Contingency Secretariat have used these facts to develop a reasonable worst-case scenario of what might happen, including in cases if appropriate mitigations are not put in place and readiness measures are not implemented. That reasonable worst-case scenario and the steps required to mitigate it are the work undertaken under the name Operation Yellowhammer. And as the National Audit Office reported in March, work on Operation Yellowhammer has been going on since June 2018, and the NAO made clear then that departments are all working on the basis of a reasonable worst-case scenario. Now, many of the challenges that Operation Yellowhammer identifies relate specifically to flow at the border. It contains careful estimates of how flow might be affected through a range of factors, including if steps are not taken to help businesses to be ready. And that is why this government has taken significant steps in order to ensure that businesses are ready. Specifically, in adjusting to this new situation, we know that businesses require support to deal with those new customs procedures, and HMRC has acted to support traders. Importers will have access to transitional simplified procedures, which ensure that businesses have time to adjust to new duties. Businesses exporting to the European Union will need a specific economic operator registration indication number from HMRC. And HMRC have already allocated EORI numbers to 88,000 VAT-registered businesses which currently trade with the EU and not beyond it. We've also introduced postponed accounting for import VAT, and we've negotiated access to the Common Transit Convention, so that both imported and exported goods can continue to flow across international borders without the payment of any duties until they reach their final destination. And we've established new transit sites in Kent and in Essex in order to ensure that trucks can flow freely, carrying goods into France and beyond to the wider EU. We're also providing tailored information to hauliers and businesses through a range of sites across the country to ensure the greatest level of readiness. We've funded business representative organisations to share information with enterprises large and small, and they are preparing for exit. We've also worked with the authorities in both Dover and Calais to smooth trade. And I want to take this opportunity in particular to thank the French authorities for the work they've done to ensure the operation of a smart border in Calais so that compliant consignments should experience no delay. The steps we've taken are designed to ensure that business is ready for exit without a deal on October the 31st. But it is also the case that these steps will in any case be necessary for life outside the single market and the customs union when we secure a new free trade agreement with the EU. And thanks to work undertaken under the previous government and accelerated under this administration, many businesses are already well prepared. For any business that is in any doubt about what's required, the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy is conducting roadshows and visiting businesses in their premises, and also gov.uk/Brexit provides all the information required. There are, of course, as I mentioned, specific additional requirements for those who are exporting food and products of animal origin, sanitary and phytosanitary checks. Traders will require export health certificates for food and catch certificates for fish. Hundreds of vets have now been trained to issue these certificates and additional personnel certified to support them. And again, the French authorities have taken steps to ensure the smooth flow of critical produce. They've specifically created a new border inspection post at Boulogne-sur-Mer in order to ensure that fish and shellfish products can be caught in the UK today and be on sale in the European Union tomorrow. Now, of course, as well as making sure that commerce flows, we must safeguard the rights of individuals. That's why this government has provided the most comprehensive and generous offer to EU citizens in this country in order to guarantee their rights. It's already the case that under the EU settlement scheme, more than 1 million people have been granted status. And the Home Office is helping thousands of new applicants every day. And if any Member of Parliament finds that any of their constituents are having difficulties with that process, then I would welcome them getting in touch directly with me and the Home Secretary. And in the same way, we've taken steps to secure the rights of UK nationals in the EU, including access to healthcare after exit. And we'll continue to work with our partners in Member States to provide further protection for UK nationals. It's important that UK citizens in those countries register with the appropriate authorities, and again on gov.uk/Brexit, details member state by member state are outlined to enable every citizen to have the rights that they deserve. Also this month, the new government committed to increasing the UK state pension, which is paid to nearly 500,000 people living in the EU every year, for 3 years after a no-deal exit. Previously, the commitment was solely for the financial year 2019-20. And as well as making sure that UK nationals in the EU and EU citizens in the UK have their rights protected, we want to make sure that UK citizens can continue to travel in the EU without impediment. That's why UK nationals will have visa-free travel into the EU, and we're also talking to EU member states in order to understand how people who provide professional services can continue to do so member state by member state. Let me turn briefly to security. It's absolutely vital that we ensure as we leave the EU we have the right approach to safeguarding citizens. And that's why we've been talking to the EU about making sure we can continue to have access to law enforcement and national security instruments. It's also important to recognise that as we leave the EU, it will be the case that there are new tools available in order to ensure that we can better deal with people trafficking, smuggling and other criminal activity. Let me turn briefly to the situation in Northern Ireland. This government is absolutely committed to the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, absolutely determined to ensure there will be no infrastructure at the border, and absolutely determined to uphold the functioning of the all-Ireland economy. That's why we will have no checks at the border and no tariffs. Of course, we wait to see what Ireland and the EU Commission will decide, but we stand ready to work with them to help safeguard commerce and rights across the island of Ireland. Now, leaving the EU without a deal certainly provides economic challenges. I do not shirk from that. But it also provides economic opportunities. There's the opportunity to secure new trade deals and become a strong voice for free trade at the WTO. The opportunity to develop new technologies which will help feed the world and enhance our environment. The opportunity to overhaul government procurement to better support growing British businesses. The opportunity to introduce a fairer, more efficient and more humane immigration system. The opportunity to deal more effectively with cross-border crime. The opportunity to invest more flexibly and generously to support overlooked communities. And the opportunity to strengthen our democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, leaving the EU was a clear instruction from the British people. And this House now has a clear choice. Do we honour that instruction, or do we continue to delay and seek to frustrate the British people's verdict? This government is clear. We must honour that decision, and that is why I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster for advanced copy of his statement. Let's get to the detail and test what he says. He says these negotiations have seen significant movement over recent weeks. Can he confirm for the House that 3 papers were submitted to the EU last week and 1 today, but they're what the EU call non-papers because they're for discussion, but they don't commit the Member State to the particular policy in them. And at the moment, they're being kept secret from the EU 27. What is the thrust or gist of these papers? Because we need to know if we're to assess the likelihood of success in the negotiations. Secondly, can I challenge the suggestion in his statement that many businesses are already well prepared for no deal? I sat at 3 o'clock round a table last Wednesday, with the leaders of pretty well all the business sectors, and the one message they wanted to get across to me was how concerned they were that businesses were not prepared for a no-deal Brexit. I don't believe those businesses are saying one thing to me and another thing to the government. So can he clarify that? And what this statement significantly and studiously avoids
is actually giving any detail of the scenario that we're told the government's Civil Contingencies Secretariat has drawn up. And, Mr. Speaker, on the 9th of September, just before we were shut down, an order was made that the government should produce all the documents prepared within Her Majesty's government since the 23rd of July relating to Operation Yellowhammer and submitted to the Cabinet or a Cabinet committee. And they were to be laid before this House by 11 o'clock on the 11th of September. That's 2 weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, this is important because obviously the government is spending a lot of money telling businesses and the country to get ready, and they want to know what they're to get ready for. And they need to know what could happen so that they can prepare. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of September, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster wrote to the Chair of the Brexit Select Committee saying this: "I thought it would be helpful to publish the Operation Yellowhammer document based on assumptions drawn up by the last government." And that's this document. That was the only document disclosed. He went on to say, "It's my intention to publish revised assumptions in due course." Nothing else has been produced. Mr. Speaker, the document disclosed to the Chair of the Select Committee is dated the 2nd of August. And so, can the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster explain how it's a document of the last government and not this? As he knows, it was leaked pretty well in full to the Sunday Times, and so the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster doesn't try to avoid this by simply saying he won't comment on leaked documents. It also went, as I understand it, to the Welsh Government. In response to that leak, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said on the Mar Show on the 1st of September that document, this document, predated the creation of this government, and its predictions were the worst possible eventuality. So the impression he was trying to create was that this document is an old document, and it's a worst-case scenario. He went on to say, and I quote, that he's constantly updated. Thank you. Exactly the point I want to come on to. Given this document is dated the 2nd of August, was this produced for this government, the last government, no it's not, or both? Check the order. If it was the last government, has this government produced any documents of its own since the 23rd of July relating to Operation Yellowhammer? And it's no good saying we're going to produce them. This government's been in place for 9 weeks, and it's only 5 weeks and 2 days to go until the 31st of October. If it was the last government, it's an old document, why did somebody change the title after the leak to the Sunday Times? This used to be branded the base scenario. Somebody got hold of an old document, apparently irrelevant, and changed the title. So it's now called the HMG Reasonable Worst Case Planning Assumption. Why was it changed if it's out of date, an old document? Who did it? And can the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster confirm that the rebranded document has 20 substantive paragraphs, each word for word the same as the document leaked to the Sunday Times? And if it's constantly updated, where are the constant updates? Mr. Speaker, this is the only document we have, and using this document, taking this document, can he confirm that according to this document there will be significant and prolonged disruptions at ports? That's what it says. The worst disruption is to the Channel Straits, which will be up to 3 months, and that there will be significant queues in Kent and delays of up to 2.5 days at the border for HGVs attempting to use the Channel routes to France. If the answer to that question from the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is no, that's not the case, what's he basing his answer on if there's not another document in existence that he hasn't disclosed in accordance with the order to this House? So it's either yes or no, based on a document which hasn't been disclosed. I also want to highlight paragraph 18, which hasn't had the attention that it should have done, on the impact of no deal in Northern Ireland. And I know this is a matter the House takes extremely seriously. It sets out the government's planned model. So this is the government's planned model. It indicates that the agri-food sector will be hardest hit. Disruption to key sectors, job losses are likely to result in protests and direct action across blockages. Prices and other differentials are likely to lead in the growth of an illegitimate economy, and it talks about severe disruption at the border. The document itself concludes that the pressure will be such. Northern Ireland happens to be extremely important to many people in this House. We are here to scrutinise the government. Let us get on with it. This document, Mr. Speaker, this document indicates that that model that the government is proposing, set out in its own document, is going to come under such pressure it's unlikely to survive for a few days or weeks. So the government's preferred model for Northern Ireland, on its own assessment, is unlikely to survive more than a few days or weeks. That's not a plan for a model that won't last more than a week. There must be an update, and where is it? And can I also confirm with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster whether he has received any representations from the energy sector, this is very specific, about the impact of oil and gas supplies to the UK in the event of a no deal? Mr. Speaker, anyone watching today's proceedings and still thinking that somewhere lurking there's a clever and cunning plan to get through the chaos of the government's own making needs to think again. The government's lost 6 out of 6 votes in Parliament. The Prime Minister's lost his majority. He's lost his case in the Supreme Court. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster said on the radio this morning the Prime Minister's a born winner. I'm glad he hasn't lost his sense of humour. But this isn't, Mr. Speaker, this isn't a game, and for the government to be 5 weeks away from leaving the EU without a plan is unforgivable.
Well, can I welcome the Shadow Brexit Secretary back from Brighton and to the House of Commons? One of the things about the House of Commons is that whether or not we lose votes or we win them, at least they're recorded accurately. The Shadow Brexit Secretary repeated on a number of occasions that he believed in constant updates. What a pity that he did not update his list of questions in the light of the points that I made in my statement. What a pity he relied on a list of questions that he had drafted many, many hours before. On the first point about negotiations, it is the case that there have been detailed negotiations with the EU Commission and with EU member states, and it is also the case that the EU 27 are briefed on those negotiations by the Commission, and it is as a result of those briefings and those conversations that we've made the progress that I charted earlier. And I would have hoped that he would have been generous enough to acknowledge that the withdrawal agreement is now in play and the backstop can be replaced by alternative arrangements. He asked about business readiness. He said that he'd met some business organisations and they kept him up until 3 o'clock in the morning with a single message. I imagine that single message is, whatever you do, please replace your leader. But it is the case that the automotive sector, whom I met earlier this week, confirmed that they have been confirmed that I'll treat his comments with the seriousness they deserve. The automotive sector, whom I talked to earlier this week, confirmed that they were ready. The retail sector have confirmed that they are ready. 90% of the companies measured by value that trade with the EU also trade with countries outside the EU. They are in a position to be ready. Now, of course, he asked me about the Operation Yellowhammer document, but he seemed to miss the point, which the National Audit Office was able to appreciate earlier this year, and which seems entirely to have passed him by. Operation Yellowhammer is a reasonable worst-case scenario. The government are taking and have taken steps to mitigate it, and there are more than 300 actions that have been authorised by the EXO Committee since we started meeting in August in order to mitigate those consequences. And we will be updating the House on all the steps that we've taken, many of which I listed in my statement, none of which he asked about, from transitional simplified procedures through to the application of EORI numbers, all of the actual things that business need in order to get ready. He had a single question on. His pretensions to speak for business are exposed as a hollow sham. Now, he talked about clever and cunning plans. I suppose he was probably thinking about the Labour Party's position on Brexit. In February 2017, the Right Honourable Gentleman said politically, the notion that the referendum was merely a consultation exercise holds no water. We in Labour have to accept the result. But now in some sort of political equivalent of VAR, he wants to annul that result. Now Labour's policy is to delay Brexit further, seek an extension of indefinite duration, renegotiate a new deal, then put it to the country in a new referendum, with the Deputy Leader saying vote Remain, many backbenchers saying vote Leave, and the Labour leader himself undecided. Labour's position on Brexit is as solid as a blancmange in a hurricane and as coherent as an apology from Vicky Pollard.
Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask my right honourable friend that when he refers to Operation Yellowhammer as a document that was introduced by the previous administration but which is being read and updated by this, does he not also recognise the purpose of that document was to advise the government of what more they needed to do to be ready? It was not meant to be an assistant to the opposition spokesman who struggles very hard to get his lines right. It was there for a purpose. That purpose is being met.
The honourable gentleman hits the nail on the head.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster for advance side of the statement. It allows me to begin by pointing out the glaring omission in what he told the House a few moments ago. He really ought to have started by thanking Lady Hale and her fellow judges in the Supreme Court for the decision they took yesterday, because without that judgment, he would not have had the opportunity to come to the House today and explain the government's preparations, and we would not have the opportunity to see in all its glory just how woefully inadequately prepared the government actually is. And I don't put this down to a lack of effort on the government's part. I'm sure his XO committee is in permanent session, almost, and we know from the honourable member for the right honourable member for Hastings and Rye that the government is fixated almost to the exclusion of everything else in preparations for a no deal. But the fact that we are so far away from concluding those preparations is simply a testament to the enormity of the task and the fact that it is simply not doable in the next 5 weeks. And as a result of this, rather than be honest with the House, the Secretary of State is indulging in euphemisms and wishful thinking and banter and jokes. And the truth of the matter is that he's trying to sugarcoat what is a disastrous situation. And that begins with the very title of the document itself. And I return to the point raised by the opposition spokesperson. In the document, the very same document that was given to the Scottish Government, the First Minister of Scotland has confirmed that that was referred to as a base scenario. And yet several days later, when it is published, it is referred to as a worst-case scenario. An attempt to suggest that, of course, there are much better scenarios and there's nothing really to see and no need to worry. So I ask again, and I don't want a joke in response, who made the decision to change that title and why? There are other things throughout this document which show the degree of sugar feeding as well, but probably one of the most bizarre things the Secretary of State has just said is he said a few moments ago that UK citizens would have visa-free travel throughout the EU. Well, that's just rubbish. That's nonsense. In the event of a no deal, the very fact of a no deal means that there will not be that. That's what no deal actually means. So either this is an exercise in self-delusion or a willful attempt to mislead the House, but whatever it is, it most certainly is not the truth, and we ought to be given the truth. Mr. Speaker, surely the point is this, and this is my principal question to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Surely the time has come now to assess, is it realistically possible to get a deal to leave the European Union on the 31st of October? The House has considered this question and come to a judgment that it probably would not be possible, and therefore it is necessary for the government to apply for an extension to the process. I want to know from the Minister, will he accept that mandate from this Parliament? Will he do and act as a member of this government to make sure that it is implemented, or will he continue to flout the will of the House and proceed on preparations which, frankly, are to prepare for a situation which is now unlawful according to the law of the land? So I want to know, will he commit to discharging the mandate given to him? Will he follow the law of the land? And also, will he confirm to the House whether or not he has had discussions with the Prime Minister about doing anything other than that?
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for Edinburgh East for his questions. And may I also say that I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for the clarity of their judgment. And in addition, I'm also grateful to his colleagues in the Scottish Government for the extensive work that they have done, along with other devolved administrations, to help us prepare for a no-deal exit. Only yesterday, I was chairing a committee meeting which the Scottish Cabinet Secretary responsible for Agriculture and Rural Affairs was, along with other devolved administration ministers, actively taking steps in order to ensure that his constituents were actively ready to prepare for a no-deal Brexit. And I think it's only right that we should record our thanks to the civil servants in devolved administrations as well for that work. Now, I do not shirk from the fact that there are serious challenges. We're all aware of those. We would all much prefer to leave with a deal, and the honourable gentleman asked what preparations are being made in order to secure a deal. I listed some of the advances that have been made in negotiations earlier, but one of the things that I would say is that we have had a chance in this House of Commons to vote for deals before, and it was the choice of his party resolutely not to vote for a deal. We could have...
The right honourable gentleman should plough on.
Agreement. We could have a withdrawal agreement if only members of the Scottish National Party were as good as their word and put the interests of Scotland ahead of narrow, sectarian, secessionist and separatist arguments. The honourable member also asked about the Yellowhammer document. As I mentioned earlier, the National Audit Office had confirmed earlier this year that it is a reasonable worst-case scenario, one that we have taken steps, as I mentioned, in response both to the honourable gentleman and to my right honourable friend, to mitigate. And those steps, many of which have been taken in coordination with devolved administrations, extend to everything from the provision of infrastructure in order to ensure that there are catch certificates for the Scottish fishing industry, to the licensing of new people in order to ensure there are export health certificates for other areas of agriculture. He finally makes the point about lawfulness. It is vitally important, of course, that we all uphold the law in this House of Commons, but it is also important that we recognise that we passed a bill in order to create a referendum in which we said that the people's verdict would be respected. And our democracy depends not just on respect for the rule of law, but also respect for the people's verdict.
Damien Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank my right honourable friend for the information he shared with me and other Kent MPs earlier this week about the accelerating preparations for ensuring that freight traffic approaching the Port of Dover is able to run smoothly, because I'm sure he will agree with me that avoiding chaos on the roads in Kent is one of the key indicators of a smooth planning for Brexit, however it takes place. Can he give the House his assessment of how well the haulage industry across Europe is actually responding to the British government's information about the paperwork they will need to make sure that the short straits crossing in the Channel does work as efficiently as possible after Brexit?
It was a pleasure to meet my right honourable friend and other Kent MPs earlier this week. It is the case that more than 80% of the hauliers who ply their trade through the short straits come from EU countries. That's why we have created offices in those EU countries in order to provide hauliers and traders with information, why we've published guidance in more than 10 EU languages, and why it's also the case that we're contacting traders in the UK who use those hauliers in order to make sure that they're ready. It is also the case that steps are being taken to ensure that the traffic management in Kent under the aegis of the Kent Resilience Forum is as effective as possible, but further steps do need to be taken, and I hope to update my right honourable friend and the House as those steps are taken.
So on break.
Can the British people be safer than ever before if we lose access to EU crime-fighting databases in a no-deal scenario?
Chancellor of the Deputy.
Because Border Force will have considerable new powers in order to be able to intercept people smugglers, human traffickers and those who are dealing in organised crime.
Sir David Roy Liddington, KCB, CBE.
Mr. Speaker, while completely supporting the need to engage in rigorous contingency planning, as my right honourable friend is doing, could he also confirm that in Northern Ireland, in the absence of an executive, the civil service there lacks necessary powers to take the mitigating measures that he is rightly putting in place as regards England? And could he say what plans the government has to introduce the necessary steps, including legislation, to ensure that guidance and direction are available in Northern Ireland?
I'll take a little longer than I would ordinarily want to, because I first of all want to congratulate my right honourable friend on his knighthood, and also to thank him for his years of government service. He was an outstanding minister in a number of offices, and it's a particular recognition on my part that as Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, he did so much to prepare us for EU exit and also to advance negotiations with the EU. Now, he makes a very, very important point about Northern Ireland. Can I first of all say that the Northern Ireland Civil Service and the Police Service of Northern Ireland have done an enormous amount to prepare for the contingencies of no-deal exit. We should all be grateful to them for the work that they do. But he's absolutely right. In the absence of a functioning executive, they lack ministerial direction. It is important that we do everything we can to restore a functioning executive. If no executive is in place, then we will have to consider in this House, and of course in discussions with our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland, what steps might be required in order to ensure that we can give appropriate support to the Northern Ireland Civil Service.
Hilary Benn. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 18 of the Operation Yellowhammer document states that the government's current plans to manage the Northern Irish border after no deal, which are no new checks or tariffs on goods coming in from the Republic of Ireland, are, and I quote, likely to prove unsustainable due to significant economic, legal and biosecurity risks, and no effective unilateral mitigations to address this will be available. This is not a description of a worst-case scenario. This is a description of what is likely to happen because, as the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster knows, Northern Ireland businesses will all face tariffs from the very first day. Now, given that he wrote earlier this year that the United Kingdom didn't vote to leave without a deal, is the government really prepared to allow its willingness to pursue a no-deal Brexit to jeopardise the peace and security that has been achieved in Northern Ireland as a result of the Good Friday Agreement?
I'm grateful to the Chairman of the Select Committee for making that point. I do want to stress again that Operation Yellowhammer is a reasonable worst-case scenario. The scenarios that it outlines are those which would happen if no mitigation steps were taken. But he is right to say that Northern Ireland businesses would face specific challenges in the event of a no-deal exit as a result of having to face the common external tariff. And it would be the case that actually agri-food businesses across the UK would face those challenges. There are steps that we can take, economic interventions and others, to help those businesses, and it's important that we do so. It's also important that we continue our conversations with the European Commission and the Irish Government about making sure that the position of businesses and individuals in Northern Ireland is safeguarded. He makes a broader point, of course, about no deal and a deal. A deal is preferable, which is why I hope that he will vote for one in the future, having not been able to in the past.
Sarah Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I very much agree with the Chancellor when he says it's essential that we agree a deal with the EU. But while we are making those preparations for a no-deal Brexit, can the Chancellor give assurance to the leaders of the NHS in Cornwall that when he makes those plans, he will include social care services alongside NHS services because they're so essential?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for her question? She's a very distinguished and effective minister, and she's absolutely right to focus in on some of the challenges that the NHS and indeed social care will face in the future. We have taken steps, the Secretary of State at the Department of Health and Social Care has taken steps in order to ensure that we can have all the medicines that we require, both through ensuring that we have unimpeded flow on the short straits and also by making sure that we can procure additional freight capacity. The broader adult social care sector does also require close attention. And of course, in leaving the EU, we have to take account of both the impacts on the labour market and also the potential impacts of any devaluation in sterling. And we are taking a close look at that particular sector and the vulnerable people who should be our first concern.
Cooper.
The Secretary of State's just claimed the Border Force is going to have new powers to do checks and that will make us safer. Can he confirm that under no deal they will, however, no longer have most of the information they need to do those checks because they will lose access to the SIS2 database of over 70 million pieces of criminal information, that the replacement Interpol database only has several hundred thousand pieces of information, that the Home Office has also told the Select Committee that in fact the border crossing arrangements will remain unchanged in the event of no deal, and given that the Cabinet Secretary, National Security Advisor, top police officers and counter-terror chiefs have all said that in the event of no deal we will be less safe, can he tell us which of those individuals have now told us we will be safer, and if not, will he withdraw that claim to the House?
The Right Honourable Lady is right about the Schengen Information System. If we leave without a deal and the EU don't put provisions in place, then we will lose access to that database. But I've had the opportunity to question people who've been involved both in national security and also individuals who work for Border Force. Appropriate mitigations are in place and indeed new powers are available.
Mr. John Redwood. Will you confirm that our current borders with the EU are currency borders, VAT borders, excise borders, and all of the calculations and payments that requires takes place away from the border, and so won't customs also be handled electronically away from the border, not leading to queues?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very, very important point. It is the case that for most companies, the customs procedures that they will now need to engage in will be conducted away from the border at offices of departure by authorised consignees, and as a result that should lead to, with the operation of the smart border that the French have put in place in Calais, as smooth as possible a flow of trade.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, the Irish Government has made it clear that it intends to impose full tariffs on goods coming from Northern Ireland into the Irish Republic, yet without border checks. If that's the case, why is the Minister insisting that there will be no taxes imposed on goods from the Irish Republic into Northern Ireland? Does he not recognise that, first of all, this places businesses in Northern Ireland at an unfair advantage? It will lead to a loss of tax revenue, have Northern Ireland as a backdoor to GB, and lastly, put no pressure at all on the Irish Government, which has adopted an intransigent position in these negotiations.
My honourable friend, of course, makes a very strong case for a particular approach, but the approach that we're taking is one which we believe is in the interests of the people of Northern Ireland. And of course, what will be in the interests of everyone, including the people of Northern Ireland, is if we secure a deal so that these mitigations aren't required.
Sir Edward Lee.
I suspect that my constituents in Gainsborough, who voted 62 to 38% for Brexit, are just fed up with this process carrying on unless they enjoy root canal treatment every other day. So what they don't really, they're not fussed about what deal we get, any deal. They just want the House to compromise, come together and get a deal. But what they say to me is if we can't get a deal, then we have to leave on the 31st of October. So I wanted a commitment, absolutely, from the Secretary of State at the dispatch box that no matter what, we are leaving on the 31st of October. Otherwise, this government is dead in the water.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for his point? He speaks very effectively. He speaks very effectively and clearly for the people of his constituency. That is government policy, I can confirm. But can I also say that the way in which he shaped his question, in a balanced, thoughtful and reasonable way, recommends him as a successor for your own office, Mr. Speaker.
Liz Kendall.
Can the Minister confirm that according to the Government, the food sector, which employs around 12,000 people across Leicester and Leicestershire, will be hardest hit by no deal, and that people on low incomes will be disproportionately affected by any rises in food prices? And can he tell me if the Government has done any planning on how on earth we are going to support the thousands of food banks in this country who tell me they are desperately worried that no deal will threaten the supply of surplus food that we tragically now depend on to feed the poor?
three important points that the Right Honourable Lady makes. The first, of course, is it the case that the food or agri-food sector, in the event of a no-deal scenario, is likely to be the worst affected? It's certainly the case that our agri-food exporters are those who will face the highest tariffs if we leave without a deal. And in this job and in my previous job at the dispatch box, I haven't shied away from the consequences. There are risks and challenges. That's why DEFRA have taken steps in order to be able to mitigate those risks and challenges. She also asked about the impact on the vulnerable of a rise in prices. Now, it may well be the case that some food commodity prices rise, others are likely to fall overall. She makes the point about food banks. It's vitally important that we support those who work with food banks in the work that they do, but I've seen no evidence or indication so far, but I'm very, very happy to talk to the Honourable Lady that the supply of food to food banks would be affected in any scenario, deal or no deal.
Sir Dominic Grieve.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy listening to my right honourable friend, but I'm always slightly conscious when he moves from answering questions to displacement activity. Can we go back to the issue of base case and worst case? Quite specifically, when were the words base case changed to worst case? Precise date, please, and who authorised it? When was it done? That's the first question. So I think the House needs to be able to understand why that decision was made. The second issue concerns the Schengen database. Fascinated to hear about these measures of mitigation. I'm familiar with the database in my role as chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee. This is undoubtedly a key piece of data for the security of the United Kingdom. What exactly are the mitigations that he's talking about, which are going to be an adequate substitute for the loss of access to this database on a no-deal Brexit?
It's always a pleasure to hear from my right honourable friend. The 2 points that I would make is, in my statement, I drew a distinction between the base scenario, which are those facts, those unarguable facts that we can all agree in this House are the consequence of a no-deal exit. But Operation Yellowhammer uses those base facts in order to draw up what a reasonable worst-case scenario might be. That's the distinction between them. With respect to the Schengen Information System, again, in fairness to the right honourable gentleman, that is not the only law enforcement or national security tool which we will lose access to in a no-deal Brexit. There are others as well. But I've had an opportunity to talk to people who are involved in the provision of our national security, and I recognise there are appropriate steps that we can take.
Anna Soubry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to remind the Minister that he has not answered yet again that question about when the name on the Yellowhammer document was changed and by whom. And I'd like to ask him this as well. So please answer those questions which he did not answer from the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman, and indeed the Right Honourable Learned Gentleman who represents the opposition and is the Shadow Brexit Secretary. Could he also confirm the existence of Operation Kingfisher, Operation Snow Bunting? Mr. Speaker, there's a theme. It's a bird theme in all of this. I don't know whether it includes Operation Dodo, his plans for a no-deal Brexit, or indeed Operation Ostrich, the communal sticking of heads in the sand as the realities of no-deal dawn, or indeed Operation Blue Tit, upon which I make no comment. But my final question is this. Does Operation Yellowhammer still exist? Or has it also had its name changed? And if you could answer these specific questions, we'd all be very grateful.
Yes. Well, I'm very grateful for that ornithological outing from my right honourable friend. I think the first thing to say is that Operation Yellowhammer absolutely does exist. It is the reasonable worst-case scenario. The planning assumptions there, as the NAO have outlined, are those which we seek to mitigate, and we have taken steps to mitigate. She also referred, of course, to Operation Kingfisher. That's the programme led by the Treasury and Bays in order to ensure that we can intervene as appropriate in particular sectors in the event of no deal. I'm afraid there is no Operation Dodo, though I can well understand why the Independent Group for Change would be interested in such an exercise.
Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taxpayers are funding a £100 million Get Ready for Brexit publicity campaign, but the reality is they don't actually know what Brexit is going to mean. And it's very difficult for them when the two prime scenarios we're actually faced with on no deal, as we've just heard, with Operation Yellowhammer, there are no real details that the government is prepared to divulge. And in relation to a negotiated deal, as we've heard, papers have actually been given to the European Union by our government to negotiate a settlement that the British people will have to live with, yet the British people themselves are not being allowed to see what's being negotiated on their behalf. And my question, Mr. Speaker, to the Chancellor of the Duchy is, what's the problem? Is it that there is some need for secrecy, in which case explain it? But I don't think the British people want to have a secret government, they want openness. Or is it the fact that there just simply isn't a plan for no deal, and there isn't really a plan for getting a deal, in which case we ought to know about that too?
Councillor Duchy.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for the point she makes. With respect to preparations for no deal, I listed some of them in my statement, and I would welcome any member of this House who would like to visit the Cabinet Office and DEXU, who'd like to be taken through the extensive preparations that we're taking. As I mentioned earlier, delighted. As I mentioned earlier, it is the case that on everything from the provision of transitional simplified procedures to the allocation of EORI numbers to traffic management steps that we're taking in Kent, and indeed the information that exists on gov.uk/Brexit. There is plenty of information which enables businesses to prepare for no deal, and as I mentioned in my statement, that preparation will not be wasted in the case of a deal because we're seeking to secure a free trade agreement with the European Union. With respect to negotiations, I think the Prime Minister, the Brexit Secretary, the Foreign Secretary and I have been clear. We are seeking to replace the backstop with alternative arrangements on the island of Ireland, and it is the case that we want to, in any withdrawal agreement, guarantee the rights of EU citizens and move towards a future economic partnership, which, as I say, is based on a best-in-class free trade agreement.
Owen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, in his statement, rightly praised the work of the PSNI in Northern Ireland. He will know that the new Chief Constable of Northern Ireland warned just a week ago that any deployment by the PSNI monitoring either checkpoints or cameras at or near the border risked his officers being killed by dissident Republicans. Can the Minister offer a guarantee to the people of Northern Ireland that that will never happen, that those officers will not be asked to patrol a hard border, and that he will not be putting their lives at risk?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman. He gives me an opportunity once again to record my thanks to the Police Service of Northern Ireland, a brave group of men and women who do so much to keep not just the people of Northern Ireland, but the people of the whole United Kingdom safe. And it is the case that we have absolutely no intention of erecting infrastructure at or near the border which would require the PSNI to place their officers at risk. Moreover, I also want to underline as well, the threat from distant Republicans remains, whatever future we have in our relationship with the European Union, and it's important that we all remain vigilant and support the PSNI in their valuable work against those who would seek to disrupt the peace process.
Sir David Evernett.
Right on, friends. Statement today. Could he update the House on the advice and funding available to ensure businesses, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, are ready for Brexit on the 31st of October?
Yes, it is the case that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, has significantly increased the amount of money available. He's tripled the amount of money available specifically in order to ensure that customs agents are trained. And it's also the case that money has been supplied to business representative organisations in order to ensure that the information necessary to be ready is widely available, in particular to SMEs, who are the backbone of our economy.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I return to these concerns about lack of access to the Schengen Information System and the 70 million pieces of data that it contains compared with other databases that contain very much less data? And particularly, can I ask the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to guarantee that no vulnerable person, and in particular no vulnerable child who may be missing or abducted or at risk of criminal exploitation, will be put into any danger by the loss of access to that system?
The Honourable Lady makes a very, very good point. And one of the things that we want to do, and we've talked to the EU because it's in our collective interest, both the UK and the EU, to make sure that law enforcement and national security instruments, which work to both our benefits, are shared, and that's what we seek to do.
It's easier for you.
David Duckett.
Can I start by welcoming my right honourable friend's comments, specifically from his statement on the provision of training and resources for the production of catch certificates for seafood. However, I presume he's talking specifically from the point of view of DEFRA and England, and in fact in the devolved administration of the Scottish Government through Marine Scotland are responsible for those catch certificates in Scotland. Can he provide some assurance or tell us what assurance he's received from the Scottish Government that adequate resources and training have been provided and will be provided to allow for those catch certificates, all those catch certificates, to be in place in time for the 31st of October?
I know how effectively my honourable friend stands up for the fishing sector, the catching sector and the processing sector, and it is the case that I've been talking to the Scottish Government and the Cabinet Secretary responsible for Fergus Ewing in order to ensure that we do everything we can, but we want to remain closely in touch not just with the Scottish Government but also with good constituency members like himself and local authorities in order to ensure that resources are there. And of course, if there are specific concerns that have been expressed by Aberdeenshire as a local authority or by individual businesses, I hope we'll bring them to my attention.
Tim Farron.
Speaker, the Chief Executive of the Dale Farm Dairy Cooperative speaks for 1,300 dairy farmers right across the United Kingdom, and he says that leaving the European Union without a deal would, and I quote, wipe out all profitability in the dairy sector. Cumbrian dairy farmers know that too. And yet, there is not a single explicit mention of the dairy industry in the Yellow Hammer document. Is that because the truth of how badly hit dairy farming in Cumbria and elsewhere will be is so serious that it is not even written down? Or is it that the government has overlooked the interests and the needs of Britain's dairy industry?
Councillor Duchy.
No and no.
Alberto Costa.
On Monday, there was a welcome announcement by the Department for Health that for up to 6 months, certain British citizens living in the EU, about 180,000 who retired and others, will have access to healthcare services met by the UK Government in the EU for 6 months. What message does he have for those vulnerable and elderly British citizens living in the EU who might fall ill after the 6-month period and who cannot afford health insurance?
It is the case that the Secretary of State... well, first of all, can I thank my honourable friend, actually, because his advocacy on behalf of EU citizens in the UK and UK nationals in the EU has been absolutely outstanding. On the broader point, the Secretary of State at the Department of Health and Social Care has written in precisely the terms that he mentions, but it is also the case that there are additional steps that we're taking member state by member state in order to ensure that there is access to healthcare, and it is also the case that the NHS stands ready to ensure that any UK national can get the treatment that they need.
Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister appeared before the Brexit Select Committee on the 5th of September, he was unable to answer my question about what the reaction had been in Ireland to the UK Government unilaterally reneging on the commitments around the Irish border found in the joint report for December 2017. He did say, though, that he was looking forward to meeting the Taoiseach, the Irish Deputy Prime Minister, and other Irish politicians that weekend. So now that he has a chance to meet them, could you tell us what has the reaction been of the Irish Government? What has Irish been of the politicians who represent the majority of the population in Northern Ireland to that unilateral reneging by the UK Government? And to be fair to the Minister, I should warn them that I met the Taoiseach last week as well. I met a cross-party delegation in Dublin, so I know what the answer is. I'd like him to tell the House what Ireland thinks of the way the UK is behaving.
It's always a good thing to ask a question to which you already know the answer. But it is the case in conversation with the Taoiseach and indeed other Irish politicians that we had a cordial set of conversations about the vital importance of making sure that we do everything possible to underpin the gains made by the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And those gains aren't simply for the economic life of the island of Ireland. They are, as the honourable gentleman knows and pointed out, gains which have been made in human flourishing, in stronger cultural and personal relationships, and I had the opportunity at the British-Irish Association conference to underline this government's commitment to strengthening all those relationships.
Maria Miller.
Can I thank my right honourable friend for so clearly setting out the contingency planning that he's doing? But the way in which leaked information has sometimes willfully been used and misinterpreted to cause anxiety amongst our constituents is something I'm deeply concerned about. So can my right honourable friend perhaps go back to the issue of medicines and the supply of medicines and provide reassurance to parents in my constituency whose children rely on short shelf-life medicines and also liquid medical foods that can't be stockpiled but come in from the UK? Can he assure them that those supplies won't be stopped when we leave the EU?
Yes, my right honourable friend makes two very good points. And again, I think it's important for all of us, and I understand in the political to and fro that people won't always look at the detail in every document. But I think my right honourable friend is absolutely right. It's important for all of us not to rely on a sliver of a leak and to turn it into an exaggeration. There are undoubted challenges that we face in leaving the European Union, but one of the areas where the greatest amount of mitigation has been taking place is making sure that we can continue to provide all our constituents and the NHS with the drugs and the medical supplies that they need in order to maintain good health.
Stephen Timms.
Yeah, as the Minister knows, the Freight Transport Association says long delays at Dover are inevitable after no deal because hundreds of non-compliant trucks will continue to arrive. They will go in for lengthy inspections in a lorry park in Calais, which only has 300 spaces. When the lorry park is full, the ferries will stop. On what grounds does he reject the assessment of the Freight Transport Association?
Chancellor.
I don't. The Freight Transport Association, the Road Haulage Association and other organisations have been invaluable in making sure that government can take steps to communicate with individual hauliers and companies about the steps that they might need to take and traders might need to take in order to obviate the risks that he quite rightly draws attention to. It is the case that if traders ensure that their goods have the appropriate transit accompanying documents or MRN barcode, then they will smooth their passage through Calais without needing to go into any car park at all.
Kirsten Hare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Scottish Conservative members on these benches actively want a deal, Scottish Nationalist members on those benches are actively pursuing a no deal because they have no desire to support any deal that is put forward to this House. But can my right honourable friend, does my right honourable friend agree that it's best when the two governments of Scotland work together? And can he explain the conversations that he's had with the Scottish Government, and also if he is aware of how much of the no deal planning preparation money of the Scottish Government has been spent in Scotland?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for her point. It's an interesting feature of this House that whenever a Scottish Conservative member makes an important and honest point, the decibel level from the Scottish Nationalist Party always rises to the sort of pitch you normally hear at Parkhead when Celtic have scored a goal. And the truth is that she's absolutely right, that while the Scottish Government has taken some steps in order to mitigate the consequences, there is more the Scottish Government can do and must do. And I salute the work of ministers in the Scottish Government like Hamza Yousaf and of course, the Deputy First Minister for taking a pragmatic approach, but it's absolutely critically important that the First Minister, and in particular representatives here, live up to their responsibilities to the people of Scotland and support a deal.
Mary Cray.
This government is spending £100 million on the Get Ready for Brexit campaign, the largest ad campaign for 70 years, clearly intended to provide a party political partisan drumbeat to the general election that he has tried twice and failed twice to get through this House. An article in BuzzFeed reveals that the data collected through the Get Ready for Brexit campaign is being centrally collected, and I've been inundated by concerned civil servants who are worried about what his government is asking them to do. When was it decided to collect that data? By whom? And with what purposes? And what security is he providing to the 15 million citizens who use .gov.uk each week? And what help has he given to the Information Commissioner, who, at my request, is now investigating?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I hope that as a result of her question, more of her constituents and others will visit the Brexit pages on the gov.uk website. Can I say that the Government Digital Service does an absolutely wonderful job in making sure that we provide information to people as a result of the information campaign, which is, of course, one that has been authored, directed and supervised by civil servants. Many more businesses are better prepared. It's also the case that we make sure that the data that we have is used in a way in order to better serve our citizens.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One area of risk not mentioned in the redacted Yellowhammer relates to the UK oil refining sector. Since the Minister and I spoke about this last, has the Government had a chance to develop its thinking further on how best to protect UK oil refineries if they are to face new tariffs for selling product into EU markets?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a very, very important point. It is the case that if we leave without a deal, that we will face, and in particular, the refineries in this country will face a new tariff for selling fuel into the EU. That will have an impact inevitably on their business model. The Business Secretary and I have been in touch with those companies in order to ensure that we are in a position to support them. It's vital that we recognise that those refineries, as well as being key distribution hubs for fuel, also rely on export to the EU and beyond as part of their current business model, and that's why we're so anxious to ensure we can support them.
Al Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Though the Yellowhammer report refers to the Channel ports, it makes no mention whatsoever of the Welsh ports of Fishguard and Holyhead. Holyhead actually is the second busiest roll-on, roll-off port in the UK. In August, the Department of Transport's documents marked officially sensitive said that following an abrupt exit from the European Union, 2/3 of vehicles would not be allowed into the ports. Now, why didn't Holyhead and Fishguard warrant inclusion in the Yellowhammer? Or are the 5 pages crowbarred from the government's hands merely dust thrown into our eyes?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for making this point, because it gives me the opportunity to say that I was discussing precisely how we can ensure the free flow of goods from Holyhead into the Irish Republic and vice versa with representatives of the Welsh Assembly Government. Earlier this week I had the opportunity to visit Holyhead, to talk to the port authorities, to talk to ferry companies and to talk to hauliers, to bring them up to speed with the preparations that the government was taking, and also to learn from them what more the government could do to help them.
Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for the detail he's given today. But before he gives Derek Mackay another £52 million, can he find out what's happened to the £92 million he's already had? Because Scotland's local authorities are getting precious little sight of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that Scotland's many excellent councillors are not receiving the money that the Scottish Government has been allocated to pass on to them. And once again, even though there are many good ministers in the Scottish Government with whom it is a pleasure to work, it's a pity that the First Minister is consistently in a position where she puts the narrow political interests of the Scottish Nationalist Party ahead of the interests of Scottish citizens, for which Scottish Conservative MPs are such effective advocates.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the preparation for Brexit, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster told the Andrew Marr show on the 1st of September that there will be no shortages of fresh food. He was absolute and resolute. However, the Yellowhammer documents, which we've now seen, reveal, and I quote, "No deal will reduce the availability and choice of fresh products." So my question is, who should the public believe? The Minister or his department?
I think it's important that the Honourable Lady raises an important point. I think it's important to recognise that we will have, in the event of a no-deal exit, we will have means by which we can ensure that there is a wide choice of products on our shelves, and that we can continue to enjoy, thanks to the efforts that have been made by our retailers, we can continue to enjoy the choice, the range, and the, what's the word I want to use, the plenitude of products that we've grown used to.
Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I met with local farmers recently, and like me, they generally support Brexit, and like me, they're frustrated by those in this House who will vote against any Brexit deal, no matter how good it is. But they want to know what's happening with the government's published no-deal tariff. They want to know whether it will be revised, whether the agriculture section will change, and whether we're going to be having a debate on it.
Very good point. I think We published a no-deal tariff schedule in March. It's going to be updated. I think it's important to recognise in that no-deal tariff schedule there was specific protection for agri-food as a vulnerable sector that requires that additional protection. But one of the things that I would say, and I think his question gives me an opportunity to do so, is that there can sometimes be those who say that, who actively embrace no-deal and think it would be the best of all possible worlds. I think that is absolutely not the case. It's far better that we have a deal. There are others who say that in no deal there will be consequences which are almost biblical in their horror. The truth is, no deal will generate challenges, particularly for the agri-food sector. That is why government is taking steps to mitigate them, and the steps are along the lines that I've outlined today. But there is much more that DEFRA is doing, which I know the Secretary of State in that department and other Secretaries of State will have the opportunity to acquaint the House and the public with in days and weeks to come.
Adrian Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the Minister said that the government were talking with the industry concerning the effect of EU tariffs on petrol exports. What he didn't say is that the UK is proposing to have a zero tariff on petrol imports. This could result in the closure of 2 oil refineries, the loss of £50 million a year to the industry, loss of 2,000 jobs, and a potential loss of fuel availability. Will he actually be more specific, saying what the government is going to do about it?
No, the honourable gentleman makes an important point. And of course, when we're looking at tariff schedules, there are things that we have to balance. Both appropriate protection for sectors, and that's why the agri-food sector, because of the vulnerabilities and because of the level of the EU's common external tariff, is one that we have sought particularly to protect. But we also need to have regard to the interests of the consumer and of industry overall as well. So we need to make sure that we keep access to fuel at a level and at a price which can ensure that our economy continues to motor ahead.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A decisive majority of my constituents expect us to leave the European Union on the 31st of October in accordance with that historic Brexit vote. But they do expect the government to take care of supplies of medicines and ensure our health services are protected. Can my right honourable friend give assurances specifically around the supply of HRT medicines, which are so important for women?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. The availability of HRT medicine has made a dramatic and beneficial difference to the lives of women in this country, and it's been a medical breakthrough over the last few decades, which I think has to be celebrated. It has been the case, even before we've left the EU, that there have been particular problems with HRT supply in certain areas, and that underlines the fact that occasionally there can be, completely unrelated with Brexit or other challenges, occasional interruptions in the supply of particular medicines. But we are doing everything we can in order to ensure that we can have the free flow of medical products through the short straits, and also additional capacity to ensure that medical products, including HRT treatments, are available as before after we leave.
Ms. Leslie.
The Minister has dodged the specific questions from the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and St Pancras, from Beaconsfield, from my honourable friend from Broxtowe. He's giving the House the impression that those Yellowhammer document versions were improperly manipulated by the government from the ones that were leaked to the ones that were eventually published. So can I now ask him very specifically for a fourth occasion, when was the title changed from base case to worst case?
As I've said on more than 4 occasions, it is the case that the base scenario relates to the unalterable facts. A reasonable worst-case scenario relates to the Yellowhammer assumptions.
Derek Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend referred to in his statement about the measures that were taken to ensure that fish caught today along the coast of Cornwall would be sold the following day in the EU. This is a welcome statement. It would reassure fishermen in Newlyn. But already it's the uncertainty that is causing a problem. There's a lack of investment that's not taking place. Also concerns around ownership of a quota. Can the Secretary of State say anything at all to reassure fishermen that actually we can get on with this and they can know exactly where their future lies?
Yes, my honourable friend is a brilliant advocate for the fishing industry, and it is the case that we anticipate that we will be able to negotiate as an independent coastal state in the event of a no-deal exit in December 2019 at the Fisheries Council. But it's also the case that we anticipate that if we do leave without a deal on October the 31st, that the current level of access to particular stocks should be maintained in a continuity approach.
Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to written government questions, the government said that in the event of a no-deal Brexit, and I quote, a system of hardship payments, benefit advances and budgeting loans will be available for those who need them. Now, Operation Yellowhammer warns of food and medicine shortages and prices soaring. So this will drive thousands of the most vulnerable people in our society into debt and despair, debt with the loans. So how will people qualify for these hardship payments and loans, and when will they be made available to them?
I think it's important to make 2 points. The first is that Operation Yellowhammer, as I pointed out, deals with a reasonable worst-case scenario for which mitigating steps have been taken since it was first drawn up. On the second point, of course, Government and the Department of Work and Pensions always stands ready in the event of any change in economic circumstances which is adverse for vulnerable people to step in and to help. But, of course, the steps that we're taking in order to mitigate those impacts, I hope will ensure that we do not need to intervene in that way.
Steve Bryan.
Right honourable friend, what assurances he's been able to give the Port of Portsmouth. It's a roll-on, roll-off port, as he knows. And he's aware of my concerns about lorries parked on M27 and the A31 in my constituency in particular, where Hampshire County Council have already invested significant amounts of my constituents' money in preparatory work for that. So can he reassure me that his department will see that Hampshire fills its share of this new welcome government investment to prepare for a no-deal exit if it happens? And specifically, the very latest DFT modelling is with the LRF, the Local Resilience Forum in Hampshire, so that they can plan practically and responsibly for whatever scenario comes forth.
Well, my honourable friend makes a very, very important point. Portsmouth is one of our most important ports, and it's important for a host of reasons: for the commercial life of this nation, for access to medical supplies, and of course for access to our Crown dependencies in the Channel Islands. And it is the case that we do need to work closely with the Local Resilience Forum in Hampshire in order to ensure that they understand what our modelling assumptions are and take appropriate steps. And I know that it is the case that both the Secretary of State for Transport and the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government have been in touch with the LRF recently, but obviously more work needs to be done.
Eleanor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent Operation Yellowhammer report, which everybody's talked about, notes that the low-income groups will be disproportionately affected by any price rises in food and fuel. What plans has the government put in place to offset the effect on low-income families in the event of a no-deal Brexit in October the 31st?
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady. She's absolutely right that in the event of price rises in any commodity, then it's the most vulnerable who should be at the forefront of our minds. So one of the reasons why we've taken the approach that we have two tariffs overall, as I mentioned in response to the honourable gentleman from West Bromwich, is that we want to ensure that the impact of leaving means that we can keep tariffs as low as possible, so we can keep prices as low as possible. And while it may be the case that there are one or two specific commodities which will see price rises, we also anticipate that there will be some other food commodities where prices will drop.
Gareth Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, clearly it is absolutely essential that we prepare fully to avoid any congestion around the port of Dover that could be caused by lorry drivers arriving without the necessary customs paperwork. So could the Secretary of State please confirm that HMRC in particular are doing all they can about this, and specifically they are recruiting and training a sufficient number of staff to cope with this process?
HMRC are not only recruiting and training staff themselves, it's also the case that money's been made available by the Chancellor of the Exchequer in order to ensure that business has the support and the staff that it needs in order to be ready. But my honourable friend is absolutely right. One of the things that we need to do is to contact those businesses which do the most trade with the EU. There are some 3,000 businesses which are responsible for a significant amount of trade with the EU over a particular size, whom HMRC are in touch with this week in order to ensure that they fully understand what's required of them by way of customs procedures.
Gian Wera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has said that in the event of a no-deal Brexit, people will have the food they need, raising the terrifying spectacle of him deciding what we in the North East should be eating. what actually puts food on the tables of many is our excellent manufacturers with their closely integrated European supply chains. And that's why Make UK has said that we stand to lose the most from a no-deal Brexit. So what specific financial support is available for northeastern manufacturers facing a no-deal Brexit?
I never seek to tell anyone in the North East what they should eat. Having spent 5 happy months working in the North East, I know that the range and quality of cuisine offered to the people in Newcastle and the surrounding area is second to none. But on the specific point about manufacturing, it is the case that I had the opportunity earlier this week to meet manufacturers in the West Midlands who represent companies with manufacturing interests across the United Kingdom. And one of the things that I underlined there is that money is available through business representative organisations and others to help them to prepare. And it is also the case that if businesses which are fundamentally viable in the event of no deal experience any particular economic turbulence that requires us to step in to see them over that turbulence and to survive in the future, then we stand ready to do so.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend is a former DEFRA secretary. Can he confirm once again the absolute pivotal importance of securing a deal for our British farmers and food producers? And can I also just gently nudge him that the rather lackadaisical approach to the pressing needs of Northern Ireland in the absence of Stormont, just waiting to see what might turn up when businesses and individuals across Northern Ireland are now starting to panic as the 31st of October looms large, this rather lackadaisical approach, let's wait and see what happens, is no longer sufficient.
I simply take my honourable friend's points. On the first point, I think it's been the case that farmers' unions across the UK, the Ulster Farmers' Union, NFU Scotland, the Farmers' Union of Wales and the NFU in England, have been clear that they would infinitely prefer a deal, as would I. And as I had occasion to state earlier in this statement, and will happily repeat again, the sector that is most vulnerable in the event of no deal is the agri-food sector, and that is why we do need to be conscious of their concerns. With respect to Northern Ireland, I hope that nothing I've said suggests or implies that the government takes a lackadaisical approach. Nothing could be further from the truth. Both the Northern Ireland Secretary and I and Home Office ministers have made regular trips to Northern Ireland and are in contact with the Northern Ireland Civil Service. We're acutely aware of the difficulties that the Northern Ireland Civil Service would be in under a no-deal situation if the Assembly were not restored. The other thing that I would say also is that we do need, and I hope we can get greater clarity about what might happen on the other side of the Irish border, but that's a sovereign matter for the EU and for the Irish government. I don't make any criticism of them, but obviously it would be in all our interests if we were able, in the event of no deal, to work to mitigate the impacts.
Catherine West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 80% of cheddar cheese is from dairy farms in Northern Ireland and then manufactured in Ireland and then comes across at Holyhead into other parts of the UK. What assessment has been made of the impact on the dairy industry across Ireland and the UK? And can he rule out food riots as a result of lack of basics like cheddar?
That was a very serious point, but the final twist to it I felt was wrong, but it is the case. And the reason it's a serious point, to be fair to the Honourable Lady, is that a significant amount of raw milk from Northern Ireland is processed south of the border, and it is the case if we look at the two most vulnerable agri-food sectors in the UK. The first is sheep meat across the UK, and the second is the Northern Ireland dairy sector. She is absolutely right to raise that. But as for the prospect of food riots, I'm afraid that's precisely the sort of exaggerated language that my right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, pointed out, does nothing to enable us to focus on the real risks, the real challenges, and the importance of mitigating.
Luke Graham.
Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend's comments that our one united civil service is preparing for Brexit, but can my honourable friend reassure the House that direct due diligence will be taken in Scotland to make sure the companies, community groups and other government agencies are getting the support they need to prepare for Brexit? And can he also confirm how much of the 90 million given to the devolved administration has actually been spent supporting frontline services in Scotland?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very, very important point. We are doing everything possible in order to make sure that the funding is there. If it is the case that there are community groups and others in Scotland who are not receiving the funding from the Scottish Government that they should, I hope he will take the opportunity to bring that to my attention. I know that Scottish Government ministers would never want to stand in the way of helping Scottish citizens.
Deirdre Brock.
The Minister's statement suggests progress has been made since the Operation Yellowhammer document was leaked, but it's a little bit difficult to check against delivery. So when will he publish the most up-to-date version?
Well, I've just updated the House on the many, many steps that we've taken in order to ensure that we're better prepared.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 19th of August, I tabled a question asking the Minister to publish his no-deal planning. So I'm very grateful for his invitation for MPs to attend his department to view that. But on the 9th of September, I received an answer to that question saying due to prorogation, it wasn't possible to respond. I've also asked that the up-to-date Yellowhammer documents be published, and that each version of the Yellowhammer document be published. And the written answer to that question was the same. Due to prorogation, it was not possible to respond. Will the Secretary of State now commit to publishing the various versions of Yellowhammer?
I'm very sorry that the Honourable Lady's questions were not answered. It is the case that we will and have published extensive information about our preparations for exit, and I'd be more than happy to direct the Honourable Lady to those. But I would stress that Yellowhammer, a reasonable worst-case scenario, is just one aspect of the preparations that we've undertaken, and it would be wrong to think that that was the only thing that the government was concentrating on.
John Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's repeated his assertion that in the event of a no-deal Brexit, some food prices will go up and some will go down. But our constituents deserve a straight answer. Will the weekly food basket of an average low-income family be higher or lower or the same in the event of a no-deal Brexit?
It's a very fair point, but it is one of those questions. No, it's one of those questions that it is impossible to answer, because none of us can predict. There are a variety of factors, from fluctuations in exchange rates to harvests to world grain prices, all of which will affect the price of food. But the one thing that I would say is that the government is doing everything it can and everything all of us can in order to ensure, through application of the correct tariffs and through making sure that we have correct flow at the border, that people can continue to have access to not just plentiful but also competitively priced and healthy food.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you. Speaker, I should probably declare an interest as the Parliamentary RSPB Species Champion for the Yellowhammer. The Minister has sought to give assurances about the transportation of goods and the status of people in particular, but little detail on services. So can he specifically answer a question from a solicitor constituent of mine who uses European enforcement orders for legal judgments against companies registered in other EU countries, that in the event of a no deal, will existing EEOs remain enforceable after no deal? And after no deal, how will people be able to enforce judgments against EU-registered entities?
It's a very good point, and I believe it is the case that work is going on with individual EU member states in order to provide reassurance and guarantees on that. But I will write to the honourable gentleman about the situation that pertains to the provision of services in each of those member states and the impact it will have on UK businesses and citizens.
He was an honourable friend. Yes. And I would very much hope he still is.
Very honourable friend.
Very good to hear it. Not merely an honourable gentleman, but an honourable friend. I'm sure that the honourable gentleman, the member concerned, will rejoice in the fact of that approbation. Mr. Richard Burden.
The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster may recall that the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, representing the UK auto industry, described the prospect of a no-deal Brexit as an existential threat to their sector. Now, nobody could complain that they've not made preparations for a no-deal Brexit. They spent millions of pounds in so doing, but I've not heard them say anything that indicates they've changed their mind about the severity of the threat they face in the event of a no-deal Brexit. Has he?
I had the opportunity to meet representatives of the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders and indeed representatives of others in the automotive sector earlier this week. I think it is fair to say that the Honourable Gentleman makes a very, very good point in saying that those businesses have undertaken extensive preparations. We heard earlier some doubt from the front bench about the extent to which business was prepared, and extensive preparations have been undertaken. But it is the case that in the event of no deal, there will be particular challenges in making sure that we have the effective flow of products to the just-in-time supply chains of these companies, and that's why we're taking the steps that we are in order to ensure that we have effective border flow. And the steps that I've outlined and other steps that government is taking are designed explicitly to ensure that the highly skilled, highly talented and hugely valuable workforces in all of those companies can continue to produce the automobiles that are the envy of the world.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Was there a plan equivalent to Operation Yellowhammer back in 2016 to deal with the widely predicted run on the pound and financial catastrophe if the country dared to vote for Brexit? And is there any reason to believe that our current worst-case scenario is any more likely to materialise than that which applied 3 years ago?
Well, my right honourable friend makes a characteristically elegant point, and I think it goes to the heart of this. None of us can predict with absolute accuracy what will happen in the future. During the run-up to the 2016 vote, there were a number of people who made very lurid predictions about what a vote to leave might lead to, and those lurid predictions were not found to be true. And government can take and has taken steps in order to mitigate the impacts of a reasonable worst-case scenario.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like the Honourable Member for Basingstoke and my Honourable friend for Washington and Sunderland West, I too am concerned about the supply of medicines in the event of a no-deal Brexit, especially when a constituent of mine, Des, tells me that at his local pharmacy they are not receiving certain prescriptions because the suppliers are saying they're not sure what's going to happen after the 31st of October. What would he say to my constituent, and what steps is he taking to ensure the supply of medicines for hospitals and independent pharmacies in the event of a no-deal Brexit?
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that Brexit is being cited in these circumstances, because obviously it hasn't yet happened, and we enjoy the free flow of goods through the short straits and elsewhere. So again, I'd be interested to know further details, and I hope that I can put her constituents' mind at rest. It's important that people have peace of mind when we're talking about these important issues. But it is the case that appropriate steps have been taken in order to ensure that we have the maximum level of flow at the short straits. That's why I stressed earlier that business readiness is so important. If all businesses are ready, then that means that flow for everyone is easier, but it's also the case that the Department of Transport and DHSC have put in place provision to ensure that there is additional freight capacity, specifically for what are called Category 1 goods, and those include the medicines that her constituents rely on.
Mike Wood.
Mr. Speaker, what assessment has my right honourable friend made of ferry and port capacity in the UK and in the EU ports for transporting goods to and from the UK after we leave the European Union?
The Honourable Friend makes a very good point. It is the case that there are a number of ports through which companies in the UK and the EU can find alternative routes to the short straits in order to ensure that their goods can find a way to market. And it is the case, certainly the Association of British Ports and others emphasise that there is significant additional capacity that can be utilised. And of course, it's the ingenuity of the private sector that will be able to help us in government to ensure that trade and commerce succeed in the future.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear to me that the Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster has not complied with the terms of the resolution of the 9th of September because he hasn't provided all the documents. And my constituents listening to this are simply going to feel that the government is not being clear with them about the impact on food and medicines and indeed on security. And on that particular point, I want to ask him, is it true that there are extensive plans to redeploy police from their home constabularies to London, to the borders, and indeed to Northern Ireland within the Yellowhammer documents?
I think the first thing that I would say is that he can reassure his constituents, as I know would always be his first intention, by drawing their attention to gov.uk/Brexit, on which there is a wealth of information which will provide them with provide them with a means to ensure that the businesses for which they work or which they might own can be ready. And it is the case, of course, that operational decisions about police resources are a matter for chief constables.
Andrew Bowie.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Given my right honourable friend's apparent close and positive relationship with the Scottish Government, might he give a commitment to ask on our behalf how much of that £92 million that has been sent up to the Scottish Government is being spent, given to the local authorities, specifically Aberdeenshire? Because I have to admit, when we asked the question, the answer is not forthcoming.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that. And one of the things that I absolutely will do is use the good offices that I have with Scottish Government ministers in order to make sure that that money is spent, because it's absolutely vital that money which the Exchequer raises and which is shared with the Scottish Government is spent for Scottish citizens, and in particular to ensure that local authorities have everything they need to do the valuable work. And may I commend in particular Aberdeenshire Council, which has an inspirational leader and, of course, a fantastic team of Conservatives responsible for delivering services.
Tracy Brabin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Picking up from the questions from my honourable friend from Lewisham and the member for Basingstoke, speaking to primary care network leads in Batley and Spen, they're already telling me of shortages because of stockpiling of HRT and naproxen, a painkiller. And with the health unions saying no deal could devastate the NHS, cause fatal medicine shortages. Can the Minister tell us now no one in this country will suffer in their health because of a no-deal Brexit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members opposite have rightly raised a number of serious concerns about the possible impacts of no deal, but it's a shame it's not been accompanied by the self-awareness in their role in rejecting a perfectly good deal 3 times in leading us to this point. Given that if we achieve a deal with the EU, Yellowhammer will not be necessary, does my right honourable friend envisage that MPs will, between now and the 31st of October, get a chance to vote on a withdrawal agreement package?
I sincerely hope so. And my honourable friend makes a very, very acute point, and one that can't be made often enough. If people want to avoid a no-deal exit, there's a very easy way of doing so, and that is voting for a deal. Now, my right honourable friend did so, as I did so, on 3 occasions. There are some honourable members on that side of the House who also voted for a deal. I would encourage them all to vote for a deal in order to ensure that we can leave with a deal.
Edward Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be generous to the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Let's imagine that his no-deal preparations work very successfully, and if we were to leave, we would leave in a benign way. Is he aware that the independent watchdog, the Office of Budget Responsibility, in their fiscal risk report published in July this year, said that a benign no-deal would cost the public purse £30 billion a year for the next 4 years? So what preparations has the government made to plug that £120 billion gap of a benign no-deal Brexit?
It's a fair point from the right honourable gentleman. But one of the things that I think that any forecaster would say is that when you make forecasts, of course you look at a variety of different factors, but facts can change, forecasts can change. The Office of Budget Responsibility has in the past made forecasts with the best will in the world and the best minds available, and those forecasts haven't necessarily always followed precisely as they predicted. So, of course, economic forecasts are helpful, but it's always appropriate to balance them by recognising the many other variables in our economy.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, we've understandably concentrated on the movement and supply of goods in the case, which I hope never happens, of a no deal. But data flow is the lifeblood of businesses and indeed public services, and we've heard very little about that. What assessment does my right honourable friend have about data flows immediately after the 31st of October in the case of no deal, and what is the state of data adequacy preparations? How long will it take to get them?
My honourable friend makes a very good point. If we leave without a deal, it will be the case that we will have to wait some time before data adequacy is granted. It should be granted because it's the case that similar jurisdictions outside the EU, like the Crown dependencies, the Channel Islands and so on, have data adequacy ratings. But it is also the case that companies can take steps by having standard contractual clauses with their counterparties in the EU in order to ensure the uninterrupted flow of personal data. And I would encourage companies in that position to look at the information on the Information Commissioner's website, which can help them.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Jenny is currently undergoing treatment for cancer and has been seeking reassurances from local health trusts about the continuation of cancer treatment in the event of a no-deal exit from the European Union. As her constituency MP, I have also submitted freedom of information requests, including to Blackpool teaching hospitals, seeking to see the risk assessments in the event of a no-deal exit. I have not had that information shared with me by the Trust after my FOI request. My constituent Jenny is also concerned about the capacity of UK ports to bring in nuclear medicines in the event of a no-deal exit. So can I ask the Minister what assessment he's made about the capacity of UK ports to bring in important medicines, including for cancer treatment, insulin for diabetics and formula milk for formula-fed babies?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. We do need to make sure that not just individual medicines, but medical products, including radioisotopes, are there available for the NHS to use. Extensive steps have been taken, not just, as I mentioned earlier, to ensure the smooth flow of goods through the short straits, but also to ensure that there's additional capacity at other ports, and also that we have that capacity which can be provided by a variety of different modes of transport.
Heidi Allen.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, deliberately dodging questions this afternoon, suggests that he still hasn't got his head round the scrutineering role that this House has over the government. Perhaps he should refer to Supreme Court's ruling again from yesterday. So there are a couple of difficult questions I would have liked to ask, but I won't, around statutory safeguards for EU citizens in the UK in the event of no deal, or being determined not to have a hard border in Ireland actually is no solution at all, and we still don't have any practical proposals brought forward from the government. So instead, I'll give him a really simple question, if I may. What was the date, for the fifth or sixth time of asking this afternoon, that the government changed the title of the Yellowhammer document? What was the date?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for reminding me of the vital importance of the role that this House plays in scrutiny, and it's one that I take exceptionally seriously. And it is the case, as has always been the case, that we have a base scenario based on unarguable facts and a reasonable worst-case scenario, and that has always been the case.
It's Cunningham.
Speaker, I recently visited farmers in my constituents, including Jim Cowan, to discuss the impact of their already fragile business of Brexit. They and the NFU are worried sick that farms will close down, and they're not convinced by the government's rhetoric. The Minister said they were mitigating the effects on farmers. How?
There are several steps that we can take. The first and most important is making sure that we have an appropriate tariff regime, which makes sure that we safeguard that sector. The other thing, of course, is that there are a variety of ways that DEFRA can intervene in order to help any particular hard-hit sector. And it is also the case that we can, as the Department for International Trade has been doing, ensure that there are new markets for the excellent produce that our farmers are responsible for.
Lady Herman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I do hold the Minister in the highest regard. I was disappointed that so little of Northern Ireland was reflected in his statement. However, I pay tribute to the Minister for putting on the record yet again his commitment. In fact, the words were absolutely committed to the Good Friday Agreement, but he will agree with me that actions speak louder than words. The Yellowhammer document, dated the 2nd of August of 2019, explained and warned about the real risks of the disruption of a no-deal Brexit in Northern Ireland. And I will quote a particular sentence that I wish the Minister to address: that the disruption will be particularly severe in border communities where both criminality and dissident groups already operate with greater threat and impunity. End of quote. How is the Minister mitigating that threat? And if the Minister tells me that he is sending what he boasted about and those were the conducting road shows and visiting businesses. If he's going to tell me that he's sending road shows to Crossmaglen and South Armagh, I will be absolutely amazed. But I'll welcome them if that's what he's going to tell me.
A road show?
No, I think several things to say to the Honourable Lady, for whom I have enormous respect and whose commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and to peace and to progress in Northern Ireland is second to none in this House. And she's absolutely right. When I was talking about road shows and other activities, that was to make sure that businesses across the United Kingdom were prepared for exporting. Critically, I had the opportunity with the PSNI and with others to visit border communities, and she's absolutely right that one of the big risks of leaving without a deal is the particular progress that's been made in those communities on either side of the border, and that is why I think it is critically important that all of us do everything we can in order to support a deal. And in particular, one of the things that we also need to do is to recognise that in the language that we use as ministers and the cooperation that we have with partners in the Irish government, all of us should recognise the vital importance of operating in a way that promotes and underpins peace.
Albert Owen.
I know the Secretary of State understands the importance of my constituency and the port of Holyhead to trade to and from the Republic of Ireland. I was disappointed when he visited that he didn't arrange to meet with myself, who could have given him the experience not just serving in this House, but working in the port of Holyhead for over a decade before coming this place. He didn't mention it in a previous answer. Why it was omitted, the port of Holyhead was omitted from the Yellowhammer documents. Could he please tell the House why that was the case?
It was a pleasure to visit Holyhead, and I do appreciate the hard work that the Honourable Gentleman does, not just on behalf of his constituents, but that he did in that port. And I also want to pay tribute to those who are working in that port as well. But again, one of the things that I want to stress is that Yellowhammer is a reasonable worst-case scenario. It looks at a particular set of challenges. There are many, many other steps that the government has taken, including communication with the Welsh Assembly Government and its Labour ministers, in order to ensure that we can support the port of Holyhead and its vital work.
Alison McGovern.
Speaker, the Minister told us that HMRC have allocated EORI numbers to 88,000 VAT-registered businesses currently trading with the EU. But 2 years ago, HMRC told the Treasury Select Committee that there are 130,000 such businesses that need them. So what has happened to the other 42,000?
Many of them had already applied beforehand for EORI numbers.
Jane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Operation Yellowhammer says that delays to animal medicines could, quote, reduce our ability to prevent and control animal disease outbreaks, unquote. Can I ask the Minister what reassurances he would give to livestock farmers such as those in my own constituency of Brecon and Radnorshire that access to these medicines will not be impacted by Brexit?
Well, can I welcome the Honourable Lady to the House and congratulate her on her victory. In the run-up to that victory, I had the opportunity to visit her beautiful constituency and to talk to farmers. And one of the things that I was able to reassure them... thank you. One of the things I was able to reassure them is that vet medicines are part of the Category 1 set of goods that are absolutely prioritised for entry into this country because, of course, we want to make sure that we can deal effectively with any threats to animal health.
Clive Betts.
A few weeks ago, I went on a parliamentary delegation to visit the port of Rotterdam. That port is trying to recruit over 100 vets to do checks on animals, food and other related products. They also showed us where they're going to build major lorry parks to deal with the knock-on effects of those checks. They said, and they confirmed, that will result in delays in fresh products getting across to the United Kingdom. So if there's going to be delays in fresh products leaving the port of Rotterdam, how can the Secretary of State say that won't result in the shortage of those fresh products in UK shops?
I think it's important to state that actually it will be SPS checks that would be undertaken in the UK that would delay them, and we are not undertaking SPS checks in the UK because of our continuity approach.
Karen Smith.
Speaker, picking up from the points well made by the Honourable Member for North Down and his response to the Honourable Member for Glenrothes, I too would appreciate that the comments that he has made have been much more thoughtful than many have been made in relation to Ireland from his own front bench and from the rest of his party. But this is a very banal statement that we've had here today. So can he specifically tell us what is the government now doing to enhance those provisions in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement that develop our relationship that is based on mutual respect, recognising our mutual interest in the people of Northern Ireland? What specifically now is the government doing with the Irish government?
Talks are taking place at a number of levels. I had the opportunity to meet the Taoiseach and other TDs recently, and it is the case that the Brexit Secretary, the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister have all met representatives of the Irish Government and the Dáil over recent weeks. One of the things that I wanted to emphasise is, of course, negotiations over a future withdrawal agreement are taking place through the Commission, and the Republic of Ireland as an EU member state recognises that. But the strong bilateral links that we have are critically important, and one of the things that we want to ensure is not just through the formal relationship that we have as a result of a new deal with the EU, but through a plethora of relationships, bilateral and multilateral, that do everything we can to recognise how close a relationship there is between Ireland and this country.
Dr. David Drew.
With regard to the earlier exchange about veterinary medicines, something he knows a great deal about, it's all well and good saying you will guarantee if there was an emergency, but I'm led to believe already 2 operators have relocated to the EU. So what priority will British farmers get in the event, not just of an emergency, but the normal supply of veterinary medicines? Can you give some guarantees on that?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for raising that. It should be the case that if we maintain effective flow at the border, that there shouldn't be any interruption. But I'd be interested to know from him, and I'd be happy if he were to write to me about the 2 particular companies he mentions, because I'd want to more closely investigate the situation in which they find themselves.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State how many fish lorries, fresh, frozen and Vivier, are crossing the Channel at the moment? And if a no-deal Brexit comes along, how many fish lorries of fresh, frozen and Vivier can be processed by French borders, and at which ports?
When it comes to fresh fish, it's my understanding that if you have both fresh fish and fresh shellfish, and also, as it happens, and I'll explain the circumstances, day-old chicks crossing the border, that there are around 70 lorries daily. That's my understanding. More broadly, it is the case that those lorries will be prioritised when they arrive at Calais in a specific route to take them to Boulogne-sur-Mer, where a border inspection post will be in place, and if they have the appropriate documentation, then they can be sold so that French consumers can continue to enjoy them.
Lisa Nandy.
The Minister said that there would be specific measures put in place at many of the ports. The Yellowhammer report said that there would be limited disruption at ports outside Dover and Calais. But in today's Financial Times, there is a report from the Department for Transport which reveals why there will be limited disruption, because the government believes that 2/3 of vehicles will not be compliant with the new checks. Now, he's already acknowledged that Portsmouth in particular is critical to the import of medicines from across the EU. So can he tell us why he believes that medical supplies and medicines will not be disrupted in the event of a no-deal Brexit? And will he publish those assumptions in full so that I can look my constituents in the eye and tell them that in just a few weeks' time they will still have access to life-saving medicine?
A very important one. And 2 things that I'd want to stress. The first is that the figure about the degree of readiness is one that we are stress testing at the moment. It relies on a number of calculations. In the past, those figures have been signed off by the Office of National Statistics, but it is the case that we are testing some of the propositions. Of course, when we are confident that those figures are accurate, then of course we will publish them and share them. But more broadly, one of the things that I do want to emphasise to the Honourable Lady is that it's not just through the short straits, it is through other ports, including Portsmouth, that we will be bringing in not just the medicines but the other commodities that we require.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware of the strategic importance of the Petronas refinery at Grangemouth in my constituency. What comfort can he give my local community who know that the redacted paragraph 15 of the Yellowhammer report warns of potential 2,000 job losses and 2 refinery closures? Thank you.
Question. Grangemouth is a vital part not just of Scotland but of the whole UK's infrastructure, and it is important that we do everything we can to support the workers in that refinery as we do in the 5 other major refineries in the United Kingdom.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster has obliquely conceded that fresh perishable food supplies will be adversely affected by a no-deal Brexit, but he seems to be dismissive of the idea that this could cause civil disruption. It does cause civil disruption. It's widely observed in the UK that unexpected food supplies does cause civil unrest. And in my own experience and his experience probably of working in a supermarket, that has happened. Carrot shortages caused the flooding, caused the police to get involved in actually splitting up fights over carrot supplies in supermarkets. This has to be addressed seriously by the Minister. Will he do that, and will he also look at using the fallback and state aid rules to ensure that businesses are properly compensated for those shortages of vital food supplies?
Well, when I was a food hall porter at British Home Stores in Aberdeen, I never saw any violence once the last lettuce was taken off the shelves, but maybe people are politer in Aberdeen than they are elsewhere.
Through McKinnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 10th of September, the Treasury's official account tweeted, "Beer, wine and spirit cigarettes will all be duty-free for people travelling to the EU if we leave without a deal." Does the Secretary of State seriously think that promoting cheap booze and fags is a good use of public money? Or does he believe that the hundreds of thousands of jobs that will be affected by exiting the EU without a deal will be able to drink their sorrows in order to recover from that blow?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a fair point. I think it is the case that we have a responsibility to explain what the duty-free regime will be in the event of a no-deal exit. And as I pointed out earlier, it is also the case that a no-deal exit without mitigations would have an adverse economic impact, but we're taking steps to mitigate those and indeed to exploit the opportunities of exit in order to ensure that we're in the strongest possible position to safeguard not just jobs in her own constituency, but to provide new opportunities for the next generation.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're all well aware of the impact of high tariffs on agri-foods, but organic farmers and food producers won't be able to export at all until UK certifiers are approved and registered. This will affect producers in my constituency, across the UK, and particularly those who export across the Irish border. So will that be sorted by the end of next month, or do they just have to accept the impact on their business?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very, very good point. It's not the case that they won't be able to be exported, but it will be the case that the organic certification under which they secure a particular benefit at the moment won't automatically be granted on November the 1st. And there are some particular sectors in agri-food, not just organics, but also seed potatoes, that will have a particular adverse effect. Now, we're seeking to ensure that the EU recognise that and move rapidly to mitigate it, but I'm grateful to her for having provided an opportunity for me to put on the record, yes, the organic sector is one of those that faces some of the strongest headwinds if we leave without a deal.
John McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did read the statement on Operation Yellowhammer, and it reminded me, parts of it reminded me of a hooded crow masquerading as a swan, otherwise known as a special advisor. But can I draw his attention to the part where it says the French authorities have taken steps to ensure the smooth flow of critical produce. He's just told us today that the Secretary of State just visited the ports. So can he tell me if there's any extra reefers being put in place at these ports to ensure this critical flow of produce continues from these ports to Boulogne-sur-Mer?
We're doing everything we can in order to ensure, with the provision of information and additional personnel and resources, that we can have the smooth flow.
David Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 10 of the document does show that law enforcement agencies' information exchange will be disruptive. Now, given that covers child protection issues, drug trafficking, terrorism, international crime, what level of risk increase has the Secretary of State assessed? And is that disruption worth it?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman was a very distinguished minister with great experience in criminal justice, and he's right that these law enforcement and national security tools are definitely assets. But it is also the case that, having talked to national security and law enforcement professionals, there are steps that we can and have taken in order to safeguard UK citizens.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yellowhammer says that in the event of a no-deal crash-out, a hard border will be inevitable between Ireland and Northern Ireland. Yet the Secretary dismisses that out of hand, and the Government also pledges to end freedom of movement. So, with this mythical technology, can you explain what technology will end freedom of movement by checking people's passports and visas, and also check customs arrangements and tariffs on goods moving backwards and forwards between the different markets without as much as a camera at the border?
Good question.
Well, I think it is the case that we're absolutely committed to there being no hard border. And one of the reasons for that is that certainly governing the United Kingdom and Ireland, Great Britain and the island of Ireland, we've had a common travel area since 1922, and we're pleased to be able to maintain that. And and it won't be the case that people will require any checks to travel between these two islands.
Brian.
I wish the Chancellor had been able to join me over a Welsh cake in the kitchen at Llwynkellen Farm last week, where I met with farmers from the Rhondda and nearby, who didn't have biblical concerns. They're not worried about plagues of locusts or anything like that, but they have genuine concerns about what's going to happen to Welsh land. Because 35% of it is sold in the European Union at the moment, and if there's a 48% tariff on it, they fear that they will end up having to burn carcasses. They're also worried that there aren't enough UK national vets in the abattoirs and elsewhere to make sure that they can continue their business into the future. And we are relying on migrants from elsewhere in the EU. Will he come to the Rhondda to meet with those farmers again, just to make sure that he has really got everything in place to protect them if there is a no-deal Brexit?
The Right Honourable Gentleman makes a series of very good points, absolutely critical points, because it is the case that one of the sectors that would be most adversely affected in no deal would be the sheep meat sector, and the points that his farmers made to him and he's made here are absolutely right. The common external tariff and the amount of sheep meat that we export to the EU will create potential economic disruption. That is why DEFRA have plans to intervene to support farmers in the way that I've alluded to earlier. With respect to vets, it is the case, I believe, that we do have a significant number of additional vets who have the capacity to issue export health certificates. When it comes to abattoirs, he's absolutely right. A significant number of those who work in our abattoirs are EU nationals. We value them, and that's why I'm so pleased that the EU settlement scheme has had so far so many people who've been granted status.
Carol Monaghan.
Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman has said in his statement that compliant consignments should experience no delay. However, non-compliant consignments do have the potential to cause serious traffic jams and delays. Now, an issue I've been asking about for a number of years now is the transport of radioactive isotopes which come through Calais. Now, if they're caught up in delays at Calais due to non-compliant consignments, they lose all of their useful life. So what steps has the Secretary of State put in place to ensure that this doesn't happen? We were previously told they would come in through Coventry Airport. We've now been told that isn't going to happen. So what is going to happen about radioisotopes that are so important for cancer treatment?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very important point. I'd say two things. One of the things is that we want to minimise the number of non-compliant consignments of all kinds, which is why we're spending so much on readiness and why businesses have responded so well. But it is the case with radioisotopes and other vital medical supplies, they are Category 1 goods, and as well as making sure that we have the maximum possible flow at the border, we're also, through the short straits, we're also providing additional freight capacity, and the Department for Transport will be updating the House shortly.
Chris Rouhani.
Mr. Speaker, the Yellowhammer report warns of shortages of key drugs and medicines. Can the Minister supply the House with a list of those medicines that are likely to be in short supply? And what measures, if there is scarcity, what measures are in place to ensure fair and equitable distribution of these scarce medicines across the nations and regions of the United Kingdom?
Well, the first thing to stress yet again is it's a reasonable worst-case scenario, and we've taken steps to mitigate it. And in terms of the fair and equitable distribution of medicines across the UK, the system we have, and one I'm proud to uphold, is the NHS.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to mention heat-treated pallets. 22 days ago, I asked the same question, and the Chancellor confirmed that we've been working with the industry in order to ensure that we could mitigate the consequences of that. Since nothing can be exported from the United Kingdom if it's not on a heat-treated pallet into the EU, can you give me one example of the mitigation you've discussed in the last 22 days?
Yes, more pallets.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Operation Yellowhammer highlights that HGVs could be delayed by 2.5 days at our border. And whilst we've heard about medicines and foods and disruption to business, we haven't heard about the impact this is going to have on lorry drivers. And clearly there is such inadequate planning for this that this is going to be very disruptive to recruitment into the sector, but also on the lives of people who work in that industry. So what additional steps has the government taken to support the staff working in the sector?
Again, I have to stress that we've taken steps to contact hauliers, not just in the UK, but in the EU, in order to ensure that they and traders are ready to export, and that should significantly reduce the risk of any delays. But it's also the case that there are facilities in Kent in order to ensure that should there be queuing of any kind, that those who are caught in those queues, who are hauliers, can get the services they need.
C. MacDonald.
Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and indeed the Chancellor all pledged during the referendum that the rights of EU citizens would be protected automatically after Brexit, in other words, without the need for any application at all. Will he now fulfil that pledge as recommended by the Home Affairs Committee and the 3 million, or is he prepared to see tens, if not hundreds of thousands of EU nationals miss the government's deadline and be left without any status in this country at all?
Here, here.
Well, it is the case, as I mentioned earlier, that more than 1 million people have been granted status, and it is the case that there are tens of thousands of people who are applying every day, and the process, so far as I know, is working well, and this process will continue right up until the end of next year, and we are providing people in this country who are EU nationals with a guarantee of their rights that no other EU nation is matching for UK nationals. It's the most generous offer, and I'm delighted that the Home Secretary is presiding over a system that works in the interests of our friends and neighbours.
Annalisa Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because BMW Cowley's shutdown was brought forward, many workers in my constituency had to choose between missing a rent or mortgage payment or missing a family holiday. So please, can he be specific? Can he tell us, will Operation Kingfisher cover the costs of an additional shutdown if that's necessary because of no-deal chaos? Please tell us, will it be covered or not?
I had the opportunity to talk to executives from BMW, and one of the things that they explained to me were the particular challenges that they face. Of course, the Treasury will review any requests for support, but one of the things that I would say is that the Honourable Lady can obviate the need for that if she, like me, supports and backs the deal that the Prime Minister brings back.
What deal? Clive Efford.
Mr. Speaker, Mark Sedwell, as National Security Advisor and Cabinet Secretary, said in a letter in April regarding no deal, and I quote, "Our national security would be disrupted. The UK would forfeit access to criminal justice levers. None of our mitigation measures would give the UK the same security capabilities as our current ones." So can the Secretary of State say what mitigation measures are now in place, or he is aware of, that didn't exist when Mark Sedwell wrote this letter? And would Mark Sedwell write this letter again today?
Well, the Cabinet Secretary and National Security Advisor does wonderful work, and I shan't speak for him. He will speak for himself. But it is the case that we've had a significant number of meetings, not just with those in the national security community, but also with those in policing and other areas, in order to ensure that steps are taken in order to keep people safe.
Ian C. Lucas.
Speaker, will the Secretary of State please confirm that, as stated on the Cabinet Office website, he has oversight of all Cabinet Office policies, including data protection, elections and the Government Digital Service?
That's the work of the Minister for the Cabinet Office, my colleague Oliver Dowd.
Millennium.
Mr. Speaker, the government's plans for 0% import tariffs on petrochemicals will see a flood of cheap products coming from Russia and the Middle East and make UK producers like Lindsay Oil Refinery uncompetitive. Is the government planning to cut excise duty in a domestic sector-specific arrangement? And will that result in a loss to the Treasury? If so, how much? And is there a risk for fuel security if we become dependent on volatile regions for supply?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises an important point, but one of the things that I've stressed earlier is that not just in the event of no-deal Brexit, but in the event of global economic circumstances, some prices will rise and others will fall. And if it is the case that prices fall for consumers, then that's good for them and good for business.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State envisage using powers available to him under the Civil Contingency Act? And if so, what might he use them for? And in those circumstances, can he guarantee that Parliament will remain open to ensure there is scrutiny of those powers?
Very good question. Well, I'm tempted to say don't tempt me, but actually I've got no plans to use those powers.
Ronnie Cowan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Operation Yellowhammer highlights a range of issues. Can the Chancellor remind me at what point during the EU referendum campaign were the public told there was a possibility of delays at borders, shortages of medical supplies, fuel shortages, food price increases, clean water shortages, civil disruption, losing access to the single market for all goods and all services, or indeed reigniting unrest in Northern Ireland? And the reason I ask is, for the life of me, I cannot remember any one of those outcomes being painted on the side of a bus.
I certainly recall many of them featuring the speeches of many of those who were campaigning for Remain.
I'm grateful to the Minister, to the front bench spokespersons, including the Shadow Secretary of State, and to the 87 backbenchers who posed questions. Points of order come after statements. It appertains directly to this, and the Honourable Gentleman has an honest face, of course, and I take him at his word. Let's hear the fella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It relates directly to the question that I specifically put to the Secretary of State when I asked him whether he had overall responsibility for the work for the Cabinet Office. And he did not answer that question in the affirmative. He's answered a number of questions today relating, for example, to the Government Digital Service and data protection in the course of the discussion that we've had. But I'm unclear, as he is the Secretary of State for the Cabinet Office, why it is that he is so determined to avoid responsibility in his department for data protection and for elections. And I wonder if you could assist me in establishing how I get a straight answer on this question.
The Honourable Gentleman can table questions if he wishes. I heard the Minister for the Cabinet Office, who I think advised the House that the Minister with the responsibility for the particular matters to which he referred was the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Hertsmere. It had always been my understanding that the Honourable Gentleman member for Hertsmere was one of the Minister for the Cabinet Office's junior ministers, and that, therefore, overall, the Right Honourable Gentleman member for Surrey Heath has top-level responsibility. But if I'm wrong, I'm sure that we'll all be disabused of our error. Minister, we're great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity once again to underline the division of responsibilities in the Cabinet Office. It's my responsibility to prepare the government for Brexit, both deal and no deal, but the Minister for the Cabinet Office, the member for Hertsmere, sits around the Cabinet table, and he has direct responsibility for the issues to which the Right Honourable Gentleman refers.
Yeah, I think the position is pretty clear, to be honest. Overall responsibility lies with the most senior minister. I don't think that the Minister for the Cabinet Office would disavow that proposition for a moment. He was offering greater specificity, but the overall position is, I think, blindingly obvious. Point of order, Mr. Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, and again it's on the specific answer to the question that I raised when I asked for an example of the mitigation. I received the answer, yes, I can. Are we going to end up in the duplicitous situation where we're phrasing questions to have closed answers from ministers, or is this supposed to be the opportunity for the government to explain its position?
I don't think I can arbitrate between the honourable gentleman in his question and the minister in his reply. The honourable gentleman has put his concern on the record. He's a most perspicacious fellow, and I feel sure that he'll have recourse to the table office if he wishes to table further questions. And knowing the appetite of the right honourable gentleman member for Surrey Heath for responding to inquiries, I'm sure he'll be getting up even earlier in the morning and going to bed even later at night, specifically to attend to the inquiries of the honourable member for East Lothian. And the nodding of the head of the minister on the Treasury bench is testament to his acceptance of the point that I've just made. Point of order, Mr Ian Murray.
Mr Speaker, I'm very grateful. During those exchanges, the Secretary of State said on a number of occasions that the retail sector was ready for Brexit, I think was the 3 words that he used. The British Retail Consortium have subsequently said that is not the case and is incorrect. How can we get the record corrected?
The honourable gentleman's found his own salvation, and he knows that. And I say that as much for those attending to our proceedings as to members. The honourable gentleman has found his own salvation, and he's done so through the entirely bogus use of a point of order to get his concern across. He's not the first person to do that, and he won't be the last. Whether he's satisfied or not, I don't know, but he'll have to make good with what he's done, the prodigious character of his efforts today. We come now, I'm most grateful to colleagues. People are quite understandably in an inquisitive mood. That is entirely to be expected, particularly when we've not been sitting for some time. But we must now move to the next statement by the Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs. Secretary Dominic Raab.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with your permission, I would like to make a statement on Iran. The United Kingdom has always been clear-sighted about our engagement with Iran. We want to see Iran come in from the cold. But that can only happen if Iran shows the respect required for the basic principles of the rules-based international system. Iran's violations are not mere technical breaches of international rules. They are serious and systemic, destabilising actions which undermine the international rule of law. And those actions must have consequences. Mr Speaker, take first the recent attacks on the Aramco facilities in Saudi Arabia. On the 14th of September, 18 drones and 7 cruise missiles hit an oil field and a processing facility. As the UK government, we took our time to assess the facts carefully and independently. We're now confident that Iran was responsible. The evidence is clear, and there is no plausible alternative explanation. This conduct amounts to an armed attack on Saudi Arabia, a violation of one of the basic principles of international law under the United Nations Charter. The attacks caused serious damage in Saudi Arabia and affected 5% of the world's oil supply. In these circumstances, the UK has sought and will continue to seek to de-escalate tensions. But, Mr Speaker, our response is also an acid test of our resolve. We've condemned the attacks in coordination not just with Saudi Arabia and the United States, but also with our European partners. And I would draw the attention of the House to the E3 statement released yesterday after meetings in New York. We will now continue to work with the widest international support to determine the most effective response. And at the same time, Iran's attacks on the Aramco facilities are a reminder of the importance of ensuring that Iran never gains access to nuclear weapons. That's why the UK remains committed to the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, notwithstanding US withdrawal. Equally, we have always recognised that it is not a perfect deal. The JCPOA has its strengths, including its provisions granting the IAEA unfettered access to Iran's nuclear facilities. But it also has its limitations. Its provisions are time-limited, with some expiring next year. And it was never designed to address our long-standing concerns about Iran's wider destabilising behaviour in the region. Since May, Mr Speaker, Iran has gradually reduced its compliance with key aspects of the JCPOA, putting the deal at risk. So before any wider progress is possible, Iran must reverse those steps and must come back into full compliance. At the same time, as both President Trump and President Macron have said, we can improve upon the JCPOA. Ultimately, we need a longer-term framework that provides greater certainty over Iran's nuclear program. And, as the attacks on Aramco demonstrate, we must also bring into scope Iran's wider destabilising activities. That includes putting an end to Iran's violations of the freedom of navigation, which are disrupting shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and undermining the international law of the sea. Alongside our partners, the US, Australia, Saudi Arabia and Bahrain, we remain committed to the International Maritime Security Construct, the IMSC, to ensure freedom of navigation in the region. And we also welcome the European-led initiatives to achieve the same goals. We want the widest international support to uphold the rules-based international order. Mr. Speaker, we must also see an end to Iran's interference in Yemen, which has stoked further conflict through support for the Houthi rebels and fueled the greatest humanitarian crisis in the world today. A political solution is the only viable way to bring peace to that terrible conflict. Iran must start to play a constructive instead of a destructive role in that conflict. And finally, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to respecting international law, Iran's dire human rights record continues to be of serious concern to the United Kingdom, especially its practice of arbitrary detention of dual nationals. Today, there are a range of UK dual nationals languishing in jail in Iran, typically arrested on spurious charges, denied due process, subject to mistreatment, contrary to the basic tenets of international human rights law. This practice causes great anguish and suffering, not just to those detained, but also to their families. Mr. Speaker, Iran's behaviour is unlawful, it is cruel, and it is totally unacceptable. I've raised all of these cases, along with Iran's wider conduct, with Foreign Minister Zarif. The Prime Minister raised the cases with President Rouhani yesterday in New York, and we will continue to press for their release. So, Mr. Speaker, Iran's record of respect for the basic rules of international law is woeful, and it is getting worse. Let's be clear about this and about the Iranian government's responsibility for the plight of its own people. It is a matter of political choice, their government's choice. And yet, Mr. Speaker, even now, we retain the hope that we can work with Iran and with our international partners to de-escalate tensions, to rebuild confidence and to establish a clear path for Iran towards international respectability. Iran is a proud nation. It has a rich history and remarkable economic potential. It is held back by a regime that fails to respect the fundamental tenets of the rules-based international system. So, Mr. Speaker, Iran faces a choice. It can double down on its approach, in which case the international opposition to its behaviour will only intensify. Or it can take immediate steps to de-escalate tensions and rebuild international confidence by respecting international law and reducing the range of threats it presents to its neighbours. That is the only path to stability and prosperity for Iran and the wider region, and I commend this statement to the House.
Emily Thornberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. We've been summoned back here today due to the unlawful actions of the Prime Minister attempting to avoid debate on one vital issue. But it is important that we debate other absolutely vital issues, including the threat of war with Iran. Can I take this opportunity, though, Mr. Speaker, because we're debating vital issues in the Middle East, to apologise publicly to my Liberal Democrat colleagues for my crass throwaway Taliban remark in an interview last week. I'm sorry for what I said. And I believe that our politics is better when we can be honest and apologise for our mistakes. A lesson that our country's Prime Minister, Her Majesty's Prime Minister, would be well placed to learn. Mr. Speaker, I do not have a scintilla of doubt that Iran was responsible for the drone attacks in Saudi Arabia and the attacks on oil tankers in Hormuz, and I totally agree with the Foreign Secretary that their actions are utterly unacceptable and must be condemned from all sides. And sadly, This is all too predictable, because just like the tanker wars in the 1980s, there is a reckless and ruthless logic being applied by the Iranian hardline theocrats who are sadly now in the ascendancy in Tehran. And it is simply this: if you stop our oil supplies, we're going to stop yours. A development that has been inevitable since the United States reimposed sanctions on Iran. There are absolutely no excuses for what Iran has done, but there is also no excuse for the Trump administration, which has willfully wrecked the nuclear deal, destroyed the chances of progress on other issues, and handed power back to the Khamenei hardliners who have always wanted to reverse the Rouhani government's attempt to engage with the West. Yeah. And so what are we left with now? With the Trump administration agitating for war and Iranian hardliners actively trying to provoke it, war with a country which is 9 times the size of Syria, 3 times Syria's pre-war population, and that leaves us with a choice to make as a world, and even more important, a choice to make as a country and as a parliament. In an era when we can no longer rely on the United States to provide any global leadership on matters of peace and war, or anything to do with the Middle East, we need the EU and the UN to step up, do our job, and demand that after working so hard to negotiate the nuclear deal, we will not let it be thrown away and allow this spiral into war to continue. Because, as the leader of the opposition said yesterday, real security doesn't come from belligerent posturing or reckless military interventions. It comes from international cooperation and diplomacy. Yeah. And let me add, it does not come from what successive governments have done, committing to military intervention with no planning for what comes next, creating chaos in the aftermath, and opening up ungoverned spaces in which the evil of jihadist death cults thrive. But if war with Iran is where the world is headed, Mr. Speaker, and we cannot stop it, we have a choice to make as a country, and we should have a choice to make in this Parliament, which is whether our country is involved and the lives of our service people are put at risk as a result of a power struggle between Tehran and Riyadh, as a result of a power struggle between Khamenei and Rouhani, and as a result of a power-crazed president in the White House who wants to start wars rather than end them. In that climate, there is only one thing that we should be doing now, and that is to work to de-escalate this tension with Iran. Get the nuclear deal back on track and use that as the foundation which it previously promised to be, to address all the other concerns that we have about Iran, not least its continued detention of Nazanin and other dual British nationals. But instead, at this crucial moment, we have a Prime Minister openly talking about sending troops to Saudi Arabia in an apparent bid to please Donald Trump. As the leader of the opposition said yesterday, have we learned nothing? And on a day when we are all so rightly focused on the powers of Parliament and the abuse of power by the government, let me close by asking the Foreign Secretary one simple but vital question. Will he guarantee, before any decision to join Donald Trump in military action against Iran and put British service people in harm's way, that this House will be asked to approve that action and give the chance to save our country from the disaster that would be war with Iran?
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her remarks. On at least some of them, I think we have shared agreement on condemning unequivocally Iran for its responsibility for the Aramco attacks, for its attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, and for its treatment of dual nationals, including Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe. I share her view that we want to maintain the JCPOA and that we remain committed to it. And that's the position of the government. But we can, we should, and we must do better, because the JCPOA is limited. That is something now recognised by the President of the United States, which is lambasted, but also by the French President. And I would have thought that rather than trying to engage in tit-for-tat between whether this is a European or US initiative, we should welcome the opportunity to forge a stronger international consensus. The choice here, Mr. Speaker, is not between the US and Iran, or Saudi and Iran, or indeed US and the EU, which is frankly the paradigm that the Right Honourable Lady presented. The choice is between those of us who are willing to stand up and uphold the rules-based international order. And the UK will be unflinching and unwavering in committing to doing that. The Right Honourable Lady also talked about, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, talked about whether the UK would be sending troops to Saudi Arabia. There has been no suggestion of that at all. It is simply wrong for her to say it. What has been said is that the US is sending troops to Saudi Arabia to make sure that Saudi can protect itself from further attacks or repeats of the attacks in Aramco. We have said that we would consider a request that we've received for support in relation to air defences. That is something that we will consider, but we are absolutely clear that our overarching strategic objective is de-escalation, reducing tensions. And we want to see Iran come in from out of the international cold. But we need to be absolutely unwavering and clear in our resolve that the only way that will happen is if Iran steps up and starts to meet its responsibilities, whether it's on dual nationals, whether it's on nuclear compliance, or whether it's on the basic rules of international law, like not attacking your neighbours.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome very much my right honourable friend's statement on Iran and the clarity of the position that he has set forward. It's important that we remember that Iran has been an aggressor not just to British dual nationals, but to people around the region, sponsoring in many ways the invasion of Syria and the violence that has caused millions of people to be displaced from their homes and hundreds of thousands to be killed. Can he agree with me that the decision recently of the Iranian government to put further fuel onto that fire by sailing the Grace 1 into Syrian waters is simply a further confirmation of the terrible regime that is breaking international rules at every turn? Would he not agree with me as well that getting allies and partners like India and China to support our actions in this area is essential, and actually essential to them too, if they are to prosper from the international system that has made them rich?
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Chairman of the Select Committee. He's absolutely right that the behaviour, both in relation to the Senna Imperial but also Grace 1, is contrary to international good, in particular in terms of breaching sanctions on Syria and supporting the Assad regime, but also in terms of the absolutely explicit assurances that were given to the United Kingdom that wouldn't happen. I also share his view that rather than engaging, as the Shadow Foreign Minister has, in questioning whether there's a tit-for-tat or a spat between the US and the EU on this, what we want is the broadest basis of international support to provide the most effective response and the clearest signal to Iran that its behaviour cannot continue.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly grateful that we're able to raise important issues like this in Parliament just now, and I'd also like to thank the Foreign Secretary for an early sight of his statement. Mr. Speaker, we've long argued on these benches that there's a need for engagement, cool heads and dialogue. And that's especially important when dealing with the de-escalation of conflict in the Middle East, as well as the nuclear threat as well. And it's also important that we work with those who should be closest to us politically. And I do welcome the joint statement with France and Germany. It's so important that we make progress and get the JCPOA back on track. We should be closest to those of our European partners. Now, Mr. Speaker, we condemn the attacks on the Aramco facilities, just as we condemn any attacks on civilian targets in the Arabian Peninsula. When dealing with a regime like Iran that regularly flouts human rights and international norms, it's critical that we lead by example. So does the Foreign Secretary agree that we must respect the rule of law, that any comparisons to the UK and Iranian judicial process would be deeply irresponsible,
Does he also agree that we must adhere to that rules-based systems, and that means any rules that the court hands down on arms sales to Saudi Arabia or elsewhere must be adhered to? Finally, in terms of Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe and the other UK nationals who are held, that must be the highest priority for the government. And can I gently ask the Foreign Secretary that this is a critical issue, a complicated issue, that can he ensure when the Prime Minister is in meetings with Iranians or is dealing with this, is that he's fully briefed so he can do no more damage than he's already done?
I thank the honourable gentleman. We certainly agree that we want to be in partnership with our EU partners, but again, I would just gently push back on this idea that that's enough. It isn't. We need the broadest international response and the clearest, to provide the clearest signal to Iran about its behaviour and to deter any future attacks as we've seen in relation to Aramco. He's right. He's absolutely right that if we're going to talk about adhering to international law, we need to practice what we preach. And of course, in relation to any judicial proceedings on export licences, we'll adhere to that meticulously and fully. And I think ultimately the most important thing in relation to dual nationals is that we're absolutely clear, not just with Iran, but working with our international partners, that this behaviour is unacceptable. There is no quid pro quo in any of this. The treatment of our dual nationals, including Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe, is unlawful, it is unacceptable, and it must end. They cannot be treated, in the words of my right honourable friend and my predecessor, who did such a great job on this, as political hostages, which is tantamount to what is being done at the moment. And we will be absolutely unwavering in raising these cases. He mentioned the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister raised these cases with President Rouhani yesterday. So I hope he can be reassured that we take this seriously and raise it at every possibility.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on his appointment, for which I was delighted to be the warm-up act? And does he agree that Western policy towards Iran is, unfortunately, basically failing to stop malign activity, as we saw with Aramco, failing to stop renuclearisation, failing to stop hostage-taking, which has continued, sadly, long after the case of Nazanin? And is not the answer closer alignment between the United States and Europe, clearer consequences for wrongdoing, and a ladder for Iran to climb down so that we can get out of this incredibly dangerous situation?
Can I thank my right honourable friend and pay tribute to the professionalism, the dynamism, but also the values and the integrity that he brought in his time as Foreign Secretary. And I'm very lucky to have taken over a team which is at the top of its game in no small part because of his efforts. I agree with the basic ingredients that my right honourable friend has set out. We need the widest possible international support, not just the EU, not just the US, but the broadest international support, and very clear consequences for Iran if it's unlawful behaviour in all the different areas that we're talking about, nuclear, dual nationals, the attacks on Aramco, continue.
Oh, such a glittering array of parliamentary celebrities on both sides. It's difficult to know whom to choose, but I think I must call not just a member, I say for the benefit of observers, but a president, the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Madeleine Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Iran has announced its intention of carrying out exercises in the Gulf, along with China and Russia. How is this a decrease in an escalation of tension? And what risks does the Secretary of State see arising from this announcement?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, and I think she's highlighted precisely why we need the broadest international support for delivering the clearest messages to Iran. And we talked to the Russians and the Chinese, both permanent members of the UN Security Council, about their responsibilities for maintaining the principles of the UN Charter, maintaining the basic tenets of international human rights law. And I think it only goes to show why we need the broadest possible range of allies and partners in getting that message across and draining Iran from any of the otherwise alternative sources and bases of support that it would have.
Dr. Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend knows, I've always been extremely sceptical
about the JCPOA because of the financial front-loading, which has enabled Iran to finance international terrorism, and, as he said, the lack of restraint on Iran's regional destabilisations. If Iran continues to be in breach of the JCPOA, as they are, when they say they will continue and accelerate uranium enrichment, will the UK, under the agreement, trigger the process that would result in the snapback of UN sanctions?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. I share some of his concerns in relation to the JCPOA. It's clear that Iran cannot continue to go down the path that it's on without significant consequences. I'm not going to, if he doesn't mind, get ahead of myself as to what we will do in any set of circumstances in the future. The most important thing now is that Iran returns to full compliance with the JCPOA and ends its destabilising conduct in the region.
I'm keen to accommodate colleagues, but I'm also keen to proceed to the next statement as close as possible to 6:30. So I'm sure colleagues will take their cue from that and will be admirably succinct. Anne Clwyd.
Mr. Speaker, it was not always the case that we slammed Iran in this chamber. 25 years ago, when I stood at that dispatch box, I in fact congratulated Iran for helping to save the Kurdish population who were fleeing across the mountains. The Turks shut the borders, the Iranians opened the borders. So at that time, we congratulated Iran on their moves. But can I say, as somebody who's campaigned for Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, we're all concerned about the deterioration in relationships. And I'd like to know exactly what we are doing. You know, very vague, we're all having talks here and there. Did the Prime Minister come to some agreement with the President when he met him yesterday? What is actually being physically done to get Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe out of jail and the other dual nationals?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, and I pay tribute to her long-standing interest in this area. I remember when I was a Foreign Office lawyer before coming into this House, visiting Tehran, and under the former reformist regime of President Khatami, working on behalf of the UK government for a bilateral investment treaty. I'm afraid those days, we've taken a significant series of steps back since those days, but it does show that Iran, there is a path for Iran to come in from out of the cold and to get international respectability and to prosper as a result of it. In relation to the dual national cases and Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, we need to be very careful here. We're absolutely clear that Iran must release our dual nationals who have been detained on a whim, unconditionally, and there is no deal to be done, no linkage. And the reason I say that is because as much as I would love to see all of those detainees reunited with those families, there is acute moral hazard if we would allow ourselves to be blackmailed. All that we would find is in relation shortly after the return of those detainees, a whole number more will be picked up, is Iran took the wrong lesson from our actions. So we need to be very careful, and we will campaign unflinchingly, unwaveringly with our allies to get their release, secure their release, but we must also be mindful of not creating the moral hazard that I referred to.
Hugo Swire.
The United Kingdom is involved in this, whether we like it or not, and we've already seen the effects in the price of oil resulting from the attacks on the Aramco field. But can my right honourable friend assure me that in any contingency planning at the Foreign Office, they are considering the wider effects of the region? The United Kingdom has huge investments right across the Gulf for people and companies, and I hope that that's being considered if anything gets worse there.
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He served with distinction in the Foreign Office, and I'm very mindful of his experience in this area. He's absolutely right that we need to bear in mind the wider implications of a military conflagration, and that is not our strategic objective. We want to de-escalate tensions, we want to dial down those tensions, and we want to see Iran moving to re-establish confidence that it can be a lawful and respectable member of the international community, and that's what we're working towards.
Tulip Siddiq.
In an urgent question last year to the House about Nazanin, the Minister for the Middle East at the time said to me, and I quote, "We do not share the view that the IMS debt or any other bilateral issue is the reason for Mrs. Zaghari-Ratcliffe's detention." This sentiment was echoed to me in a private meeting with the Prime Minister and Nazanin's husband, Richard Ratcliffe. But this week in The Guardian, the Iranian Foreign Minister Zarif says successive British foreign secretaries of state have come to him and raised the issue of the £400 million debt in exchange for Nazanin's freedom. So I asked the Secretary of State, to confirm categorically that the Iranian foreign minister is lying and that the UK government would never negotiate with my constituent's life?
I read that article in The Guardian, which referred to me as well, in terms of the recent conversation that I had with the Foreign Minister, and I can tell her unequivocally that no such deal was on offer, no such deal will be made. We expect Iran to live up to its responsibilities under international human rights law, under the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, and release Nazanin and the other dual national cases without delay. They are being held unlawfully, and there's no bargaining with Iran. It must live up to its international commitments, and it must do so without delay.
Richard Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, given that President Trump has in recent months on 5 occasions sought to meet with the Iranian leadership and has been repeatedly rebuffed on the basis the Iranians can't trust the Americans to adhere to agreements that they have reached, was the American decision to withdraw from the JCPOA premature?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. He knows it's the position of this government and the previous government that we stand by the JCPOA, not because it's the perfect deal, but because it's the best credible alternative. At the same time, it's absolutely right, and this is something accepted by President Macron as well as President Trump, we should work for a better deal, a more sustainable deal, both on the nuclear issue, but also on the wider destabilising activities that Iran is engaged in, and which the Aramco attacks highlight the significance of.
John Woodcock.
Speaker, a number of my colleagues and I were able to visit Saudi Arabia this week and see the Abqaiq facility and be in absolutely no doubt that the very precise damage which is done to it was conducted by the Iranians. We'll shortly put update the register of members' interest for that visit, but can he assure us now from the dispatch box there is no question that the bad behaviour of the Iranians will be rewarded and that actually we should be looking to be in step with the United States at this vital time?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman and pay tribute to his close interest in this. I think there is no doubt that this was, or very little doubt, we're close to certainty that Iran was responsible. It is implausible and lacking credibility for it to be suggested that the attacks came from the Houthi rebels. We certainly will coordinate with the United States as our closest military and security ally, but as I've said already, what actually we need is to send the broadest international response and signal to Iran if we're going to have the greatest degree of impact on its behaviour in the future, because Iran is relying on splitting and splintering the West and indeed the other countries that it will fall back and try and engage in partnership and alliance with as its isolation increases. We want to de-escalate and the best way of achieving that in an effective way is to have the broadest international support with that goal in mind.
Mary Robinson.
My right honourable friend recognises the importance of ensuring that Iran never gains access to nuclear weapons. However, over recent months, Iran has deliberately breached the terms of the JCPOA nuclear deal, including enriching uranium, taking it closer to being able to produce those nuclear weapons. Does he agree with me that, and share my concerns, that Iran will continue down this path unless it encounters a strong and united front from the West?
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right, which is why we need to avoid the suggestion that it's one or other Western country taking the initiative and join forces, coordinate and send the most effective message back to Iran that if it continues down this road of non-compliance with the JCPOA, there will be significant consequences for the regime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, there should be consequences short of military action for Iran for these violations. We can't stand idly by while they disregard international law. But obviously, with a view to de-escalation and bringing to an end what is essentially a Cold War between Saudi Arabia and Iran, it would be enormously helped if the US returned to being a signatory to that JCPOA, particularly if you want a revised framework. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary, what specific consequences does he envisage for Iran? What is he doing personally to persuade the US to return to being a signatory to the JCPOA? And does he acknowledge that the Saudis themselves must also comply with international law too, not least in Yemen?
Well,
The Honourable Gentleman makes a number of good points. I agree with him, by the way, in relation to Saudi. We monitor very carefully the situation in relation to international humanitarian law. We raise those issues with the Saudi government. We remain committed to the JCPOA, but I don't quite follow his logic in the sense that actually we recognise the limits of the JCPOA at the same time. And what the approach is, and I think should be, and has been set out by President Trump, but also President Macron, is to go for a more ambitious deal, which is not only more effective in relation to the nuclear concerns that we have, but also all of the other issues which I'm sure he recognises concern the international community, whether it's on dual nationals, whether it's on freedom of navigation, and of course in relation to its recent behaviour in terms of the Aramco attacks.
John Whittingdale.
May I strongly welcome my right honourable friend's continued championing of the cause of media freedom, on which Iran's record is one of the worst in the world. In particular, will he continue to press Iran to cease the persecution of families of members of the BBC Persian service who have faced arbitrary arrest, asset freezes, passport confiscation and surveillance?
I thank my right honourable friend. In fact, this week at the UN General Assembly, the UK will be hosting an event on media freedom and also a separate event in relation to Iran's human rights records. So I can give them reassurance that in both of those key areas, we are championing not just on a bilateral basis, but on a multilateral basis, all of those issues that he's concerned about.
George Howard.
Can I, Mr. Speaker, agree with the right honourable gentleman about the importance of ensuring that Iran never gains access to nuclear weapons? And can he give us his assessment as to how long it is likely to take before they achieve that capability?
The honourable gentleman, I totally agree with his sentiments and his objectives. I think it's quite difficult to say. It depends on which path and what decisions are made and what the response of the international community is. I think, though, we are at a very precarious point. The JCPOA is hanging by a thread. We want to continue it, but we also want to make sure, in the terms that I've described, that we work with all of our international partners to try and raise our game and have a more ambitious deal, both on the nuclear side of things, but also on the wider destabilising activity that Iran is doing to threaten the region.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Does the government accept that when one is dealing with two adversarial powers, both influential and both in the grip of religious fanaticism, the best policy that we can adopt is one of the traditional balance of power, making sure that neither becomes too strong, but not fooling ourselves that the enemy of my enemy is necessarily my friend?
Thank you, my honourable friend. I think Tito put it rather, or Aitchison, I think, put it rather less elegantly than he has. But I agree with him about being clear-eyed about the countries in the region. Equally, I think we also need to have some moral clarity about the aggressive nature of what Iran is doing. And the way that I view it is that this is less about balancing of the balance of power and more about ensuring that all countries in the region live up to the basic international obligations and responsibilities of the international community and of international law.
Dame Louise Ellman.
Speaker, Iran's actions are making war more likely in the Middle East. Bases in Syria, arms for Hezbollah in Lebanon, and arms for Hamas in Gaza. What is the Secretary of State doing to address these issues which threaten the peace of the whole region?
Well, there are a whole range of sanctions on Iran under the EU and the UK implementing legislation for the EU regime. She's absolutely right to refer to all of the proxies by which Iran tries to exert its influence in an aggressive and belligerent way. And the most important thing, as well as looking at sanctions, is working with the widest range of international support, including all permanent members of the UN Security Council, to live up to their responsibilities to put an end to this aggressive behaviour.
Mr. Stephen Crabb.
Mr. Speaker, does the Foreign Secretary also acknowledge that there are tens of thousands of British citizens working in Saudi Arabia and living now with greater fear, greater risk for their lives as a result of Iranian-backed attacks on Saudi Arabia as a consequence of their thuggish behaviour? So what can the Foreign Secretary tell the House this afternoon to show that he is really determined that Iran's irresponsible behaviour must come to an end?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. Of course, we've got UK nationals working in countries all over the region. They will be concerned about the attacks on Aramco and the two facilities there. I think that the most important thing that we can do is signal that we're going to take this seriously. We're going to provide the most robust and effective response, and that requires as broad an international consensus as possible. And at the same time, we're going to work to de-escalate the tensions rather than to ramp them up.
Mike Gapes.
The Foreign Secretary's made a balanced, measured statement, and I welcome his particular reference to the JCPOA and the need to cooperate with our French and German European partners. But he also referred to Yemen. Can he update the House on what is happening in Yemen as regards to the efforts of Martin Griffiths, and particularly what is being done to stop the continued Houthi attacks on civilian areas in Saudi Arabia and the rocketing of cities and Riyadh airport?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. I know he takes a close interest in all of these issues. Of course, the Iranian support for the Houthi rebels is one example of the one illustration of the use of proxies by Iran in the region, which is unacceptable and must end. We fully support the peace process led by UN Special Envoy Martin Griffiths, and we want all the parties to engage constructively with that process. Ultimately, a political settlement rather than a military settlement is the only way to bring some long-term stability to Yemen. That is something that needs to be made clear both to Saudi Arabia but also to Iran and all of the other players in the region. And I can tell the honourable gentleman that we will be hosting a political event at the UN General Assembly to coordinate the international effort in that regard and endorse the UN Special Envoy Martin Griffiths' plan to begin wider political discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my honourable friend assure me and the House that if, as a result of further Iranian acts of war, the US is forced into taking military action, the government's position won't just be full support, it will be assistance?
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, we are focused on two things. One, sending a clear message to Iran that its behaviour is unacceptable, that we hold it to account for the attacks on Aramco, and we, as I've already said to the House, we will entertain the request from the Saudi government in relation to air defences as we would any close ally. Equally, we want to de-escalate the tensions and we want to avoid a military conflagration. Ultimately, the best way of achieving that is having the widest international support for the widest measures short of military intervention, and that's why the E3 statement yesterday was so significant.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with much of what the Foreign Secretary has said about the appalling role of the Iranians, not just in their own country, but across the broader Middle East region. But doesn't the actions of President Trump and their failure to actually ensure that the West has influence show that his kind of Twitter diplomacy, far from actually getting things done, actually weakens those forces in Iran who do want to work with the West and strengthen those forces who want to say the West is the enemy?
Well, he makes some interesting points, and I accept some of the concerns that he's got. But actually, if he looks at the efforts post the G7 summit with President Trump and President Macron, in which the British Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, is at the forefront of those international efforts to make sure that rather than talking about an EU effort or a US effort, we have a broad international effort. That is the way that we will focus the mind of the hardliners in Tehran.
Rob Seeley.
Evidence that the Foreign Secretary can share with this House on any changes in the laydown of Iranian forces or their proxies in countries like Yemen and Lebanon and Iraq, which will give us a pointer as to whether it is preparing for a wider conflict.
Thank the honourable gentleman. I think it's difficult to assess, and ultimately we have to judge Iran by its behaviour, and its latest behaviour has been unacceptable and is deeply worrying. And that's why the crucial thing now, whilst creating the space for de-escalation and for political dialogue, is also to be clear that it cannot continue in the way it's going, and in particular the kinds of attacks that we saw on the Aramco facilities.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary himself has already said that the JCPOA is hanging by a thread. The agreement itself lays out what sanctions are available, to either party if they're not in full compliance with the JCPOA. So could the Foreign Secretary tell the House what's his next step on trying to bring Iran into alignment?
I think we need to be clear, all the parties to the JCPOA, that Iran must come back to full compliance. We also, at the same time, whilst availing ourselves of all of the levers we got within that deal, is to raise our level of ambition, which is why I think the suggestion that we look at improving the deal, working with the French, working with the US, working with the widest international support, is the right way to go.
Sir Paul Beresford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iran's destabilising activities is geographically fairly broad. As my right honourable friend is aware, I have an interest, a distant interest, declared in Libya. There's a battle going on in Libya between General Haftar and the GNA, and there are some dubious forces behind General Haftar, including, I understand, recently 100 mercenaries from Russia. Is there any indication that Iran's fiddling in the affairs of other countries has got as far as Libya?
I think there is widespread concern that Iran will take every opportunity through its proxies and through local militias and other groups to exert its influence in a destabilising effect, to pursue its own narrow national interests in a way which is deeply damaging for the international order and for the regional stability. In relation to Libya, I'd want to look very carefully at that, but I think there is a much broader general threat that Iran is systematically posing.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Mr. Speaker, the decision by Donald Trump to unilaterally withdraw from the JCPOA last year, plus the additional sanctions, have placed huge pressure on Iran, and there is much hardship in that country. Whilst the attack on Saudi Arabia's Abqaiq oil refinery is totally unacceptable, does the Foreign Secretary not accept that the cavalier approach of the US President is a contributing factor, and Donald Trump must work with the West to de-escalate this crisis?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, the US President is working with the West. We saw that at the G7 in Biarritz. We've seen that in the UN General Assembly. Both the French and American presidents want a better deal than we've got at the moment. We will continue to commit to the JCPOA, but we can't kid ourselves that it is a perfect deal. It's got its limitations, and we should try and do better.
Gareth Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, does the Secretary of State share my frustrations that despite categorical assurances from the Iranian government, the Grace 1 tanker that was seized in Gibraltar headed on its way to Syria despite the promises that he gave? And does he agree with me that this is just another example of why the Iranian government is losing respect right around the world?
Honourable friend is absolutely right. I've explained this to the Iranian government at every level, and the reality is, if assurances are given, clear and unequivocal assurances, and they're broken, it only goes to decrease trust and reduce and erode confidence in Iran and its ability to live up to its responsibilities. And that can only taint its reputation and delay the point at which it can come in from the international cold.
MP Jones.
Just landed into London this morning from a two-day trip to Abqaiq oil facility in Saudi Arabia that was paid for by the government of Saudi Arabia. I've not yet had the opportunity to declare that in the members' register of interests, but I will be doing in the forthcoming days. The shocking attack on the oil facility, which was subject to a multiple Iranian UAV and cruise missiles attacks, is a breach of all international laws. Earlier derivatives of these missiles are being provided to the Islamist terror group in Yemen. Some 256 ballistic missiles have been fired into Saudi Arabia as of yesterday, and some 66,000 missiles, airborne missiles, fired into that nation. Over 100 Houthi Iranian...
I'm immensely grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. I know he speaks on the basis of a recent visit, but if he could advance towards a question with a question mark at the end of it, that would be enormously appreciated by the whole House. Mr Jones.
There are 100 sea mines in the Red Sea that have been found by the Houthis, Iranian manufactured. If they were to hit an oil tanker carrying 2 million barrels of oil, it will be the worst environmental crisis ever. When is this government going to step up to the plate and deal with the Islamist terrorists in Yemen?
We are actively and energetically engaged in that. This week We are hosting an event in the UN General Assembly with the UN Special Envoy. We're talking to all sides. It's an intractable, terrible conflict, and he's right to say that the Iranian role is pernicious, and that's one example of the destabilising activities which we must deal with in concert with our international partners.
Daniel Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary was correct to highlight in his statement the appalling attacks on Aramco and Iran's meddling in Yemen. Will he also acknowledge that over the last few years there have been growing allegations of Iranian interference in Bahrain, Iraq, Syria, and of course the funding of Hezbollah in Lebanon? Will he focus on these allegations equally and the effects it's having on those regional partners?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that we need to all of the destabilising activities that Iran is conducting through its proxies in the region, and that looking at one or other issue without looking at it in the whole is missing the big picture.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituents, the wife and children of Mr. Ashuri, who's being held in Iran in prison, recently came to meet with me. Can the Secretary of State confirm whether the Prime Minister raised the case of my constituent, Mr. Ashuri, when he recently met with President Rouhani this weekend, and what progress has been made?
Thank the Honourable Lady. It's a terrible case, as all of these are, not just for the individuals involved, but also for their families and their loved ones. I can tell the Honourable Lady we raise all of the cases, all of the dual national cases that we have at every level. And I'm confident both that the Prime Minister raised those cases with President Rouhani, and I can reassure her that I raised them directly with Foreign Minister Zarif, all of them.
Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend rightly referred to the vital work being done by the international maritime security construct, of which the UK is playing its important part. Indeed, the Royal Navy vessel on duty this summer had received over 100 confrontations from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, according to newspaper reports. Can he update the House on efforts that are being undertaken either at the UN Assembly or through bilateral relationships with other nations to broaden this construct to ensure that we have as many international nations involved as possible to maintain the freedom of navigation through the Straits of Hormuz?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We want the broadest possible support for policing of freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz and in the wider region. The IMSC has broadened its support, but we also want to see the European-led initiatives come on board, and ideally we'd like to join them together. This shouldn't be a question of whether it's a US flag or an EU flag on the initiative or the operations. We want to broaden them and bring them together, because that's the most effective way that will police the freedom of navigation.
Christian Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, I have little time for either government of Iran or Saudi Arabia, and I wonder if it's always necessary to choose sides. So I welcome the Secretary of State's focus on de-escalation. Can I echo the concerns of my honourable friends from Chesterfield and from Preston that the antics of the American government seem to be giving an excuse to Iran to walk away from agreements that they wouldn't otherwise have if the Trump regime wasn't behaving like that?
Well, as I've already said to the honourable gentleman, we remain committed to the JCPOA, but as others have concluded, it's not perfect. It has its limitations, which is why we want a more ambitious and more all-encompassing deal, which will be more effective on the nuclear side of things, but also deal with the whole range of destabilising initiatives that Iran engages in, which honourable members on all sides of the House have raised today.
Bill Wiggin.
So, Mr. Speaker, this is not a case of de-escalation is all very well, but it's not working, and this is a regime that's showing all the symptoms of bullying. And would my right honourable friend not agree that this is a case of si vis pacem parabellum? If you want peace, prepare for war.
Well, I understand the honourable gentleman's concerns and his pugnacious, spirited response. I do think right now we need to have a very carefully calibrated message to Iran. We will support the defensive posture that the Saudis have taken. We want to see them avoid any further attacks, as we saw in the Aramco facilities for them, but also world oil supplies. But we do also want to create the space for de-escalation and for a route for Iran to come in from out of the cold. But that must be driven by Iran living up to its international responsibilities.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the government concluded that Iran was responsible for a cyber attack on this very House. Can I ask him what assessment the Foreign Office has made of the current threat of cyber attacks from the government of Iran?
I think Iran is clearly trying to exploit all of the potential avenues for exerting its influence and power in the region. That isn't just military in the way we saw with Aramco, but also in relation to cyber. And we are making sure that we've got the best set of technological equipment and resources to make sure we can defend ourselves. And also, again, that's something where we need to work with our international partners on.
Mr. Speaker, if the Iranians are implicated in the Saudi Aramco attack, there are obviously serious implications not only for Saudi Arabia but other UK allies in the Gulf. I gather that 2 of the cruise missiles fell short of their target and are in sufficiently intact condition to be analysed for their targeting systems in order to determine their launch targets. Can the Foreign Secretary update us on the progress made there on getting evidence that Iran really was behind this attack?
Well, my honourable friend will know we're very careful about talking about sensitive intelligence, but what I can tell him is that contrary to the Houthi claims, 10 of the drones that were used, imagery of the damage caused clearly shows that it wasn't just 10 as the Houthis had claimed, but it was between 16 and 19 strikes on the Abqaiq facility. Imagery from the site also shows the remnants of Iranian-made land attack cruise missiles, and frankly the scale and the sophistication of the attacks couldn't have been done by the Houthis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst I welcome the government's commitment to the international maritime security construct, the British capacity to contribute to it has been impaired by the government cutting the Royal Navy surface fleet by 1/3. So what is the government going to do to enhance British capacity to contribute to the protection of freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf, including British merchant shipping?
We've got assets in the region. We are contributing to the IMSC. The Honourable Gentleman says not enough. What we actually need to do is get the broadest international support for that, a bit more support from our European partners, bring the Europeans and the Americans together. Australia is already involved, there are other partners involved, and have a burden-sharing arrangement, which means that we can police the Strait of Hormuz and the other freedom of navigation areas in the region as effectively as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister's Special Envoy Ambassador for Freedom of Religion and Belief, I recently met with representatives of the Baha'i community and the Christian community who raised real concern about individuals being persecuted for their faith in Iran. Can the Foreign Secretary ensure that in every discussion we have with our Iranian counterparts, that religious freedom is made a key priority so as individuals can practice their faith freely?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. I welcome to him his role as PM Special Envoy in this area. I know he'll do an amazing job with all his dynamism and knowledge in the area, and he's absolutely right to say that we should be raising the issue on human rights, not just in relation to dual nationals, but also the persecuted minorities and people of faith in Iran itself.
Mr. Speaker, given that the Stena Imperial's headquarters are found in my constituency, it would be remiss of me to say that I do not dispute the Secretary of State's assertion that Iran are culpable in terms of these attacks. And I welcome the work that his government has done to construct a bridge between the United States and Europe. Nevertheless, given the United States is fixated on regime change in Iran, can the Secretary of State today give an unequivocal commitment to détente with Iran and the re-establishing of this 2015 nuclear-free framework?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman puts it in his own way. What I would say is we need to have clear consequences for the violations of international law that Iran engages in. We need to bring the broadest international support to make those measures effective, but we do also need to de-escalate and create the space and the route and the roadmap for Iran to come in from out of the international cold.
Dr. Matthew Alford.
Speaker, it's 4 years since the JCPOA was implemented, and many of us were very much against it at that time. But since that occasion, we've seen Iran become more belligerent, not only engaging in attacks against our nationals, but also harassing our fleets and transport. And engaging in cyber attacks, even against this Parliament itself. Does the Foreign Secretary really believe this is a country that wants to engage with the international community?
The honourable friend makes the point very powerfully. Iran is giving the international community, certainly the United Kingdom, and in relation to the Grace 1 episode, the very clear message that it doesn't live up to its word. If Iran wants a path to international respectability and the prosperity that comes with it, it's going to have to reverse those actions, live up to its responsibility, and then there is a possibility for it.
Thank you. Order. Statement. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They want a change, Mr. Speaker. They want a change of government, Mr. Speaker. Let them have an election. Now, with your permission, I shall make a statement on yesterday's Supreme Court.
But there'll be ample opportunity for everybody who wants to question the Prime Minister in conformity with usual practice to do so, but the statement must and will be heard. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I shall make a statement on yesterday's Supreme Court verdict and the way forward for this paralysed Parliament. 3 years ago, more people voted to leave the European Union than have ever voted for any party or proposition in our history. Politicians of all parties promised the public that they would honour the result. Sadly, many have since done all they could to abandon those promises and to overturn that democratic vote. And after 3 years of dither and delay that left this country at risk of being locked forever in the orbit of the EU, this government that I lead has been trying truly to get us out. And most people, indeed most supporters of the party opposite, regardless of how they voted 3 years ago, think the referendum must be respected. They want Brexit done. I want Brexit done, and people want us out on October the 31st with a new deal if possible, but without one if necessary. Now, 64 days ago, I was told that Brussels would never reopen the withdrawal agreement. We are now discussing a reopened withdrawal agreement in the negotiations. I was told that Brussels would never consider alternatives to the backstop, the trap that keeps the UK effectively in the EU but with no say. We're now discussing those alternatives in the negotiations. I was told Brussels would never consider arrangements that were not permanent. We're now discussing in the negotiations an arrangement that works on the principle of consent and is not permanent. I was told there was no chance of a new deal. But we are discussing a new deal. And this is in spite of the best efforts of the party opposite and this Parliament to wreck our negotiations by their attempts to take no deal off the table. The truth is that the majority in this Parliament, the majority opposite, are not opposed to the so-called no deal. This Parliament does not want Brexit to happen at all. And many of those who voted for the Surrender Act a few weeks ago said then that their intention was to stop a no-deal Brexit. They have said every day since that Parliament must vote against any deal at all. I think the people of this country can see very clearly what is going on. The people at home know that this...
Order! Order! People are gesticulating wildly. I can scarcely hear the Prime Minister myself, and I wish to hear the statement, as other colleagues should also do. The Prime Minister.
The people of this country can see perfectly clearly what is going on. They know that Parliament does not want to honour its promises to respect the referendum. The people at home know that this Parliament will keep delaying, it will keep sabotaging the negotiations because they don't want a deal. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that members opposite are living in a fantasy world. They really imagine that somehow they are going to cancel. This is what they want to do. They're going to cancel the first referendum. They're going to legislate for a second referendum, and Parliament will promise that this time, perhaps not the lady opposite, but Parliament will promise that this time it really, really will respect that vote. And they think that the public will therefore vote to remain, and everybody will forget the last few years. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I think that is an extraordinary delusion and a fantasy even greater than the communist fantasies peddled by the Leader of the Opposition. It will not happen. The public don't want another referendum. What they want and what they demand is that we honour the promise we made to the voters to respect the first referendum. And they also want us to move on, to put Brexit behind us and focus on the NHS, on violent crime, and on cutting the cost of living. And that is why I brought forward a Queen's speech. This government intends to present a programme for life after Brexit. But some members of this House could not stand that either. Instead of facing the voters, the opposition turned tail and fled from an election. Instead of deciding to let the voters decide, they ran to the courts instead. And despite the fact that I followed the exact same process as my predecessors in calling a Queen's speech, the Supreme Court was asked to intervene in this process for the first time ever, and it is absolutely no disrespect to the judiciary to say I think the court was wrong to pronounce on what is essentially a political question at a time.
Order! Whatever the strength and intensity of feeling and the passions to which these matters give rise, we must hear what is being said in the chamber, and I wish to hear the Prime Minister.
The court was wrong to pronounce on what is essentially a political question at a time of great national controversy. So we have opposition MPs that block and delay everything, running to the courts to block and delay even more, including blocking legislation to improve and invest in our NHS and keeping violent criminals in jail. And I think the people outside this House understand what is happening. They know that nothing can disguise the truth. It's not just that this Parliament is gridlocked, paralysed, and refusing to deliver on the priorities of the people. It's not just unable to move forward. It's worse than that, Mr. Speaker. Out of sheer selfishness and political cowardice, members opposite are unwilling to move aside and give the people a say. They see MPs demanding that the people should be given a say one week and then running away from the election that would provide the people with a say. And worst of all, they see ever more elaborate legal and political manoeuvres from the party opposite, which is absolutely determined to say, we know best, and thumb their noses at the 17.4 million people who voted to leave the European Union. The Leader of the Opposition and his party do not trust the people. The Leader of the Opposition and his party are determined to throw out the referendum result, whatever the cost. They don't care, Mr. Speaker, about the bill for hundreds of millions of pounds that will come with every week of delay. They don't care if another year or more is wasted in arguing about a referendum that happened 3 years ago. All that matters to them now is an obsessive desire to overrule the referendum result. While we want to take our country up a gear, to go forward with a fantastic programme, an accelerated programme of investment in infrastructure, in health and education and technology, they are throwing on the handbrake. Well, Mr. Speaker, we will not betray the people who sent us here. That's what they want to do. We will not abandon the priorities that matter to the public. And we will continue to challenge those opposition parties to uphold democracy. If honourable and right honourable members opposite so disagreed with this government's commitment to leaving on October the 31st, they had a very simple remedy at their disposal, did they not? They could have voted for a general election. I have to confess, Mr. Speaker, that I was a little shocked to discover that the party whose members stood up in Brighton this week and repeatedly and in the most strident terms demanded an election, I heard them, is the very same party whose members already twice this month, not once but twice, refused to allow the people to decide on their next government. For 2 years they have demanded an election, but twice they have voted against it. The leader of the opposition changes his mind so often, I wonder whether he supports an election today or whether the shadow chancellor or the shadow attorney general have overruled him again, because they know that the voters will judge their manifesto for what it is, more pointless delay. Is he going to demand, perhaps he's going to demand an election and then vote against it? Just as he said he wants to negotiate a new Brexit deal and then vote against that too. Is he actually going to vote no confidence in this government? Is he going to dodge a vote of no confidence in me as Prime Minister in order to escape the verdict of the voters? I wonder, does he in his heart even want to be Prime Minister anymore? He says that I should go to Brussels on 17th of October and negotiate another pointless delay, but he doesn't want to go himself. And even if he did, his colleagues wouldn't let him, because quite frankly they recoil. They recoil at the idea of him negotiating on the people's behalf, representing this country with the likes of Vladimir Putin, let alone the EU or the mullahs of Tehran. Or is it perhaps that he wants a conservative government? It would be a curious state of affairs indeed if Her Majesty's loyal opposition had every faith in the government of the day. So if in fact the party opposite does not have confidence in the government, they will have a chance to prove it. They have until the House rises. Let them listen. I think they should listen to this, Mr. Speaker. They have until the House rises today to table a motion of no confidence in the government. Come on then. And we can have that vote tomorrow. Or if any of the other parties, the smaller parties, fancy a go, they can table that motion and we'll give you the time for a vote. Will they have the courage to act, or will they refuse to take responsibility and do nothing but dither and delay? Why wouldn't they? What are they scared of, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it is now well over. If that's what you're scared of, then have an election.
Order. I appeal to the House to have some regard to how our proceedings are viewed by people watching them in the country at large. Order! Let the remainder of the statement be heard. I'm grateful for the Prime Minister's exhortation, but I don't require it. I'm perfectly content. What I want to hear is the rest of the statement and then questioning on it. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And as I commend this statement to the House, I say it is time to get Brexit done. Get Brexit done so we respect the referendum, get Brexit done so we can move on to deal with the people's priorities, the NHS, the cost of living. Let's get Brexit done so we can start to reunite this country after the divisions of the referendum, rather than having another one. It's time for this Parliament, finally, to take responsibility for its decisions. We decided to call that referendum. We promised time and again to respect it. I think the people of this country have had enough of it. This Parliament must either stand aside and let this government get Brexit done, or bring a vote of confidence and finally face the day of reckoning with the voters. And I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement. Unfortunately, it was like his illegal shutting down of Parliament. Null, of no effect, and should be quashed. In the words of the Supreme Court. This, Mr. Speaker, was 10 minutes of bluster from a dangerous Prime Minister who thinks he is above the law. But in truth, Mr. Speaker, is not fit for the office which he holds. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see so many colleagues back here doing what they were elected to do, holding the government to account for its failings. Whether it's the attempts to shut down democracy, its sham Brexit negotiations, its chaotic and inadequate no-deal preparations, its allegations of corruption, its failure on climate change, its failure to step in to save Thomas Cook, This government, Mr. Speaker, is failing the people of Britain, and the people of Britain know it.
Order! I said that the Prime Minister shouldn't be shouted down. The same goes for the Leader of the Opposition. And let me say to people bellowing from a sedentary position, stop it. You will exhaust your vocal cords. You will get nowhere. It won't work. And these proceedings will continue for as long as is necessary for the Chair to be satisfied that proper scrutiny has taken place. It is as simple and incontrovertible as that. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's Supreme Court verdict represents an extraordinary and, I believe, precarious moment in this country's history. The highest court in this land has found the Prime Minister broke the law when he tried to to shut down our democratic accountability at a crucial moment in our public life. The judges concluded there was no reason, and I quote, let alone a good reason, for the Prime Minister to have shut down Parliament. After yesterday's ruling, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should have done the honourable thing and resigned. Mr. Speaker, here he is, forced back to this House to rightfully face the scrutiny he tried to avoid. With no shred of remorse or humility, and, of course, no substance whatsoever. So let's see if he will answer some questions.
He won't. He won't. He won't. He won't.
Does the Prime Minister agree with his Attorney General
Well, write it down, Boris.
that the government got it wrong, or with the Leader of the House that the Supreme Court committed a constitutional coup? This, Mr. Speaker, is a vital question about whether the government respects the judiciary or not. The Attorney General was also categorical that the government would comply with the EU Withdrawal No. 2 Act. Can the Prime Minister confirm that? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to those MPs from all parties across the House, the Lords and in the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly, who have not only fought so hard to stop a disastrous no deal, but continued to take the case against prorogation through the courts. The government has failed to silence our democracy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, during the period of unlawful prorogation, the government was forced to release their Yellowhammer no-deal analysis and plans. No wonder the Prime Minister has been so eager to avoid scrutiny and so eager to hide the dangers of his Brexit plan. The release of those documents leads to many questions the government must now answer that our Parliament is back in operation. So I would like to start by asking the Prime Minister why Mr. Speaker, by asking the Prime Minister why the government described leaked Yellowhammer documents in August as being out of date. When the documents were later produced in September, they were word for word the same documents. It is clear they have tried to hide from the people the truth, the real truth of a no-deal Brexit, and tried to hide the fact that their policy would heap misery on the people of this country. Let's just take a look at the analysis. Chaos at Britain's ports with months of disruption. People going short of fuel and fresh foods.
Your paper?
It's your paper, you wrote it, you tried to hide it. I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, I don't hold you responsible for writing the document. Disruption of people's vital medical supplies. Rises in energy prices for every household in the whole country. A hard border for the people of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Most damning of all, Mr. Speaker, is the passage that simply says, and I quote, "Low-income groups will be disproportionately affected." Well, there we have it, Mr. Speaker. A simple warning, a simple truth, that a Tory government is continuing to follow a policy they will know will hit the poorest people in our country the hardest. They simply do not care. Mr. Speaker, the damning document we have already seen is only 6 pages long. It's only right that this House should expect more transparency from this government. The government says they're doing all they can to get a deal before October the 31st. But the truth, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister has hardly put any effort into negotiations, any progress at all, looks at its most generous best to be minimal. Only yesterday, the European Union's chief negotiator, Michel Barnier, said that there was no reason today for optimism. Can I ask the Prime Minister why he believes Mr. Barnier has that view? This House is still yet to hear any detail of any deal the government seeks to negotiate. We're told the government has distributed papers to Brussels outlining proposals for a change to the backstop. Will the Prime Minister publish these papers and allow them to be debated in this House of Parliament? For this government to have any credibility with our people, they need to show they have an actual plan. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also has questions to answer about his conduct in public office. And in particular, allegations that he failed to declare an interest in the allocation of public money to a close friend whilst he was Mayor of London. It was announced today that the Department of Culture, Media and Sport is reviewing the funds allocated in the light of the Sunday Times report. Did the Prime Minister initiate that review? Will the Prime Minister fully cooperate with the DCMS review and that of the Greater London Assembly? Will he refer himself to the Cabinet Secretary for investigation? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, no Prime Minister, is not above the law. Mr. Speaker, no one can trust this Prime Minister, not on Iran, not on Thomas Cook, not on climate change, not on Brexit. For the good of this country, Mr. Speaker,
Order. The Leader of the Opposition is entitled to be heard in this Parliament. Order. And he will be heard. I don't mind how long it takes. These exchanges will take place in an orderly manner. Be in no doubt about that. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite simply, for the good of this country, he should go. Mr. Speaker, he says he wants a general election. I want a general election. It's very simple. If he wants an election, get an extension and let's have an election.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman asked several questions. I'll try and deal with them in order. On the first point, my friend the Attorney General made absolutely clear, of course, that this is a judgment with which he disagreed. Though, of course, we respect the judgment of the Supreme Court. On the second point, are we about the Ben Burt Act? I will say what I'm sure he understands. We will, of course, obey the law, and we will come out of the EU on October the 31st. On his point about preparations for a no-deal Brexit, I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who just spoke for 2 hours on this matter. Our preparations are very far advanced, and I think this country can be entirely confident that we will be ready, deal or no deal. on his point about whether we are on the verge of getting a deal or not, well, it is absolutely true that negotiations are difficult, but we are making progress. And all I will say to him and to his friends is that they have not been made easier by the Surrender Act that he passed. And I am very proud, by the way, to take his next point, about everything that I did as Mayor of London. I may say to the current Mayor that he'd be better off spending less on press officers and more on police officers in London, because we were funding 20,000 more on our streets. And as for being trusted on Iran, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who took the shilling of the mullahs from Press TV. Mr. Speaker, I think there's something. I was rather sad, actually, in a way, that the Labour conference was interrupted by the ruling, because I was awestruck by some of the things I heard, doubtless designed to obscure the inanity of his policy over Brexit. He wants to abolish fee-paying schools at a cost of £7 billion to the taxpayer. He wants a 4-day working week, cutting the incomes of the lowest paid in this country. He wants to abolish Ofsted, and now we hear he wants to abolish all immigration controls from the EU. But there was a crucial passage missing from his speech, it turns out, Mr. Speaker. I think there's something slightly pitiful, in a way, about the Right Honourable Gentleman. It seems that he actually did want to call an election now, Mr. Speaker. There was a passage in his speech calling for an election now, but it was censored by the Stasi in the form of the Shadow Chancellor. Or possibly it was the Shadow Lord Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Gentleman is being gagged. He's being muzzled. He's being held captive by his colleagues. They won't let him say what he wants to say. I say, free the Islington One, Mr. Speaker. And why won't they allow him to have an election, Mr. Speaker? Why won't they allow him to unleash his charms on the electorate? It's because they're not only terrified that he's going to lose, but also even more terrified by the remote possibility that he might win. He can't control his own party. He can't decide whether he's for Leave or for Remain. He's being held captive by his colleagues. The electorate are being held captive by this zombie parliament and this zombie opposition, and he wants the entire country to be held captive in the EU after October the 31st at a cost of more than £1 billion a month. We say no. I say no. Let's get Brexit done and let's take this country forward.
Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister? Order! 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 I appeal to members of the House to calm themselves. I've just called the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green. He is entitled to put his question, and the rest of us are entitled to hear him. Mr. Ian Duncan Smith. Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend on his very good put down of the shallow leader of the opposition? Can I also say that I understand now that his government has changed the root origin of the term yellowhammer to describe the botched attempt by the leader of the opposition to dispatch his own deputy. And could I ask him,
ask him? I received and saw in my constituency, as others did recently, leaflets from the Labour Party calling for a general election now. Could he answer me this question? Can he give me any reason why we are not having an election at this particular point? Does he think for any moment it could be because the Leader of the Opposition fears his own party just as much as he fears us?
Prime Minister. I thank my right honourable friend for his very acute question, Mr. Speaker, and I'm afraid the answer is very simple, that they don't want an election because they are not sure that the public would trust them with the government of this country, and I think that they're right, and I think that they put the yellow into Yellowhammer, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance copy of his statement? I have to say, when I read the first paragraph, and it talks about the Supreme Court verdict, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't the Supreme Court verdict, it was the judgment of the Supreme Court. And perhaps the Prime Minister might start to show some respect for the judiciary. You know, we're here today because the Prime Minister was utterly humiliated by the Supreme Court by a count of 11-0. And you might have thought in that diatribe that we had that we might have had some humility, that we might have been able to acknowledge that what we've had is the unlawful shutting down of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sorry is indeed the hardest word for the Prime Minister. You know, it was said by a former Prime Minister, where law ends, tyranny begins. And Mr. Speaker, while it pains me to say it, the fact the Prime Minister is still standing here today, he in fact does believe he is above the law. Well, Mr. Speaker, he is not. And thank heavens for the action that was brought in the courts in Scotland and England. And I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend for Edinburgh South West. And thank goodness the courts have done their job and made sure that parliamentarians are back where they should be, in this House, holding the government to court. The ruling of the Supreme Court has made it absolutely crystal clear. The actions of this government, this Prime Minister, led to the unlawful prorogation of Parliament. Delivering the verdict, Lady Hale stated that prorogation was null and void. Have you no shame, Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, the court concluded that the decision was unlawful because it had the effect of frustrating or preventing the ability of Parliament to carry out its constitutional functions without reasonable justification. Mr. Speaker, without reasonable justification. And the Prime Minister talks about us running off to the courts. Well, we got the courts to do what he failed to do, which was to respect parliamentary sovereignty. Frustrating, preventing Parliament carrying out its constitutional duties without reasonable justification. How devastating for a Prime Minister to have such a judgment. Where law ends, tyranny begins. Yet the Prime Minister said he didn't agree with the courts. He only agrees with his cronies in Number 10, his Brexit-obsessed fan club. He cannot pick and choose when it comes to the law. He must obey the law. That is not leadership. He, quite simply, is not fit for office. And, Mr. Speaker, when I hear of the Prime Minister talking about a Surrender Act, how despicable that he refers to members of this House that are doing their duty to protect our constituents, and he uses language such as surrender. It is language which is not suitable from the Prime Minister of any country. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's position is no longer tenable. His failure to resign is an embarrassment. People have had enough of this shambles. Mr. Speaker, we have reached a difficult and dangerous point. Not just in...
The right honourable gentleman leads the third party in this House. He has a right to be heard. He will continue his contribution and he will be heard however long it takes. If the message has to be repeated again and again and again ad infinitum, so be it. He will be heard. End of subject. Ian Blackford.
I am much obliged, Mr. Speaker. We have reached a difficult and dangerous point, not just in relation to the Brexit crisis, but for the constitutional future of these islands and indeed the future of our democracy. We have a Prime Minister standing here in Parliament that he sought to silence. People across these countries will be reading today about how the Prime Minister fought the law, but the law won. The Prime Minister, the head of government, who is responsible for the law, responsible for governance. What an example to the public. Let me be clear to the Prime Minister that he should resign. But if he fails to do so, yes, the opposition must unite to trigger a vote of no confidence to bring this chaotic government down. By triggering a vote of no confidence, we will ensure that the Benn Act is honoured, to take no deal off the table, by allowing the opposition to instil an interim leader to take back control and to protect our economy from the cliff edge. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party fully supports stopping no deal. It is our priority. But let me be clear to members on these benches, we are not powerless. Doing nothing is not an option. This is the time for leadership. Once we have removed the Prime Minister, removed the threat of no deal, the people must have their say through a general election as quickly as is possible. We must unstick this mess, and we must trust the people to make their choice. We cannot trust this Prime Minister. His time must be up. His days of lying, of cheating, and of undermining the rule of law must be numbered. So I
Order. Just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm sure the right honourable gentleman will not state in this House that the Prime Minister has lied in the House. He must not do so. Order. That is the order. That is the procedural position. He didn't say that, but he did refer to lying, and I know he cannot be referring to it in the context of the exchanges in this House. And a nod of the head to confirm that my interpretation is correct will suffice, and he can then proceed with the rest of his questioning. I'm correct in my surmise, I'm sure.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. So I have one question to the Prime Minister for now. Do the right thing and do it now. Prime Minister, end this dictatorship. Will you now resign?
The Prime Minister!
Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman, and of course on his substantive point, we do respect the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and the reason that I want a Queen's speech and wanted a Queen's speech is quite frankly, of course, because we have to do what we can as a united kingdom to remedy the waste and incompetence of the high-taxing, fish-abandoning government of the SNP in Scotland. And that's why we are investing in 20,000 more police officers and 20 new hospital upgrades and levelling up education funding and funding gigabit broadband across the country. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, and I bet the people of Scotland hope, that in spite of all the uselessness of the government of Scotland, that those benefits will be passed on to the people. Because that is the only obstacle in our way.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, mentioned that the prorogation had...
Order. I apologise for interrupting the honourable gentleman, but he too... Order. The honourable gentleman must be heard. I want to hear his question and the answer to it. Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court mentioned that the prorogation had an extreme effect upon the fundamentals of our democracy. Does my right honourable friend accept
it is more than an extreme and undemocratic effect for Parliament itself to tear up its own Standing Order 14, because the priority that Standing Order gives to government business as compared to private members' business, such as the Surrender Act, derives exclusively from the fundamental democracy of the voters of this country in general elections, and to remedy this, they must be given an early general election to decide who governs this country.
Prime Minister!
My right honourable friend, and he is of course quite right in the sense that the people of this country can see all kinds of forces in this country going to quite extraordinary lengths, whether judicial or parliamentarian, to prevent Brexit from being delivered on October the 31st. But I have to tell my honourable friend, and I'm sure he will agree with me, we are not going to be deterred by such ruses, and we are going to get it done.
Jay Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is not serious. He needs to understand that actions have consequences. Even my 5-year-old knows that if you do something wrong, you have to say sorry. If my son can apologise for kicking a football indoors, surely the Prime Minister can have the humility to say sorry for misleading the Queen, misleading the country, and illegally shutting down our democracy.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think quite frankly, one of the actions for which the Right Honourable Lady might wish to take responsibility was writing to the President of the European Commission, actively encouraging him not to do a deal with this country.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
As somebody who voted Remain in the referendum, I'm mindful of the fact that this House of Commons voted 6-1 in favour of having a referendum. On 2 occasions, the Prime Minister has attempted to call the general election, which would have taken place on the 15th of October. If the British people, where we get our mandate from, had decided there should have been another Prime Minister for that occasion, they would have had the opportunity. Why was that stopped?
Prime Minister. My right honourable friend who speaks with great wisdom and with great experience of this place, but I cannot believe in all his time here he has ever seen a leader of the opposition actively forego and turn down, in full view of the British public, the opportunity to have a general election. But that is what has happened twice, and there can only be one possible explanation: that he doesn't think he can win.
Mr. Nigel Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be many people, not least the families of senior judges, who were murdered in Northern Ireland, many of them, including the Lord Justice of Appeal, who will wish that the Leader of the Opposition, when he supported a terrorist organisation that murdered judges, had really put those words into action much, much earlier in his career. When we talk about respect for the rule of law, it should have been respect for the rule of law through the decades of the Troubles in Northern Ireland as well. On Brexit, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that despite everything, the fundamentals remain unchanged, that we need to deliver on the Brexit referendum, but that we must do so ideally and, if possible, with a deal, and we want to get that deal through this House. So would he agree that the way to do that is to deal with the anti-democratic backstop, the trap that he talks about, the issue of consent? We will work with him on those issues, but that all the shenanigans in this House undermining the leverage of the Prime Minister is actually in danger of bringing about the very result that some who say they don't want a no deal will actually achieve.
Prime Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for what he has just said, and of course I agree with him profoundly in his condemnation of terrorism. I make no comment on the support of the right honourable gentleman opposite for those organisations, because I've made that point many times before. But on his point about the negotiations, he is, I think, speaks with great maturity on this issue, because there is a chance to make progress. It will not be easy, but it clearly is not helped by the Surrender Act. But I think that neither he nor I, and that's what it is, because it would require us to take no deal off the table, neither he nor I are going to be daunted by that act. And I think that our confidence is growing, and we will work flat out to get a deal by October the 17th, and then, Mr. Speaker, this House will indeed have a chance to pronounce on it, as it was always intended that it should.
Mr. Jeremy Hunt.
Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on becoming Prime Minister, and I hope he's enjoying doing the job as much as I'm enjoying not doing the job. Does he agree that those who claim to defend parliamentary democracy are in fact putting it at grave risk by alienating a large proportion of the population who fear that this House is trying to block a democratic referendum result that we promised to honour?
Well said. It is a great pleasure to respond to my right honourable friend, because I'm reminded of the many times that he and I shared a platform, and frankly we spoke absolutely as one, Mr. Speaker, on that issue. He was right then and he is right now.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, can I say to the Prime Minister that those of us who voted for the European Union Withdrawal No. 2 Act make no apology whatsoever for having legislated to prevent the Prime Minister from taking this country out of the European Union on the 31st of October without an agreement. And the Prime Minister can shout as much as he likes from the dispatch box, but he cannot hide the fact he has no mandate, no majority and no credibility. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd of September, the Prime Minister told the House that he would bring forward proposals for an alternative to the backstop well before the end of the 30-day deadline set by Chancellor Merkel. That deadline has now passed. The EU says no such formal proposals have been tabled. Why not, and when will he do so?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, I think, will agree that the Surrender Act had a material, the Hilary Benn Surrender Act, Mr. Speaker, did indeed have a profound psychological impact on our friends and partners over the Channel, and it has had an impact on the negotiations, and it has made things more difficult. And I think, in all honesty, I think he would concede that. But on the detail of the negotiations at present, Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that we have tabled proposals, as the right honourable gentleman who spoke from the DUP benches just now has confirmed. Progress is being made. It is not assisted by publishing our proposals today.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is very keen to point out how to deliver commitments made during an election. He wrote to the One Nation group during his election to be party leader that he was not much attracted to prorogation, something that he may reflect on now, and that he would seek to build consensus across the House. What undermines his negotiating position is that those watching from Europe cannot see how the Prime Minister is going to deliver a majority in this House for concessions that he will get. Can he update the House on the moves that he's taking to build consensus?
I thank the honourable lady, and actually I think she asked, Mr. Speaker, she asked an extremely important question, because I do think that in all intellectual honesty the members opposite who voted for the Ben Burke Act, who wanted to take no deal off the table, who voted for the Surrender Act, should vote for the deal that we produce. Logically, and I'd like to hear from them that they will, Mr. Speaker. We will, I'm very confident, make progress towards getting a deal, and I hope it will command their support.
Yvette Cooper.
Earlier today, the Attorney-General did not just say that he would respect the Supreme Court's judgment, he also said, "We got it wrong." The Prime Minister has today just said the opposite and effectively said he thinks it's okay for a Prime Minister to cancel Parliament for as long as he so chooses in order to not to answer questions. Many of us have had disagreements with his predecessors, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, David Cameron, John Major, Margaret Thatcher, but none of them would have done this. None of them would have been so chaotic, none of them would have shown such disregard for the rule of law or tried to concentrate power in their own hands by cancelling Parliament in this way. Why is he so entitled that he thinks it's one rule for one person and one rule for him and a different one from everyone else?
Mr. Speaker, I think the historical record will reflect that several Prime Ministers, and I think all Prime Ministers, have had prorogations, and John Major, for instance, prorogued for several weeks, I think, in advance of an election. But on her substantive question about the view of my right honourable learned colleague, the Attorney General, about the judgment yesterday. Let's be clear that we are as one in respecting the Supreme Court, and we are as one in thinking that that judgment was wrong.
Mr. Owen Patterson.
We're told in the general election 2015, during the passage of the referendum bill in this House, during the referendum itself, that we, the MPs, would give them the decision. It would be a final decision, and whatever the result was, we, the MPs, would honour it. Right. The crisis we have is that the first time ever the people have not obediently and politely gone along with what the establishment wanted. We've seen the political establishment in this House, the commercial establishment, and now the judicial establishment go against the will of the people. They are angry. They feel thwarted by the establishment. Does the Prime Minister agree that the only answer is to leave on the...
Order, the Right Honourable Order! Mr. Patterson, the Right Honourable Gentleman is well, he persisted, but the Right Honourable Gentleman was entitled to be fully heard. I hope he's content. But I was trying to help the Right Honourable Gentleman. I did my best to help the Right Honourable Gentleman. Go on, blurt out the last sentence, man.
Will the Prime Minister agree with me that the only way to resolve this crisis is to leave the European Union on the 31st of October by taking back control, leaving the customs union, leaving the single market and leaving the remit of the ECJ, as we promised in our election manifesto?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to you for making sure that last sentence was heard, because I agree with every word of it, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, parents in Walthamstow contacted me extremely concerned about the content of a presentation about the Prime Minister's proposals and Brexit that had been broadcast on what it transpires to be 3,000 digital notice boards of primary schools around this country without the prior consent of the schools. Given the amount of money this government is spending on Brexit adverts, can he at least reassure Walthamstow residents that in this instance it wasn't his doing, and give his personal pledge that our primary schools will remain Brexit propaganda-free zones?
Obviously, I think the Honourable Lady is bringing me news about what schools in her constituency. What I can tell her, and what I think colleagues would like to hear, is that we're investing more in every primary school in this country by levelling up across the UK.
Penny Mordaunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the greatest acts of patriotism shown over the last few years was not by people like myself who voted leave, but by those who voted remain and accepted the democratic result. The general public never doubted that we in this place would act on their wishes. That is the trust that they had, and I think still have, in all of us here and this Parliament. Does my right honourable friend agree that when people trust you in this way, you do not let them down?
I think my right honourable friend speaks movingly and entirely correctly about our duty to the people of this country. They are watching these proceedings. They do want us to deliver Brexit on October the 31st, and I do urge colleagues around this House to think of their responsibilities.
Anna Soubry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having now read the judgment of the learned judges yesterday, and this is the highest court in the land, and it was a unanimous verdict, and our congratulations go to all those who brought the action to defend this sovereign Parliament. It is quite clear that on two matters, important matters, this government did not defend, did not supply evidence. And that's why the learned judges came to the conclusions that they did. The evidence of Sir John Major was that normally a government would prorogue for some 5 days. That evidence was not challenged by this Prime Minister and that government. And they offered no evidence as to why it was they sought a prorogation of 5 weeks, which led the learned judges, paragraph 56. I'm pleased to see the Prime Minister's making a note. I hope he'll go and read the judgment. I hope he won't be honing his pole dancing skills instead. But they wrote at paragraph 56, this was not a normal prorogation in the run-up to a Queen's speech. It prevented Parliament from carrying out its constitutional role for 5 out of 8 weeks. And at paragraph 61, they don't want to hear it.
Go for it, keep going.
But they will hear it, Mr. Speaker, because this is why the learned judges unanimously concluded there was no reason, let alone a good reason, to advise Her Majesty to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks. I came here today not just to represent my constituents, but hoping that this Prime Minister would show humility in the face of this condemnation in this judgment. Will he now apologise, if not to this place, to the country, and has he apologised to Her Majesty the Queen?
As she can imagine, I would not comment on my conversations with Her Majesty, but I think she's sadly in error, Mr. Speaker, in her history, because, to my memory, John Major prorogued Parliament for 18 days before he even had an election, and all we were going to lose was 4 or 5 sitting days over the party conference period, and she will have ample opportunity after the European Union Summit on October 17th and 18th to debate Brexit again, as is her privilege and her prerogative, and indeed her pleasure. And it was always intended, Mr. Speaker, that she should.
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Whatever policy differences the Prime Minister may have with others, he may agree that he has an absolute duty to observe and uphold the rule of law. And whatever self-justifications he may have advanced today, he may also have to accept that in the matter of proroguing this House, he failed to do that. In those circumstances, would he now like to take the opportunity, rather than condemning the number 2 withdrawal bill as a surrender bill, to assure the House that if the
Order. Let it be said with crystal clarity, including to occupants of the Treasury bench.
Here we go.
Yes, here we go. The right honourable and learned gentleman will be heard. He won't be shouted down by people from his own benches. That sort of behaviour is intolerable, and it is obviously so to most remotely reasonable people. Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Will he therefore take this opportunity to give an assurance to the House that should the terms of the bill apply to him, rather than going to try and die in ditches, he will observe those terms as he is duty-bound to do?
Mr. Speaker, I repeat the confirmation I've made many times that this government observes and will observe the law. But our view, I may say to my right honourable and learned friend, that our view of the particular matter that was before the Supreme Court had the support of the Master of the Rolls and the Lord Chief Justice, who at the risk of embarrassing my right honourable and learned friend, are perhaps even more distinguished in the law than he is.
Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have been a member of this House for 27 years, and I never thought I would be present to watch the benches opposite erupt in applause when a Prime Minister who has had his political strategy torn to shreds by losing 11-0 in the Supreme Court of the land and being found, in the words of the judgment, it is impossible for us to conclude on the evidence which was put before us that there was any reason, let alone a good reason, to advise Her Majesty to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks. It follows that that decision was unlawful. Why, Mr. Speaker, do we now find this Prime Minister leading a Conservative Party that feel that it's appropriate to applaud that?
Mr. Speaker, if I may say so, I think the commentary of the involuntary commentary of the benches in this House was more directed at the Leader of the Opposition perhaps than at anything I had to say. But my strong view is that the opinion of the Supreme Court has, of course, to be respected and fulfilled, and that is why I'm pleased to say we're all here today to listen to the right honourable lady.
Sir John Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1801, Horatio Nelson, perhaps our nation's greatest hero, chose not to see advice to retreat. In that spirit, will the Prime Minister turn a blind eye to the antics of the Liberal establishment and turn a deaf ear to the shrill bleats of those who seek to foil Brexit and frustrate the will of the people? For he must know that the loud and clear cry of the working people of this country is as straightforward as this: back Brexit and back Boris.
I thank my right honourable friend. I will not only try to imitate Horatio Nelson, I will lash myself to the mast, figuratively speaking, like Odysseus, and stop my ears to the siren cries of those opposite who would try to frustrate the will of the people and block Brexit. That's what they want to do. We're not going to let them do it, Mr. Speaker.
Liz Savile-Roberts.
And could I congratulate the resilience and resoluteness of intent of the opposition leaders in the face of the Prime Minister's incontinent goading. This government will abide by legislation to extend Article 50 unless this House decides otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court decided that the Prime Minister did not prorogue this place in order to deliver a Queen's speech, but to stymie parliamentary debate. I would not presume to impugn the honour of the Prime Minister, but the Supreme Court clearly does not believe his motives to be, how can I put this? Legitimate. Now, in 2004, the Prime Minister, who was then the Member of Parliament for Henry...
Sit down! Sit down.
Sit down.
I'm going to try to be helpful to the honourable gentleman, who's a most dedicated and assiduous member of 2 years' standing. We don't have points of order in the middle of exchanges. I will try to provide a tutorial to the honourable gentleman on another occasion, but the honourable lady will not be prevented from asking her question. She's asking the question, she will ask it, and it will be heard. And the honourable gentleman will sit quietly and listen. Liz Savile-Roberts!
You'll find this relevant. Because in 2004, the Prime Minister, MP for Henley at the time, wrote a column in the Telegraph in which he argued that Tony Blair should be impeached as he, and I quote, treated Parliament and the public with contempt over the matter of disclosure of motives and legal advice relating to the Iraq War. The Right Honourable Member even edited a copy of The Spectator, which called for Blair to be impeached for lying. He also signed an impeachment motion.
Order. I have protected the honourable lady, and rightly so, from inappropriate attempts to cut her off. But she must ask a question, and I hope that she's... Order! I'm hoping very much that she's approaching the end of her question. She really does need to do so. Liz Savile-Roberts.
And to close that off, the Prime Minister at the time also signed a motion for impeachment of Tony Blair, which was brought forward by the now Leader of Plaid Cymru, Adam Price. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is surely not a man who would like to look inconsistent. So I ask him, does he still believe it to be right and proper to seek to impeach a Prime Minister who has been judged to mislead the public?
Already explained once. Let me say to the honourable gentleman again, in terms that brook of no misunderstanding, now is not the time for points of order. That time will come, and if the honourable gentleman's still interested, he will be heard. But he really does need to learn the procedures in these matters. The Prime Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady very much for her question. I'm glad that she's such an assiduous reader of my column, Mr. Speaker, but I must correct her on two important points, or make clear two important things. The first is that the Supreme Court did not impugn the motives of the government at all. And the second, I think she should bear in mind, is that Wales voted leave.
And Maine.
Speaker, when it suits politicians, they promise elections and referenda. And indeed, in 2008, the Liberal Democrats promised a referendum on the future in and out. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that those who shouted the loudest for a referendum are now promising revoke, and that is undemocratic, just as it is undemocratic to be bench-blocking and refusing the public the chance to decide to have a government that can be in power, not just in office?
Well, my honourable friend is entirely right, of course, and the absurdity of the Liberal Democrat position is only equalled, if not surpassed, by the absurdity of the Labour position, because they, after all, are committed to negotiating a new deal with the European Union and then campaigning against it.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Prime Minister wants to appear as a strong man, but the strongest thing he could do that would look the best to this country at the moment would be to act with some humility and contrition. There are many of them, but the difference between the Prime Minister and myself is if the Labour Party had done this, I would be ashamed. I would be sorry that the Labour Party had been found to do this. And I ask the Prime Minister, simply, this looks horrendous to the public, and he thinks he speaks for the people. Let me tell you now, it will look much better if if the Prime Minister rises to his feet now and says, I am sorry, I got this wrong. Let's try honesty.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady, and I may say that I think, I do accept the judgment of the Supreme Court, as I've said many times, I think, this afternoon. But I also may say to her, in all candour, I think that the humblest and most responsible thing that we could all do as parliamentarians is show that we respect the judgment of the people and take this country out on October the 31st.
Steve Brine.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Back on the 3rd of September, I asked the Prime Minister, given his view then, that the chances of a deal had increased and that things were moving, as he said to me at the time, what evidence of that progress he could put before the House. Now, I think the Prime Minister is unfairly maligned, because I have sat face-to-face with him, as have many, and I know he wants a deal. So, in the light of encouraging noises from him and from his ministers in recent days, and as he said in his statement from the EU, could I just ask him again this evening, when he says we are making progress, what that progress looks like? Because I know he needs to bring together a majority in and across this House in order to get it through and to show that to our EU leaders, and I think that he is unfairly maligned, as I say. So, what can he put before the House to give us that encouragement?
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend, and as I said to the House in my opening statement, we've moved a long way off the idea that the withdrawal agreement was the law of the Medes and the Persians, fixed, immutable, graven in tablets of stone. That's absolutely gone. We've moved a long way from the idea that the backstop had to be retained in all circumstances. He will have heard Jean-Claude Juncker himself say that he no longer had any, I think he said, any erotic fixation with the backstop. In concrete terms, the three, and this will perhaps be helpful to the House, the three areas in which progress is being made are the concept of the alternative arrangements, which I know has been discussed many times in this House, and many right honourable members have gone over it many times, but it is a fruitful area of discussion. The second idea, which is also extremely fruitful, is the concept of doing everything we can to maintain the unity of the island of Ireland for sanitary and phytosanitary purposes. And as I'm sure my honourable friend who has studied these matters closely will acknowledge, that is a big concession by the UK government and a big advance, and it needs to be handled with care. We need to get the balance right, but we think that progress can be made in that area. And the third concept, and I mentioned it already in my opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, is the idea of consent. And I think consent holds the key, because the problem with the backstop, as honourable members opposite will recall, because I heard some very good speeches against it from the benches opposite, the problem with the backstop is it doesn't repose the locus of authority here in the UK, and we need to remedy that, and I'm sure he understands that point too.
Gloria De Piero.
Mr. Speaker, I campaigned to remain, the Prime Minister campaigned to leave, but I've always respected the result of the referendum. Now, to be honest, I don't want to work with him any more than he would want to work with me. But we both know that there are areas where both parties reached an agreement in those cross-party talks. So will he publish the areas of agreement from those cross-party talks, and will he use them as the basis for a new bill so we can stop no-deal Brexit and leave by the 31st of October with a deal?
Well, I can tell the honourable lady that I certainly admire the way that she's trying to work cross-party to bring this to a resolution, and I will take up her proposal and do what I can to bring it forward over the next few days. So I appreciate that time is obviously marching and very tight.
Victoria Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Significant numbers of MPs from across the House are coming together to indicate that they are MPs for a deal. Would the Prime Minister confirm, firstly, that he is one of us, secondly, that he is working hard for a deal, and thirdly, that we will have the opportunity to vote on another deal?
I can certainly, I thank my honourable friend for what she's doing, and also I think with my right honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, who I think is involved in the cross-party work for members for a deal. I can absolutely guarantee that if and when we are able to bring back an agreement that I think will work for this House and for this country, on October the 17th and 18th, of course, we will put it to Parliament, and I do hope that it will then get assent.
And Joanna Cherry.
In my naivety, Mr. Speaker, I thought we were coming to hear a statement on the Supreme Court judgment. But instead we've been treated to the sort of populist rant one expects to hear from the leader of a tin pot dictatorship or perhaps the current president of the States. Does the Prime Minister appreciate that his display is anathema to the democratic constitutional tradition of Scotland, which was upheld in the UK Supreme Court yesterday? And I pray to God, Mr. Speaker, that he won't take his own country onto the rocks. But if he's intent on doing that, will he first of all recognise the democratic mandate of the Scottish Parliament? He spoke a moment ago about consent to be governed holding the key. Exactly. If he must take England on the rocks, and I hope he doesn't, will he recognise the democratic mandate of the Scottish Parliament and agree the means for a second independence referendum to be held in Scotland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I may say, I do congratulate the honourable lady for bringing forward that action, because she did produce an astonishing result. Let's be in no doubt. It was a groundbreaking judgment. It was a novel judgment, and of course it's had the effect that we can all see before us today. Here we are, back in this House of Commons. But I may say on her second point, the people of Scotland voted decisively in 2014 to remain in the United Kingdom, the most successful union of nations in history, and they were told that it was a once-in-a-generation vote. I think it's absolutely wrong of her now to try to break that promise.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
When the Prime Minister eventually wins an overall majority at the next general election, will he make it a priority of his first majority government to repeal forthwith the ghastly fixed-term Parliaments Act?
Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to concentrate on winning that overall majority first, and I share his sentiments entirely.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon has been a horrendous spectacle. We've got a Prime Minister who has broken the law and uses dangerous language of betrayal and surrender, which sows division and worse in the communities that we all serve. And then we have his MPs who clap him for doing so. But what this afternoon has taught us is how important it is that Parliament is sitting through these crucial weeks, because it is only through Parliament sitting that we can hold this government to account. And that's why it's so important that Parliament is not dissolved for a general election or prorogued again, so we can continue to hold this government to account, because if the Prime Minister has broken the law once, why should we trust him not to do the same again?
Well, I must respectfully disagree with the honourable lady in her characterisation of the Surrender Act, because I do think it does. I'm afraid it has done damage. It has done damage, and was intended to damage this country's negotiating position. But I do think that it is also right. It is also right in this context to work hard together to get a deal done and to deliver on the mandate of the people, because I think that is what her constituents would want to see.
Thank you.
Mr. Richard Drax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for his firm stance on this whole argument? And can I also ask him that when he comes back, possibly with a deal, it does not mirror in any way, shape or form the deal that has already been thrown out of this House? I, for one, and I believe the people of this country, do not want to remain in a vassal state, or with vassal state status, for years to come. Let's get this done and leave the EU.
My honourable friend is valiant for truth in this matter, and he is right the problem with the previously existing withdrawal agreement is it does or would keep the UK locked in the EU in tantamount to vassalage, and we will make sure that the deal we do bears no resemblance whatever to that predicament, and we will have a deal that I believe he can fully support.
Next questioner, Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irony is not lost on any of us that prorogation was nothing to do with Brexit. The Prime Minister told us, yet here we are talking constantly about Brexit. But it's a more serious. It's the more serious point about our political culture, Mr. Speaker, that I want to raise with the Prime Minister, because those of us who constantly remember our friend Jo Cox need our political culture to change now. It is getting toxic, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's language is violent and his government is dysfunctional. So will he promise us that he will change? And can I ask him, just for this session, to take responsibility for his actions? Can he accept that he acted unlawfully? And bearing in mind that this issue is about advice to our monarch, will he tell us which of his ministers will resign?
I agree with the honourable lady that tempers have become very ragged across the country, and people feel the fever of Brexit, and I agree with her, has gone on for too long. But the best way to sort this out is to get Brexit done. And that is what we want. And I hope that she will join with us in getting a good deal for this country and getting it through this House of Commons.
Justine Greening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's talked about bringing a deal back to this House. He's also talked about his respect for the law and agreeing to make sure that he complies with the law. So can I ask him to be absolutely explicit that if he does bring a deal back to this House, and this House does what its right is, perhaps, and rejects it, that he will respect that, but he will also respect the so-called Ben bill that this House has passed, and then ask for an extension? And can I just say to him that continuing to call a bill that this House has passed a surrender bill is deeply disrespectful to this place, and he has said he must respect the Supreme Court ruling, and I would simply ask him to respect the decisions of this House too.
I must say to the Right Honourable Lady and my friend, the Right Honourable Lady, who I've worked with happily over many years, that actually I do think that the Surrender Act has done grave damage. What it would try to do, I speak as somebody who has to sit in.
Order. Can I appeal to colleagues in all parts of the House to calm down and let's have the exchanges. Everybody must speak in terms that he or she thinks fit, and I know we're all conscious of the premium that is placed by Erskine May on moderation and good humour in the use of parliamentary language. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat that the experience of negotiating with our European friends and partners over the last few weeks has, I'm afraid, confirmed me in my view that the Surrender Act has made it more difficult for us to get a deal. And that is the sad truth, because what they hear is a parliament that is determined not just to stop a no-deal Brexit. That is not their intention. Their intention is to stop any kind of deal at all. That is what they want to do. And I can tell my right honourable friend that we will come out of the European Union on October the 31st, and we will not be extending.
Paula Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I genuinely do not seek to stifle robust debate
But this evening, the Prime Minister has continually used pejorative language to describe an Act of Parliament passed by this House. And I'm sure that you would agree, Mr Speaker, that we should not resort to using offensive, dangerous or inflammatory language for legislation that we do not like. And we stand here, Mr Speaker, under the shield of our departed friend, with many of us in this place subject to death threats and abuse every single day. And let me tell the Prime Minister that they often quote his words: surrender act, betrayal, traitor, and I, for one, am sick of it. We must moderate our language, and it has to come from the Prime Minister first.
Absolutely.
So I would be interested in hearing his opinion. He should be absolutely ashamed of himself.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I've never heard such humbug in all my life. Because the reality is, this is a bill.
Order. I appeal to the House as a whole to debate these issues calmly. I can see the gesticulation from colleagues, and I am not... Order. Mr. Linden, please, allow me to respond. I am not unmindful of the purport of that gesticulation. I have reminded colleagues across the House of the very long-established precepts of Erskine May in relation to the conduct of debate. I must simply say that nothing disorderly has been said. Everybody must make his own or her own judgment as to how to behave in this place, and all members will operate at the level that they think appropriate. If I see that there is disorderly behaviour, I will rule accordingly, and if I hear disorderly words, I will rule them out of order. I wanted to hear the honourable member for Dewsbury, and did so in full, as she absolutely had to be heard. I have listened to the reply. Let's try to respect order. No assistance is required. Let's try to respect each other. The Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just explain why I call it the Surrender Act. And that is because it would oblige us to stay in the EU for month after month at a cost of £1 billion per month. It would take away from this country the ability to decide how long that extension would be, and it would give that power to the EU. It would absolutely undermine our ability to continue to negotiate properly in Brussels. It takes away the fundamental ability of a country to walk away from the negotiations, and I'm afraid that is exactly what it does. And the best way, if I may say respectfully to members opposite who are getting very agitated about this, the best way to get rid of the Surrender Act is not to have voted for it in the first place, to repeal it and to vote for the deal that we are going to do. That is the way forward.
Vicky Ford.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents watch Parliament TV, and whilst we were away, they watched Catch Up, including an interesting episode where most eloquently the member from East Dunbartonshire said that she wanted a referendum. It should be an in-out referendum and people should decide. Does my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, agree with me that if the Liberals were Democrats, they should be working for ways to help deliver that referendum and heal the divisions, not create more?
my honourable friend is entirely right, and the way forward for this House and for this country is to get Brexit done. And I think that actually there are people around this country who are watching these proceedings and who will agree very, very profoundly with what I'm saying. Get Brexit done, and let's take this country forward.
I do just want to emphasise in these proceedings, members must say what they think, and they do, and that's right, on both sides of the House and on different sides of this argument. But I would like to emphasise that I am keenly conscious of the fact that there are members on both sides of the House, and indeed on both sides of the Brexit argument, who have been personally threatened and whose families have been threatened. And it is but members on both sides of the House and on both sides of the argument have been threatened. And I have stated very publicly my revulsion at such behaviour, whether it has affected members on one side or the other, people who are anti-Brexit or members who are pro-Brexit, whose families have been wrongly threatened or whose parents have been abused in their presence. And I would simply appeal to responsible colleagues in all parts of the House to weigh their words. That's all I'm saying. I think that is a reasonable request of members in all parts of the House. It is in our wider interest as a Parliament, and it is in the public interest that we respect each other. That is a point which I think shouldn't be difficult to understand. Steve Double. I beg your pardon.
Following the events of yesterday, I've had many constituents contact me. Some are confused, bewildered, some are frustrated and angry. The vast majority of my constituents do not have the funding or the influence or the contacts to pursue matters in the Supreme Court. But what they do have is a vote. And in June 2016, they gave their vote. 64% of my constituency voted to leave, believing that their vote would count and the result would be honoured. Would the Prime Minister reassure my constituents that the events of yesterday will in no way detract from his determination to honour the referendum and ensure we leave the EU?
I can certainly give my honourable friend that absolute assurance, and we are working on October the 31st.
Mr. Speaker, I have never felt so embarrassed to be
by staying on in the EU month after month after October the 31st. Those tensions, that acrimony, all that storm on Twitter.
Greg Hands.
Speaker, I'm glad to hear of the Prime Minister's continuing commitment to getting reaching a deal. And it seems to me that that deal will inevitably be based
The best way to get the people to have a say is to have a general election, and I hope she will support that.
Mr. Kevin Hollin-Rake.
Mr. Speaker, one of the precedents quoted
Extra cost to pay for the education.
The Queen's speech, then we'd be able to have carryover for it. It's time we defended the women of this country.
I quite agree with the right honourable. He's absolutely right, and it is one of the reasons that I want. I thought that was coming, Mr. Speaker. Well, I certainly am grateful for his support in my ambition to get Brexit
I have to tell the Prime Minister I was shocked shocked that he, as the Prime Minister, should take it upon himself as being wrong. It was the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land. 11 judges who were unanimous. But the Prime Minister has declared this evening that their decision was wrong. He hasn't explained the grounds, but he's declared. I also believe that it is lawful for him to call another lengthy prorogation of this Parliament. And if he has that in his mind, when is he going to enlighten us as to when that prorogation is going to begin?
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady, but what I can tell her is that I do think we need a Queen's speech. I do think that we have a dynamic domestic
friend, I support a Brexit deal, and indeed I voted for it considerably more frequently than my right honourable friend. But if this great party stands for anything, it stands for respect for parliamentary sovereignty and the rule of law. And I would respectfully say my right honourable friend is tiptoeing onto a dangerous path. He's pitting Brexit against Remain, young against old, Scotland against England, and people against the Parliament. And would my right honourable friend
of the people and dither and delay, which is what the party opposite is standing for. And that seems to be a very clear dividing line, and I know which side I'm on.
So he must rejoice with me the fact that countries across Eastern Europe believe that their independence and sovereignty is enhanced by their membership of the European Union. He'll sign that extension.
Mr. Speaker, if he doesn't want to call it, what about the Humiliation Act? Will that
people. I do have a real question. The problem is this was billed as a statement on the Prime Minister's update, rather than just talking about
the record. She has no evidence for it whatever, because it is completely untrue. And I would like you to ask the Right Honourable Lady to withdraw it.
Well, I'm most grateful to the Prime Minister. The Honourable Lady has said what she said, but the Prime Minister... Oh, dear. Rightly so. The Prime Minister, I think, would readily acknowledge that in the light of all that, he doesn't require any additional protection from me. He has put the record straight, and it's there. It's on the record, and I thank the Right Honourable gentleman. Caroline Noakes.
Mr. Speaker, what matters in this place is not just language, but also tone.
The moment has arrived for the Honourable Gentleman Member for Kingston upon Hull East, whose noisy activities I was remarking upon in a number of cities.
Aggressive language when honourable members on this side make very salient and serious points. Why does it...
When we bring it back to you, and I hope you'll support us in the lobbies.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see my honourable friend back in his rightful place a little earlier than perhaps he had assumed it would be, and I hope he remains there a very long time. Can he give me some advice that I can share with my constituents when I try to explain why this Parliament refuses to approve a general election, refuses to vote to leave the EU, refuses to respect the wishes of 17.4 million people, and
poisonous puffball of Brexit is just to get on and make sure that the very word, and I know there's a lot of anxiety about language, let's make sure that the very word Brexit is never heard in 2020. Wouldn't that be a fantastic thing?
Caroline Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, I'm bitterly disappointed that Parliament didn't have the chance to agree to forego the nearly 4 weeks of the conference recess so we could spend more. Secure a deal with the EU 27 at the EU summit in October, will he invite Parliament
Mr. Speaker, I backed Remain in the referendum, but my constituency and my country decided that he had from the minor parties in relation to a confidence vote or an election vote, as well as the Labour Party, to bring
where I have been and been very, very impressed with the level of preparations, and honourable members opposite who are anxious might educate themselves by going to see what has been done at Dover, and I congratulate my honourable friend.
Specifically from the comments of the Leader of the House that yesterday's judgment was a constitutional coup.
I'm not going to comment on anything that was said by any member of the Cabinet, but what I can say during Cabinet, because that would be totally wrong, because of course there is a risk of serious distortion in the reporting. What I can say is that the government has the utmost made negotiation any easier. And I'm just saying that to you in all candour and sincerity. And I think honourable I thought that was coming, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend, my right honourable friend. He makes a very good point. And all I will say again, at the risk of further inflaming my friends,
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Over a seat that was left by our dear friend Joe Cox. Can I ask him, in all honesty, as a human being, please, will he, going forward, moderate his language so that we will all feel secure when we're going about our jobs?
Can I say the surest far away? Well, no, Mr. Speaker, I think the. Of course, there will be an attempt to try to obfuscate the effect of this act, but it does, the Capitulation Act or the Surrender Act or whatever. Ill feeling that is now rampant in our country. Get it done, and we will solve the problem.
James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whatever one calls the European Union Withdrawal Act number 2, is it not a fact it does not take no deal permanently off the table? It would delay it till the end of January. And does he agree there are only 2 ways for those
I congratulate my honourable friend, because that is exactly the right answer. I think the best way forward genuinely for our country is to come together. The best way to shut down democracy in this country and to erode trust in our political institutions is to fail.
I've known the honourable gentleman member of the Isle of Wight for a long time, and I'm not surprised but very pleased to see that, notwithstanding some
campaigner for the Isle of Wight as I've seen myself, and I thought he was going to ask me about the island deal that we're going to do, but I can assure him that we are. Don't worry. But
Select.
Guarantee that he won't try and pull this stunt again and see.
That should be brought forward in this new context. And all I can say.
And his team well in the negotiations as they continue, because I'm convinced that there is a majority in like treason. However, I would finally just ask him if he remembers and made the man take his coat off. And maybe he should.
White hair, and he allowed two women, I think it was, to pluck out one hair after the other until he was totally bald. And
understood the role of Parliament, not simply as delegates to this place, but as representatives. There are two ways to go back to the people. The first way is a deal or no deal to the people in a confirmatory vote. Both of those ways will unlock the parliamentary deadlock. The only question is whether he has the
It would cost another £1 billion a month. I simply fail to understand his logic.
I just want to ask the honourable gentleman. At any stage. Without interruption. Very good.
Bencher, the Prime Minister visited my constituency, and just 4 or 5 days later, we won 2 more.
I remember well that happy afternoon we spent in JD Wetherspoons, as I see. I also noted their determination to get
Lillian Greenwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court judgment yesterday began, and I quote, "It is important to emphasise that
election, and we need to get rid of the current government when it is safe to do so. But if we're going to have a general election, if we're going to have a new parliament and a new government, what on earth is the point of a Queen's speech? Why would you prorogue Parliament and have a Queen's speech just before going to the country, other than as a ploy to use the Queen to promote your own manifesto?
As I said many times to the House, I don't want an election. It's open to the member opposite to try to persuade his colleagues to vote for a Queen's speech and to vote for the very progressive measures that we will bring forward, including on domestic abuse and domestic violence. But if he won't do that, then the logical thing to do would be to go to the country for a general election. But as there are hesitations on the opposition front bench about doing that, which for reasons that obviously I understand.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a long, heated discussion in this chamber, but I think we've all come to the conclusion the best way to move forward is to find some form of consensus. And it's difficult because this House is divided, the country is divided. Can I offer him a true compromise? I will vote for his deal, and that's difficult because I truly believe he should stay in the European Union, and so do the people in Bath who voted for me. I will vote for his deal if he will vote to put it back to the people, and I will guarantee him he will get a majority in his House for this compromise in the country, and after that Brexit will be done.
Yeah, that's it. I may say, Mr. Speaker, what that shows is that you can't trust the Lib Dems, because her party, she wants a second referendum, but her party leader, as I understand it, just doesn't even want us to revoke the whole thing.
Debbie Abrahams.
I'm overcome, Mr. Speaker, by an immense sense of sadness from today. This afternoon's debate has been absolutely appalling. Anybody watching this will wonder what on earth is going on. And the calibre of the leadership that's been offered, the language and the tone, are not what should be represented of the leadership of this country. It is absolutely shocking. So can I ask the Prime Minister why he thinks getting Brexit done will actually solve anything, given that it's an absolute illusion, unless you are absolutely intent that there's never going to be any relationship with our nearest neighbours. Why does he think the 31st of October will get everything done?
I thank the honourable lady, and I appreciate the sincerity with which she makes her points, but I must say it is my strong belief that if we fail to get Brexit done, the disappointment, the sense of rejection, the sense that the public has been cheated of what they were promised will be very, very grave indeed. And I'm afraid the only way to alleviate the current tensions in the country is to deliver on the mandate of the people in a positive, confident and optimistic spirit. That is what we need to bring to this, and I hope she agrees.
Richard Burden.
I say to the Prime Minister that something that really disturbs me about the way he's conducting himself tonight and the way some of his colleagues have conducted themselves in recent days has been the sense of privileged entitlement that they have been exuding throughout. Privileged entitlement that led him, during this statement, to describe as humbug when an honourable member talked about the threats that she was receiving. A sense of privilege entitlement that led the Leader of the House to describe when 11 justices in the Supreme Court of this land decided on the basis of evidence that the Prime Minister had broken the law, described that as a constitutional coup. Does the Prime Minister agree that it is a constitutional coup, yes or no?
I don't think there could be any clearer example of a sense of privileged entitlement for a parliamentarian to decide that he is in a position to substitute his own discretion for the will of the people when he clearly promised the people that that will would be respected and upheld.
Carol Monaghan.
Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, the Prime Minister has lost 6 out of 6 votes in Parliament. He's lost a by-election. He's sacked his own majority. He's lost a case in the Supreme Court, and he's advised Her Majesty the Queen to act unlawfully. So he's got some brass neck to stand there at the dispatch box without a shred of humility and without apologising. So I've just asked the Prime Minister, what would it take for him to apologise for his actions?
Mr. Speaker, I've tried to show every possible humility today, both to the House and to honourable members, and indeed to the Court and to its judgment. But the best way we can all collectively show humility as parliamentarians is to deliver on the will of the people. And that is what we're going to do. I would add that we could also show some humility by stopping to talk exclusively about ourselves, to stop talking exclusively about Brexit, and to get on with delivering on the priorities of the British people. And that is why we wanted to have a Queen's speech, because I think they want to hear what we're going to do to support their healthcare services, to bring down crime on their streets, and to improve their schools. And those are the priorities of this government.
Andrew Slaughter.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The judgment of the Supreme Court found the Prime Minister had acted unlawfully and outside his powers in the advice he gave the monarch. He's just said again that he believes that the court was wrong. Could he confirm that he's read the judgment? And if he has, would he point us to the errors of law or fact that he says that the 11 justices made?
Yes.
The honourable gentleman would study my statement, he will see exactly what I meant. And my views are shared, by the way, by the Lord Chief Justice and the Master of the Rolls, who I think he would accept are quite eminent legal authorities.
Yes, more eminent here.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This Brexit debacle is certainly an agent for change, and following on the point from the honourable and learned member from Edinburgh South West, the SNP Scottish Government has a mandate to hold an independence referendum, which I hope he respects. The First Minister of Scotland has said she intends, before Christmas, to ask for a Section 30 order to facilitate the referendum in the next year. Can the Prime Minister give Scotland an update? Will he agree to a Section 30 order when the Scottish Government asks for it, so the Scottish Government can hold the mandated referendum? Yes or no?
Well, if Scotland will promise it was a once-in-a-generation referendum, and we must respect that promise.
Vernon Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just make this comparison, because I think it's what the British public will see. They will see a Prime Minister who the highest court in the land has acted in a way which is unlawful, and the Prime Minister has refused to apologise. Across the country, Prime Minister, many people in courts, both civil and criminal, are found guilty of various offences. And the magistrates and the judges in many of those cases, the first thing they expect is for those people to apologise, to show some contrition for what they've done. And yet they've seen their Prime Minister this evening and through this session show no contrition, show no apology for what happened, and just simply said in a blustering, boisterous way that I'm just going to carry on. Can the Prime Minister not understand how that appears to people? And I say to him again, it appears again that there's one law for him and one law for everybody else.
Speaker, I think the real contrast is between this party, which is the Democratic Party, which wants to honour the will of the people, and that party, which is trying to obstruct Brexit and will not have a general election.
Chris Leslie.
It's not a party political matter, Mr. Speaker. It's not a party political matter. In fact, it undermines the Prime Minister's attempt to call out extremism or ideology when he himself sort of mines that seam of extremism and populism himself, with use of the language of surrender and betrayal in discussing an Act of Parliament signed by the Queen, passed by members of Parliament who were elected, by the way, in 2017 after the referendum, who in all sincerity are doing it because they care about their constituents, they care about their jobs and their livelihoods, they want the rule of law, they care about our parliamentary democracy, and they don't. Honourable members of all parties do not want to have their patriotism impugned in that way.
So by your leave, I'm going to keep my answers pretty staccato from now on, because I've answered these points quite a lot. I think if people care about their constituents quite properly, quite proper, of course, that they should, in every possible way, they should honour the will of their constituents and respect our democratic proceedings.
Of course, I completely understand that the Prime Minister will offer his own answers, short or long, as he thinks fit. I just innocently make the observation en passant that repetition is not a novel phenomenon in the House of Commons, and never has been. And I mean, the hour is still quite early. I've been in the chair since 11:30, but I feel I'm just getting started, really. We've got a lot more energy left. I'm not remotely perturbed, and I'm sure the Prime Minister's not running out of energy. I'd be very worried if he were. I'm sure he isn't. And, oh, don't worry about me. I can more than hack it. We're a bit longer here than he and I were on the tennis court, but never mind. Jim Cunningham.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to trade insults with the Prime Minister tonight because this is far too serious. I would just advise him to read a book by Senator Fulbright called The Arrogance of Power. But more importantly, we have millions of jobs in the West Midlands that could be at stake if you cannot get a deal. Now, you might say to me, Prime Minister, you had a chance to vote for the previous deal. But having said that, one of the reasons why we couldn't vote for the previous deal, there was no guarantee that funding for research and development, for the universities, for companies like Jaguar Land Rover would continue. And I very seriously say to him, in all sincerity, you should go back and make every effort to secure a deal that we can all support.
I could completely agree with what the honourable gentleman has just said, and he's right that we must protect supply chains in the West Midlands, and we, of course, have taken a huge amount of work to ensure that is the case. But the best thing we can do is get a deal that gives business certainty and continuity, and then get behind it, and that's what I hope to do.
Hannah Bardell.
Much, Mr. Speaker. It seems blindingly obvious that it is time, given the mess this Prime Minister has made, that he resigns. He can get on the fast train to the history books as the biggest loser. But what I'm really interested to know is that when this Prime Minister looks back on his short but catastrophic time in leadership, what will he be most proud of? Will it be dismantling democracy? Will it be breaking the law? Will it be lying to the Queen? Or will it be being roundly beaten in court by a swathe of girly swats?
Mr. Speaker, when I look back on the 64 days that we've had so far in government, I think I will be proud of 20,000 police officers on the streets of this country. 20 new hospitals, yes, 20 new hospital upgrades, levelling up education funding around the whole country, and providing gigabit broadband even in Scotland, Mr. Speaker. And let's hope that the incompetent, dissolute, reckless, high-taxing government of Scotland actually implements that initiative and delivers it to the people, or makes way for Conservatives in Scotland who will do it themselves.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I originally was going to ask a question about Operation Yellowhammer, but I cannot ignore my honourable friend from Shrewsbury and the experience she had in this chamber. She spoke about the threats that she was experiencing as a woman, but also about other members as well, other female members. And I know the Prime Minister will know about violence against women and girls, and he would also know that the way in which he spoke and the language that he used are words that will linger and words that will do more harm than good. And I ask him to withdraw what he said, and I ask him to reflect on this. Will he do this?
So I think everybody has to reflect on their use of language. But on the other hand, we must get Brexit done. And I say in all we must make sure that we end this national Brexcosis and national anxiety by delivering on the will of the people. And no amount of yammering from the gentleman on the opposite front bench, no amount of yammering from him is going to put us off from doing that. And no amount of synthetic outrage or confected indignation is going to deter us either.
So you guys were...
Members opposite are very quick to talk about the economic vulnerability of their constituents. The truth is this country is vulnerable economically because of the uncertainty created by Brexit and the lack of the resolution of the Brexit issue. There is a mountain of money waiting to come to this country, and I believe once Brexit is resolved, it will come and create better jobs, better paid jobs for all our constituents. With that in mind, if members opposite really do care about the economic welfare of their constituents, they should get behind the Prime Minister in getting a deal.
My right honourable friend speaks of what he knows because he has done so much to attract investment to this country, and there is a huge amount to come, if, as he rightly says, if this House can come together and get a deal over the line. And I hope very much that we can.
Hugh Gaffney.
Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you can't tell us what your proposals are that you have tabled to the EU after several attempts tonight. Therefore, if your proposals fail, will you include an extension so as you can bring it on?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to the member opposite, I think I did set out in some detail the areas in which we are now making progress. But I must say, and I repeat the point I made earlier, we've had almost 3 hours now of conversation in this chamber about an issue that really affects our constituents. I don't think I have heard a single original or helpful idea from the party opposite, not a single suggestion about how they think this country could leave the European Union and deliver on the mandate of the people. Absolutely nothing. Zilch, nada.
Nick Dakin.
Well, that's not true, is it? Because we've heard, and he has welcomed the comments from my honourable friend from Eastwood, my honourable friend from Don Valley. So it would be really good if he could remain consistent to, what he said a little bit earlier in what he says later. That would be a really positive thing. But what I was going to say, Mr. Speaker, is I was going to agree with my honourable friend for Gedling that this Prime Minister believes that the normal rules do not apply to him. And that must be the reason why we've seen no humility this evening in relation to him being judged by the Supreme Court of this land to have given unlawful advice to Her Majesty the Queen. A bit of humility would be very nice.
I think actually that the government as a whole has shown maximum humility in the face of the judgment, and we respect the court. It is not possible for us, alas, to agree with it without great intellectual inconsistency, but we respect what they have had to say. On your point, the honourable gentleman's point about ideas, I think perhaps I should make a distinction. Some members have certainly been very positive about the possibilities of doing a deal, and I much welcome that. What I was trying to say, forgive me, was that I haven't heard, in the face of the difficulties that this country has in bringing us together, I haven't heard much by way of original thinking on some of the problems.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The tone of the Prime Minister this evening has been utterly shameful, and I can't help but feel that the architect of this approach, Dominic Cummings, is irresponsible and dangerous, and I think the Prime Minister should find some new advice as quickly as possible. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think he was clear in his response to my honourable friend, the member for North East Fife. So I'll ask him again, will he deliver a request without caveat for an Article 50 extension on 19th of October, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, we're going to go for a deal, and we're going to come out on October the 31st.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker.
To apply the mantra of this government with universal credit to test and learn, if we look at the Supreme Court decision, the judgment, and now with 2020 hindsight, what would the Prime Minister do differently?
Mr. Speaker, I think it would be fair to say that this is the Supreme Court is a relatively novel institution, and this is a novel and groundbreaking judgment, even by the admission of the plaintiffs. We will study its implications with great care, and I think the House might like to reflect deeply on it, because I do think the judgment is of great constitutional interest and importance.
Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the Prime Minister's unlawful prorogation of Parliament because it shut down debate on Brexit but on other issues as well. In September, I asked the Prime Minister to personally step in and prevent the release of Vanessa George, the child abuser that abused babies and toddlers in Plymouth. While Parliament was illegally shut down, she was released early. There's been lots and lots of things that are not good about today's debate. Could the Prime Minister give one good thing and agree to meet the families of the victims of Vanessa George so we can prevent that ever happening again and keep people like Vanessa George behind bars?
The honourable gentleman, I'm aware of the campaigns that have been run, not just by him but also by other members for Plymouth in respect of Vanessa George, and I will certainly undertake to meet the families.
Gibson.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has broken the law in closing down Parliament, according to the Supreme Court judgment. Indeed, the Scottish Supreme Court went further and concluded that the Prime Minister had not been honest about his reasons for prorogation. Now, the Conservative Party fancies itself as the party of law and order, so I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, does he believe that all those who break the law should be punished? And does he believe that he is special and that does not apply to him? Yes.
No, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we're all here today.
Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister congratulated those who sought to challenge the decision to prorogue Parliament in the court, bizarrely given he did not cooperate with that court case, particularly the one in the Court of Session. And actually, further to the point made by my honourable friend from Hove, the point was he did not cooperate, surely, because if he did and signed that written, signed affidavit, he would actually be facing potential charges of perjury had he done so.
Absolutely right. Prime Minister.
I must respectfully disagree with the point that the honourable gentleman makes, and as far as I'm concerned, the government has treated the court with great respect, and we intend to respect the judgment.
Geraint Davis.
On the issue of ideas, if Parliament continues to resist his desperate pleas for an election in order to enable him to secure a deal, and if Parliament says they will agree that deal but only subject to a public vote, would he prefer that or to inflict a no deal on Britain with all the medicine shortages and problems that would entail? Which would he prefer, his deal with a vote or no deal?
Obviously, I would prefer a deal, and I hope I could count on his support if we were to get one. And as for my desperate pleas for an election, actually, I'm not desperate for an election at all. I rather thought it was the function of the opposition to be desperate for an election. But if he's desperate for an election, then perhaps he could communicate with his right honourable friend, the leader of the opposition.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech to the United Nations yesterday, the Prime Minister used his in-depth research into the tech sector to talk about artificial intelligence and the possibility of a dystopian future. Yet last week, it's reported that his Chief of Staff, Dominic Cummings, instructed that all government data held for UK systems should be brought together, an extremely dangerous suggestion. So could he tonight assure the House either that no such instruction was given or that will be withdrawn?
Classic Dom.
What I can say is that I think what every member of the House would like to see, and what our constituents would certainly like to see, is the maximum efficiency in government. But he tells me he mentioned something of which I was, I'm afraid, hitherto unaware, and I cannot tell him whether he is accurate in what he says. But what I certainly think we should be doing as a country, as I said in the UN last night at 4 o'clock in the morning, I made the point that this is the country that leads in the tech sector in all sorts of ways, and we intend, as part of our government programme, to turbocharge that, and that was one of the reasons why we needed a Queen's speech, and still do.
And fluid.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for 35 years, and I spent 5 years in the European Parliament, 79 to 84. With the Prime Minister's father, who I have to say was a very valuable member of a committee I chaired, because he was a very keen environmentalist. And all I can say after listening to this debate tonight is your father talked a lot more sense than you did, Prime Minister.
I must humbly accept the criticism of the Right Honourable Lady, who I've come to admire over many years, particularly for what she, her many campaigns, whether it's over the Kurds or the environment, or many other issues, where I think she's done a huge amount of good. And she's perfectly right that my father is a great environmentalist, and I do hope that this government will be allowed to fulfil some of his dreams, whether it's on animal welfare or on conservation or the many other issues that he cares about. And that is one of the reasons why I hope to have a Queen's speech in which we can deliver on some of those ideals.
Chris Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister firstly stop stretching out his arms like the dirty centre half who keeps committing the foul when he's cautioned about his behaviour this evening and his rhetoric? Now, can I ask him, who in government is responsible? Who in government is responsible for Parliament being unlawfully prorogued? Who will be sacrificed to save his skin? And when it comes to accountability and shouts of cowardice, does that not apply to him most of all?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are all accountable to the people who send us here, and if we want to verify whether we still have their confidence, then of course the best way to do that is to have a general election.
Clive Efford.
I didn't expect any humility from the Prime Minister today, because he has got a track record. But given that he was found to be acting unlawfully in the advice he gave to the Queen and to this House, I'm stunned that the Conservative Party opposite applauded him like a returning hero. It's absolutely shocking, and the public will make their own minds up about that. But he has used... Yes, let's get to the general election, because what the Prime Minister has been doing consistently, and the reason he was found to be acting unlawfully, is because he's used every single device to try to take this country out with no deal. And you can use words like surrender bill and all the rest of it, but the fact is that taking this country out with no deal is the least patriotic thing you can do. I did not come here to do damage to my constituents and knowingly vote for it in no deal. So, Prime Minister, my question is, he has said, and he's waved his finger and he's pointed over here and he's saying, if I get a deal, will you vote for it? My question to him is, will the ERG vote for it?
I think that we will get a deal that I think will command the support of the whole House, and I hope it will command the support of the honourable member, and perhaps he might indicate by nodding whether he will vote for it.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I will not surrender the votes of my constituents who voted to remain, and I will be damned if I will surrender their vote for their country, Scotland, to be an independent sovereign nation. Now, given that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has surrendered his duty to sign the Ben Bill, Will he now advise the House, will the Cabinet Secretary sign it on his behalf and take it to Brussels?
We will, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we will, of course, respect the law. We will leave on October the 31st, but I think everybody would agree that the best circumstances in which we could do that would be if all the Labour members, all the Scottish Nationals, and all my Conservative friends come together to do a deal. I think the will is there in this House. Let's get it done.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brexit may be a power game for the Prime Minister, but it will have devastating impact on my constituents. And whether he tries to strong-arm this Parliament into a no-deal situation or a bad deal, the reality is that our country is so divided, and therefore it is his responsibility to bring the country together. And his demonstration tonight shows that he does not have those skills, whereas my right honourable friend is reaching out to try and find that way. And therefore, this is no laughing matter. Our country is in a very precarious state, and it's about time this government took this seriously.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And therefore, I ask the Prime Minister that no matter which deal he comes back to, that he doesn't pay disregard to the country, and that he will put that deal back to the people to have a final say.
Mr. Speaker, she was going so well. I thought that she was going to say that she would vote for a compromise deal, but I hope that she will think of that, because that is, I think, what her constituents would want to see.
Matt Weston.
Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, thousands of people up and down the country protested about the suspension of Parliament. 600 good people in Warwick and Leamington incensed by that decision. Now we know, as a result of yesterday's Supreme Court judgment, that we were deceived, the people were deceived, and even the Queen was deceived. One of my constituents has described the Prime Minister as the Wizard of Uxbridge. Such is his great illusion and deception. Can I invite the Prime Minister? He wishes for a general election. Come the day, may I invite him to Warwick and Leamington and help me in my campaign to get re-elected?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't prophesy exactly what my itinerary will be in the course of the general election campaign, but I cannot exclude the possibility that I may indeed pay a visit to the constituency of the Honourable, where I think his opponent has every possibility of success.
Alison Thewlis.
Mr. Speaker, I made some use of the prorogation to go and tap doors in my constituency, and it's been quite interesting because I spoke to lots of people who voted no in 2014, and over the past 5 years they've seen the shambles of Brexit, they've seen this Prime Minister unlawfully shutting down Parliament. So can he tell me what this tawdry, pathetic, shambolic, chaotic farce of a Parliament has to offer my constituents?
Well, I may say I congratulate the Honourable Lady on the eloquence with which she's just made the point I tried to make earlier, and she might direct her wrath at the Leader of the Opposition, because I think it's time we had an election.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I've been saddened by the tone of debate in this House tonight. Mr. Speaker, with power should come great responsibility, yet sadly that is not always the case. We've seen the Prime Minister treat this House and indeed the rule of law with a disturbing lack of respect. Does he have any shred of remorse for his behaviour?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the straight answer to that is no, because we are the point of view, although I must repeat the humility with which we approach the judgment of the court and indeed the court itself, but on the substance of the issue, we were only sharing an opinion that was held also by the Lord Chief Justice and the Master of the Rolls, and those are very high legal authorities.
Mrs. Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. Whilst Parliament was unlawfully prorogued, British businesses such as Nissan in my constituency have been putting their products, in that case cars, on ships to export across the world without having any clarity about what the customs arrangement will be when they arrive at their destination up to 6 weeks later. So he's been Prime Minister for 64 days, as he proudly told us before, and his other colleagues have asked tonight numerous times, what has he been doing? Because is he able to give any clarity tonight upon what is going to be in that deal that he has been seeking with Europe in order that those businesses, such as Nissan, who've got cars on ships now, know what is going to happen to them when they arrive in the ports?
I thank her, and obviously I do congratulate Nissan on what they are doing to get ready, also on their stunning manufacturing performance. And we are working very hard to protect supply chains, not just for Nissan, but for all motor manufacturing companies. And the best thing for those companies, as the Leader of the Opposition shouts from a sedentary position, is to get a deal. And to get a deal is not to enfeeble the government's negotiating position by trying to take no deal off the table, which is what he has tried to do.
Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court judgment yesterday and the Prime Minister's performance in the House this evening shows that he's not only not fit to be Prime Minister, but he's embarrassing the entirety of that fine office. To respond to my honourable friend from Cardiff North, when she was appealing to him to tone his language that she's got another thing coming, is quite frankly disgraceful. And he may screw up his face, but Hansard will show that that is what he said. The problem that the Prime Minister has is nobody in this House trusts him. He's been asked 5 times this evening if he would abide by all the provisions of the European Union Withdrawal No. 2 Bill, and he refuses to answer the question. So for the 6th and final time, if he doesn't get a deal through this House, or a no deal through this House by the 19th of October, will he seek an extension from the European Union to the 31st of January?
No.
Mr. Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was a figurehead for the Leave campaign, a campaign that told lies about the £350 million a week, a campaign that broke the law on data protection, a campaign that broke the law on spending rules and funnelled dark money to the DUP. Earlier this year, the Standards Committee said he demonstrated an over-casual attitude towards obeying the rules of the House. And roughly the same time, the Press Standards Organisation ruled that he had wrote an inaccurate article about a no-deal Brexit and was previously sacked as a newspaper columnist for making up facts. It's a case. He's been a serial breaker of the rules and a serial breaker of the law, as the Supreme Court showed yesterday. Isn't it the case he's never been fit to be in office, and it's high time he did the right thing and quit?
I thank the honourable gentleman. He gives me occasion to remind him that actually we are massively increasing investment in the NHS under this government, another £34 billion, and the policy to which he is committed, and indeed the Leader of the Opposition is committed, would keep this country in the EU at a cost of another £1 billion a month, when you could spend £250 million a week building a new hospital. Is that really what they think is in the interest of this country or of their constituents? It's absolutely absurd.
Order. In a moment, I thank the Prime Minister and the front bench spokespersons and the 111 honourable and right honourable members who questioned the Prime Minister over the last 3 and a bit hours. If the points of order, consistent with the earlier approach, arise specifically from and relate to these matters with which we have just been dealing, I'll take the point of order. I think it would be a courtesy to stay for the point. It would be a courtesy to stay for the point of order. The point of order relates to the matters with which we've just been dealing. Don't sit down. Well, I think I asked the Prime Minister if he'd be willing to stay, but he doesn't wish to do so. So be it. But the honourable gentleman's point of order will be heard. Point of order, Mr. John MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I regret the Prime Minister has left the chamber. At The penultimate question to the Prime Minister was from my honourable friend of Edinburgh South, I believe, which was, in the fulfilment of all the conditions with regard to legislation that this House has passed, would he then abide by that legislation? Now, I might have heard wrong, but I believe the answer was a single word: no. That means that we have passed legislation. My honourable friend said if all the conditions of that legislation were fulfilled, would he then ensure that the action from an enacted piece of legislation would be taken? We are now moving into new territory where a Prime Minister already found guilty of an unlawful act is now refusing to abide by the law as passed by this House. We are moving into an extremely dangerous position with regard to accountability of a Prime Minister, this House and our democracy itself. I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has left this House, even though it is quite clear you indicated to him that the point of order related to his behaviour. I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to express the view that we expect the Prime Minister to be back in this House to ask that question again.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order. I didn't say to the Prime Minister that the point of order related to his conduct or behaviour. I didn't say that. I didn't know what the point of order was going to be. I said to the Prime Minister that the point of order related to the matters with which we had just been dealing. In other words, in keeping with the approach that I adopted in respect of points of order following earlier statements, points of order that came from members, honourable or right honourable members on both sides of the House, I was happy to take them after the statements to which they related. And I suggested that the Prime Minister might wish to stay. He indicated initially that he was minded to do so, but he then decided that he wished to leave the chamber. He has been here since 6:30. He was here for 3 hours and 11 minutes, and he has chosen to leave. What I would like to say to the honourable gentleman, to the Shadow Chancellor, and to other colleagues is that I have been in the chair since 11:30 and will remain for the remainder of the proceedings, and therefore I've inevitably heard everything that has been said on this and other matters. And I think the fairest thing I can say is that I have heard the Prime Minister say explicitly that we will always obey the law, we will abide by the law, we will adhere to the law. He has said that. Equally, I did hear the answer that he gave earlier, and I think his words related to the submission of a request for an extension, and he indicated that he would not be minded to do so. I heard the full question, and I heard the full answer, and I think the right and proper thing at this point to say is colleagues, honourable and right honourable members, should study the record and form their own assessment of it. I have, of course, myself said, as anybody would expect, any citizen to say, any parliamentarian to say, any speaker to say, that adherence to the law must, of course, be non-negotiable. I don't think that I need to add to that tonight. Let's reflect on these matters, let's remain calm, and let's assess the record. And just as I said, I think good-naturedly to the Prime Minister some minutes ago, in a slightly different context, that repetition was not a novel phenomenon in the House of Commons, never had been and isn't and won't be. There will be further opportunities for members to raise these matters, including that very particular point, in subsequent days. And this chair will always facilitate the fullest and most unsparing scrutiny of the executive branch, because that is the responsibility of the Speaker, not to be a craven lickspittle of the executive branch, but to facilitate the fullest and most unsparing scrutiny of it. That is my job, and come hell or high water, I will continue to discharge it. Non-negotiable, end of subject. Point of order, Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, I too am very sad that the Prime Minister has left, because I had hoped to raise this point of order to give him the opportunity to perhaps correct the record and reflect on his language and conduct in this House tonight. Mr. Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to say I am 62, I've been around and I've seen quite a lot of stuff in my life. It takes a lot to reduce this honourable member to tears. And it gives me no pleasure saying that. But that is, I am not alone tonight. There are others who I believe have left the estate, such has been the distress. And I merely say to everybody in this place, but most notably to those who hold the highest of offices, in this the most peculiar and extraordinary of political times, the language that is used is incredibly important. Mr. Speaker, we have evidence, whatever side of the debate you are on, when you use words like surrender, capitulation, and others use the word traitor. Sorry? Capitulation, traitor and treason. There is a direct consequence. It means my mother receives a threat to her safety. It means my partner receives a death threat. It means that people go to prison or receive suspended sentences, unreported, by a media that has lost the plot, because of the death threats made to honourable members whose only crime and offence is to just say what they believe in and to be true to their principles and try to serve this country and their constituents. Mr. Speaker, the consequences are that there will be many who will not want to return to this place, and a younger generation that will not want to serve this country in the future.
Well, I've heard what the Right Honourable Lady has said, which I treat with the greatest possible respect. I am well aware of, I am personally familiar with the fact of the abuse and threats to which the Right Honourable Lady has been subject over a long period. I deprecate in the strongest and most uncompromising terms those threats to her and to other members. I received many myself, as a matter of fact. I'm not complaining about that. I'm simply saying that I empathise with the Right Honourable Lady because I've been on the receiving end of many such communications myself. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to weigh his or her words and to try to make the arguments in which we believe with care and, if possible, with eloquence, or even from time to time with humour, but in terms that demonstrate respect for those who hold a point of view that differs from our own. And I've got a feeling that this is a point to which members will return in days to come. I cannot overstate the frequency with which I have been informed over the last year or so by members on both sides of the House and on both sides of the Brexit argument of the fact and persistence of threats that they have received. And I have previously said very publicly that in relation to media outlets which have prominently depicted members as though they were public enemies for differing from the vantage point of those media outlets, that cannot be right. That cannot be right. I have no desire to escalate these tensions and every desire to try to use words that are pacifying rather than inflammatory. And I repeat, and I say in relation to the Leader of the House, that I am well aware that offensive abuse has been directed at members of his family, and that has been intimidating, and that is wrong, not possibly wrong or conceivably wrong or in a certain situation wrong. That is wrong. End of subject. And so is the abuse and threats that other members have received. And the reality of the matter is, and I say this with all the force and insistence at my command without fear of contradiction, female members and members of our ethnic minority communities have been disproportionately subject to that abuse and those threats. And that is the reality. It requires nobody to seek to contradict it, because that is the fact. I know it. And the Right Honourable Lady knows it. And we've got to rise up against it and to resist it. And everybody has got a part to play, including the holders of very high offices. Point of order, Jo Swinson.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I fear that the public watching today will perhaps take the view that this House does not take sufficiently seriously threats of violence. We have had the Attorney General earlier today joke about wife beating. We have had the government. We have had the government asked if they would bring forward the domestic abuse bill now that Parliament has resumed, and they dismissed those requests. And we have had the comments that were made by the Honourable Member for Dewsbury recalling Jo Cox MP and the threats that MPs face on a daily basis. And I may add that I today have reported to the police a threat against my child. That has been dismissed as humbug. Mr. Speaker, this is a disgraceful state of affairs, and we must be able to find a way to conduct ourselves better.
Look, I've known the Right Honourable Lady since she entered the House in 2005, and we've worked together on a number of matters in the past. Rather than issue a lengthy reply to her, I would like to reflect on what she said. I'm also happy to meet members, either individually or in groups if they wish to meet, to consider further these matters. We certainly do need to take very great care in the days and weeks ahead, and I am as sensitive to that matter as I think I can be. Let me reflect further on what she said, and I'm happy to see her either for a Privy Councillor type conversation or in another form if she so wishes. Point of order, the Leader of the Opposition.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank you for what you've just said and the sincerity with which you've said it about the threats made to members of Parliament, the abuse and the racism and the violence that's happening in our communities, and the unfortunate messages that come from the language used, which is then repeated on the streets when people then threaten public representatives with violence and others with violence. Can I ask you to use your excellent and very good offices to call together the leaders of all parties in this House to issue a joint declaration opposing any form of abusive language or threats, and to put this message out to our entire community that we have to treat each other with respect. If we don't, then what happens is those on our streets who would do violence feel emboldened to do it, and the most vulnerable people in our society suffer as a result of it. It happens in my constituency, it happens in the constituencies of every other member of this House. We are an elected Parliament, we have a duty and a responsibility to protect all of our citizens from the kind of inflammatory language that has been used, that is then meted out on the streets in a form of violence against individuals.
We'll reflect very carefully on the point of order just raised by the Leader of the Opposition. I'm very open to convening a meeting of senior colleagues for the purpose of a House-wide public statement. I'm very open to doing that. I don't wish now to prolong these exchanges, but I take extremely seriously what has been said to me. Point of order, Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clearly been a very intense day, and I take very seriously, as the chair of the all-party group for women in Parliament, the comments that have been made about toning down everybody's language and respect. Can we please make sure that that happens on all sides of the House? Thank you.
And in all parts of the House, that seems to me to be an entirely uncontroversial observation with which I readily agree. A point of order, Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank those
right honourable and honourable friends that have spoken in points of order, we are at a very dangerous juncture, and we're facing what is a constitutional crisis, which one can imagine that the heat is only going to rise over the course of the next few weeks. I would commend the Leader of the Opposition for his intervention, because I think as leaders of parties here in Westminster, we have a responsibility. We need to make sure we can navigate ourselves through the next few weeks, and all of us collectively have got a responsibility to make sure that all our colleagues, all parliamentarians, their friends, their families, their staff, can go about their business in a position of safety. And we really need to show a very clear message from this House that we will not tolerate bad behaviour. We will not tolerate sexism, racism or threats to anyone. It really is important at a time like this that we show leadership and we make it absolutely crystal clear that bad behaviour is not going to be tolerated from anyone.
I agree with that. Thank you. Point of order, Lucy Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know some of these points have been made already, but I just wanted to say to you, to remind this House that Joe's murder did not happen in a vacuum.
That's right.
It happened in a context that is not dissimilar to the context we find ourselves in today. And I've heard from her family this evening. They've been very distressed at watching this place today. And I know others have said it, but it has come from one side of the House, the language of surrender, of betrayal, of capitulation. This is the kind of language, this is the context that led to the murder of an MP leaving her surgery of an evening in a small market town by somebody from the far right. And we cannot forget that context when we conduct ourselves. And I just wanted to put that on record.
That point is duly noted. It's a very serious point. I don't want to add, but suffice to say, although I don't know the Cox family anything like as well as the Honourable Lady or many other members here present, I do know members of the family. I have a strong empathy with the objectives of the Joe Cox Foundation, and indeed am in touch with the family from time to time, including currently in relation to upcoming events. So I'm not unsighted on the issues, and I don't think any of us in this chamber will ever forget or entirely overcome our horror, revulsion and distress at what happened to a wonderful human being and the most dedicated of public servants. She was murdered for what she believed, the values she held, and for her effectiveness in campaigning for them. We do not, in any circumstances, ever want to witness a repeat of that. Point of order, Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I also ask your advice in terms of how this could be extended to the responsibility of our media in the Independent Press Standards Organisation? They do have a really important role to play in how this gets reported, the language they use. We think back months to the headlines of traitors of the people, the enemies and so on, towards our judiciary and towards people in this place. Is there a mechanism by which we can engage with the IPSO to ensure that language is not repeated?
I'd rather not deal with that now on the floor of the House. I'm well aware of IPSO and I'm well aware of complaints that have been made to it from time to time, and colleagues will have their own view about it. There are hugely important issues here. On the one hand, there is an enormous premium, and rightly so, on a free media, a vigorous, outspoken, sometimes extremely irreverent, and from individuals or parties' vantage points, hostile media. And it's much better to have that than to have a media that is state-controlled. On the other hand, words do have consequences, and it is very important that people in positions of authority or capacity to influence opinion, frankly, operate at a level which reflects their influence and their responsibility. I think it is something that it is better to discuss further outside the chamber, and which members can raise with the relevant minister if they so wish. But I'm not insensitive to what the honourable gentleman has just said. Point of order, Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the chamber we have ways in which we conduct ourselves. We have rules, some written, some unwritten, about the decency and the way in which we speak to each other and indeed conduct ourselves in conversation with you, Mr. Speaker. Could you advise me, Mr. Speaker, as to whether there is any capacity for a formal review about the limits of language that we may use about colleagues? Because if we are to change this, I think experience has shown us that raising it again and again in the chamber is not enough. And yet, if we can have other rules about how we conduct ourselves, could you advise the House as to whether there is any capacity to review the language used so that we can create other ways in which calling a colleague a traitor could be ruled out of order?
I must say to the honourable lady, and I hope she'll forgive me, that I heard the last remark she made. I didn't hear any such statement made in the chamber today. If such a statement was made, I didn't hear it. I must say to the honourable lady, I'm not aware of such a statement having been made, and would I regard that as unparliamentary for one member to call another member a traitor? I absolutely would regard that as unparliamentary. Just off the top of my head, that would be my instinctive view, that that would be totally unacceptable, and I would ask the member to withdraw. More widely, perhaps I can say this, two things. First of all, the Procedure Committee can look at any issue that is referred to it. And secondly, I'm not trying to abdicate responsibility, but I am conscious that 16 days ago I announced to the House my own intentions. What she's raised is very important. I do think it will fall to a successor of mine to come to a view about some of these matters, and with that successor, members should work, and I wish them every success and progress in doing so. But as I approach the end of my tenure, I'm reluctant to say more than I think the circumstances warrant. That's unusual for me, I know, but there you go. If there are no further points of order, and I think there are not, and I thank the honourable lady for what she said, we come now to the business statement by the Leader of the House and indeed the Lord President of the Council, Mr Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I wonder if I may add to the comments that were just made, because I think what you said was of fundamental importance, that a lot of members of this House, but particularly women and ethnic minorities, get treated in a quite disgraceful way. I have never tried to make a great fuss about what has happened on my own account, because it is very mild compared to what others have had to put up with, and I'm very well aware of that. And I'm very grateful for the support that I have had from members of the House, from all sides, and I catch the eye of the honourable gentleman, the member for the Rhondda, who has always been very good about this, and of course you, Mr Speaker. What has happened to me has been very, very minor. What has happened to other members, particularly on social media, has been deeply, deeply unpleasant and troubling, and we all have a responsibility to be mild in our language when we are speaking in this House or outside. And I'm afraid to say it is something where all sides err from time to time, and it would be invidious to pick on individual examples, but we have a responsibility of leadership. And I do think that at this particular time, emotions are unquestionably running very high, and therefore calmness is to be encouraged, though we are discussing matters of the greatest importance. But I thank you, Mr Speaker, for what you said, which I think has the support of the House. And may I congratulate you on sitting there for 10 hours, 37 minutes and 6 seconds without a break, which I think is more than any of the rest of us have managed. But I also wanted to reiterate the thanks you gave to the staff at the beginning of today's proceedings. Honourable members will know that the doorkeepers expect to be on holiday at this time in a recess that was long planned, and many of them have had to rearrange their affairs to be here to look after us and to make sure that our proceedings run, and they're not alone. This applies to clerks as well, and to the staff who work in the catering department, and I think we ought to thank them for breaking potentially long-standing commitments to be with us. If I may now move to the business for tomorrow, will be a motion to approve a conference adjournment motion for next week, followed by a general debate on the principles of democracy and the rights of the electorate.
Thank you. And I thank the Leader of the House very warmly for the opening remarks that he made. And by the way, my experience likewise has been extremely minor by comparison with the experience of colleagues. I merely mentioned it to demonstrate empathy, but he and I are in the same boat in that regard, and I very much appreciate his words. The Shadow Leader, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the remarks that you've made, and thank you for making those remarks, and to the right honourable and honourable members who faced such difficulties, and also to the Leader of the House. And could I just respectfully ask him, therefore, to ask the Prime Minister not to call the EU Withdrawal No. 2 bill the Surrender Bill. He could start by that, please. And I want to thank the Leader for his business statement following the adjournment of the House on the 9th of September. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to the Leader that while it is vital that the House sits to scrutinise the government at this important time for the country, we stand ready to work with the government to ensure that the Tory Party conference takes place in the fantastic Labour-led city of Manchester. It is surely possible for the Leader to schedule important legislation that commands widespread support across the House. The government needs the 3 statutory instruments on Northern Ireland scheduled previously in September. Surely the Leader could bring forward the second reading of the Domestic Violence Bill. This measure would be supported on all sides of the House, and similarly the Animal Welfare Sentencing Bill. That also would be a measure supported widely by members. Now, these are important pieces of legislation that are not contentious and would allow the Conservative Party conference to go ahead while the House sits. Also, could I also ask, given the government's desultory approach to motions proposed by opposition parties, could I ask for an opposition day? But I want to start by, I know the Leader of the House was part of this whole process, and I noticed that the Prime Minister didn't want to talk about the judgment of the Supreme Court, but I want to place on record Her Majesty's opposition thanks to the justices of the Supreme Court for the speed at which they heard the cases and the speed at which they gave judgment, and to all those who took part in the legal process. The judgment was a clear restatement of the principles on which our democracy, the sovereignty of Parliament and the rule of law is based. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that you have read into the record the citation of the judgment. I would ask that the whole judgment be included in Hansard. If anyone has read that judgment should be a model for citizenship everywhere. It should be taught everywhere, and it's a vital part of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the Honourable Leader of the House to the first sentence of the judgment, which makes it clear the issue is not when and on what terms the UK is to leave the European Union. The issue decided by the Court is whether the advice given by the Prime Minister to Her Majesty the Queen that Parliament should be prorogued was lawful. The Justices were concerned that the longer Parliament stands prorogued, the greater the risk that responsible government may be replaced by unaccountable government, the antithesis of the democratic model. Does the Leader agree with that? They also said at paragraph 50, prorogation or advice to the monarch will be unlawful if it has the effect of frustrating or preventing without reasonable justification the ability of Parliament to carry out its constitutional functions as a legislature and as a body responsible for the supervision of the executive. Does the Leader accept that this will also affect any future prorogations? The Justices confirmed the foundations of our Constitution at paragraph 55. We live in a representative democracy. The House of Commons exists because the people have elected their members. The government is not directly elected by the people, unlike other democracies. Therefore, it exists and is accountable to the House of Commons. So will the Leader of the House clarify the comments on constitutional coup? Did he mean the government were embarking on the constitutional coup, or was it the Supreme Court? Who exactly is undertaking this constitutional coup? And so the question that was asked by the Justices, did the action of the Prime Minister have the effect of frustrating or preventing the constitutional role of Parliament in holding the government to account? And the answer they gave at paragraph 56 was, of course it did. Any reasonable person would say so. It was not a normal prorogation, as you yourself said, Mr. Speaker. They mostly last 5 days. Why are the government spinning that they do not agree with the judgment? These are eminent justices, well versed in the law, undertaking their role as checks and balances, who have heard the submissions and have come to their conclusion. Does he agree that any member of the House who impugns that judgment effectively does not accept the rule of law or the sovereignty of Parliament? The government cannot say they disagree with the judgment when the government offered no evidence other than a witness statement from the Treasury solicitor and a memo from Nicky da Costa, which was copied to various other people. But as the Justices said, they are not concerned with the Prime Minister's motive, but whether there was a reason, and none was given, for closing Parliament for 5 weeks. As the memo says, everything was focused on the Queen's speech. So why did it take a prorogation of 5 weeks? A previous Prime Minister, Sir John Major's evidence was unchallenged by the government. He said it typically lasts 4 to 6 days, not weeks. He said he has never known a government to need 5